las dos clasificatorias por equipo. Charlie, buenos días.
Good morning, Eva. Good morning, Eva. Yes, it's the third day of competition here, and this morning we've got the two-team heats looking for places in tomorrow's team's final of the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship 2023.
Vamos a pediros un poquito de atención durante unos pocos minutos para explicaros las normas de esta primera eliminatoria. Antes tengo que contaros que os habéis encontrado en la mesa un regalo, dos regalos para ser concretos, y esa es una buena manera de empezar el día. Ese puzzles os ha dejado en las mesas como regalo estos dos pequeños puzzles, que son dos pequeñas joyas, así que, bueno, pues muchísimas gracias también a ese puzzles por esta colaboración.
Well, you'll find on your tables just a little token, a little gift as well, just these mini puzzles, which you'll see on the side of your tables as well. Those are for you.
Veis también que en la parte del fondo hay unas mesas preparadas porque a la vez que se desarrolla esa prueba clasificatoria por equipos, pues se va a producir otro evento que me parece interesante contaros. El libro Guinness de los récords está aquí. Sabéis que el Campeonato del Mundo de Puzzles es protagonista de algunas de las páginas de ese libro, y hoy se va a tratar de conseguir algo, un récord también, para que aparezca en el próximo libro Guinness de los récords. Tenemos un puzzle que nos acaba de traer Fernando, y es un puzzle de 2000 piezas. En la parte posterior de la cúpula del milenio, las personas que lo deseen pueden participar en un reto que va a ser la realización de este puzzle lo más rápidamente posible. Ese tiempo será validado por un juez del libro Guinness de los récords y aparecerá el próximo año en esa publicación.
Well, some of you might already know, some of you have already been signed up. And we're going to have an attempt at a new world record as well at the tables at the back while you're puzzling as well. And we're probably going to do that in a second from 12 o'clock onwards as well. I don't know if we'll get a team in this morning to try and attempt on the fastest to do this 2,000-piece puzzle. We've got Craig who's the editor-in-chief of Guinness World Records, and he's hoping to be handing out a certificate today for a new world record.
Vamos ahora con las normas que tenéis que seguir en esta clasificación. Buscamos 50 equipos para pasar a la final. Encima de la mesa tenéis 4 puzzles de 1000 piezas. Entiendo que ahora mismo estáis hablando entre los equipos. Tenéis que elegir 2 de esos 4 puzzles que serán los que ejecutéis durante las próximas 3 horas.
So yes, we're looking for 50 of you teams to go through to tomorrow's final. You've got before you, most of you are trying to come up with the decisions which 2 1,000-piece puzzles you're going to do.
A lo largo de la clasificación, los jueces irán pasando por las mesas para tomar nota en el acta de los 2 puzzles que han sido elegidos.
So then one of the volunteers will pass by your table and will just take note of which 2 puzzles you've decided to take on.
A partir de ahí, pues la forma de pasar a la final será la siguiente. Los 2 mejores equipos de cada país, hasta un máximo de 25, y el resto por tiempos.
So yes, and going through to tomorrow's final will be the top 2 teams from every country up to 25, and then the fastest, the countback on the fastest 25 teams.
Y como siempre os digo, una vez que empecemos esta prueba, se pondrán a la venta también estos 4 puzzles. Podéis adquirirlos en la parte posterior de la cúpula, en las 2 casetas verdes de Caja Rural de Zamora.
And once again, these puzzles will be available for purchase in the green tent at the back.
La pregunta que os hago hoy bien tempranito, a primera hora de la mañana, ¿estáis despiertos? ¿Estáis preparadas y preparados?
You all awake and ready?
Tenemos ya el equipo, la organización, dispuestos para poner en marcha el cronómetro en 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. ¡Adelante!
Puzzle.
¡Suerte!
Ready for the most famous rocket of all time? Discover the new 3D puzzle Apollo Saturn V. Build, discover, and play. It's just like your real Apollo mission that comes alive in a 3D puzzle. 3D Puzzle Apollo Saturn V from Ravensburger.
All right, welcome everyone. I am Valerie Coit. I'm excited to be here. This is the third day of the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship for 2023, and this is the first teams division competition happening early this morning. It's a little early in Spain time. We started at 9 a.m., but of course the first thing you want to see is the puzzles. So how this round works, there are 4 different puzzles presented to the teams. They have to choose 2. And I'm going to be joined here by Charlie Kendall.
Hello,
so
good
glad
morning,
you can
everyone.
be here with us. And we'll get to your microphone.
Hello, good
Yes.
morning everybody.
Yeah, and so I was just going to kind of go through the puzzles with everybody. You know, they haven't gotten a good chance to see them because there were 4 choices presented to the teams, and they have to.
That's right.
They have to pick 2. Each of them are 1,000 pieces. Once they made their selection, they cannot change their mind. They're locked into those 2 puzzles.
That's right. The volunteers will go around and decide, so they have to decide straight away which 2 puzzles they're going to do.
Yep.
They can choose the order which they're going to do them in, but they can only be doing 1 puzzle at a time.
Exactly. And what's going to be interesting is, you know, we might have a lot of teams picking different puzzles based on their strengths. And so
Absolutely.
I was looking at these. I don't know if we're going to
Yes.
get a good look
Shall
for
I
the
have a-
audience.
give me a
You know,
couple and
yeah, I
let
was
me
going to say
get-
take a
we
couple.
Maybe we can get a
Yeah.
couple on view.
So there's one called Riverside Town, and this is one I would choose. I'm going to be really curious to see how
Quite
many.
busy, Valerie.
It is, but that is, I think, a plus in a speed puzzling competition, because you're not going to have any areas where people really get stuck with the puzzle like this.
Okay.
You're going to know where things go.
It has
You-
got nice areas, hasn't
yeah,
it?
and
It's
it's
probably
got
quite
nice
good to
areas.
divide tasks,
Exactly.
perhaps.
I think this would be an easy one where the half of the table could be working the upper part of the puzzle, which is all these like buildings and kind of flowers and things, and the other 2 members could be working on the kind of lower half, which is more people, boats, a little bit of water at the bottom. Okay, this
There we
one.
on screen.
Yeah,
Well, they can see. Should we talk about one they can see on screen then?
Let's do that.
See,
yeah.
oh
So what do you
gosh,
think of
those are the
this
days.
one?
Summer. Where did
Right?
it go?
I'm curious how many will choose this, because that is a bit of a big chunk of sky.
There's quite a lot of blue, isn't there?
Yeah,
That's
and-
a lot of blue. Well,
yeah.
1,000 piece, of course.
Right.
It's exaggerated. It's not like 500. It's double the size.
Exactly.
Twice as much
Well,
sky.
and then you have those palm trees up in the corner, and while that doesn't look like that big of an area, you're maybe talking about 200 pieces up in that tiny area.
Could easily be,
And-
couldn't it?
Yeah, and those could be, kind of complicated because
It reminds
it's
me of the
a
elephants
mishmash.
from was it 2 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
And they had the elephant one, and they had a lot of trouble
was
with doing
way
the
worse.
elephant trunks, and
Yeah.
reminds me slightly of that, the illustration.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
maybe the same artist
Yeah.
designed both puzzles.
Yeah, so now let's see. Okay, so there's someone, you can see in the corner there, the puzzle.
You can see
They've chosen
Santi
the-
there. Santi's
yeah.
one of the head volunteers.
Yep.
Taking note.
They had chosen this one, this panoramic. We have another panoramic.
Another.
It's kind of surprising that we've
Yes.
gotten 2 panoramics.
Yes,
in
we have. It's the first time
championships.
ever.
Yeah, and this one I would be. I don't think
Would
I
you
would
do
take
that
this. No, because so many of the buildings are similarly colored, and you have a lot of this kind of dark blue up here. I mean, it's varied. That
But again,
definitely
is
helps.
it maybe as a team puzzle,
Yeah.
perhaps? Could you divide it?
That's true. You could have one group kind of tackling the
Because you've
sky
got
and
quite
those
very
elements.
distinct the colour. But there's
Yeah.
there's still quite a lot of. There's still quite a lot of it. It's almost black,
Yeah,
isn't it? Up
yeah.
in the top
It is
top
a
left and
little
right hand
bit.
corners.
Yeah, the only thing I will say is one of the things we kind of discovered the other day with the panoramic is you thought, oh, that grass is going to be terrible, but because it's a narrower puzzle, it was only a couple of rows.
Yes.
So the sky here, as much as I think, ew, I don't know about that, that's maybe not going to be that much dimension.
So Valerie, your my opinion of the panoramic was that it looked difficult, but it's very easy because you've got the line and you can just try pieces along the
Yes,
line.
yes.
It's not like when you're missing a solid block
Right.
and you've got the pieces, it might not tie in with anything yet,
Exactly.
so you can't put it. But with that one, you think, well, it's either you've got the line at the bottom and you've only probably got 2 or 3 lines, and there's a good chance that. Am I right?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think when they pulled that puzzle out that one evening, the first evening, I think everybody, was just sort of, oh no.
The death puzzle.
Exactly. And then it turned out to not be as hard as the one earlier in the day, the other nature kind of puzzle.
More people finished it. They did get, they got a bit of a march on. I thought
Yeah.
it was slow. It was slow for the first person to finish, but then everyone, it sort of evened everybody out in the middle, and
Exactly.
as opposed to extending them.
Yeah, it actually worked out really well, I think, for folks that, I would have been really nervous about that, but now having seen them completed, I think it's very doable. This, I noticed one of the groups from America chose the beach puzzle.
Yes.
One thing I was going to comment, a lot of people are like, well, this seems kind of strange because you have all these teams doing different puzzles, so you can't really do a head-to-head comparison. But part of that is we can do that in a qualifying round. It can be a little more playful, a little more fun.
Well, do you know what happened last year? That I mentioned in the video I did for Guinness as well. So last year, the Czechs, the table arrangement was a little bit different, and you had table 1, where it was incredibly busy. It was right by the barriers. They had crowd looking over, and so this is where Alejandro puzzled, and people didn't want to be there. It's also that the roof's a little lower.
Oh,
the light's very good. It's very even throughout. But very busy. A lot of things going on. And they sandbagged Valerie. So what they did was they were incredibly good. They were always going, I think it was almost a foregone conclusion they were going to qualify. So they just chose the most difficult puzzle.
Oh, you're kidding
So
me.
they did. So they went, it was
just to show off.
It was a sort of Roy Lichtenstein style thing. And it was
yes, I remember that one.
Yes.
That was a lot more difficult than it seemed, because when you look at you see the bright colors and you think, oh, that's not so bad, but then it's
not what I
a
thought.
huge expanse of bright color.
A 1,000 piece again.
Yeah.
You can't confuse the difference between a 500 piece, and when you're going up to 1,000, it ranks up that difficulty, and it's a much bigger block.
I do want to comment on this. What we're seeing here, the Chinese team at table 16 chose. Oh, let me see what the name of this one is. It's called Dame's Brunch, and when I looked through the 4, right away, this is the first one I would have set aside, and it's because again it's an artist's rendition. It's kind of a not real solid, like really sharp lines. It's
watercolour, isn't it?
Watercolor painting, so that can make it more difficult. And then when you're also seeing a lot of pink.
There's a lot of pink.
And then I look at that tablecloth of the kind of green repeating pattern, and I'm like, oh no. I do think it's fun because it's bright colors and you have a lot of variation in the middle. I think the first thing you're going to see there is the dames at the brunch. They're going to be the first ones to be completed and in the puzzle, but I do think that the background and the tablecloth are going to present some challenges on there. I'm guessing we're not going to see very many people picking Dame's Brunch.
Not. Which team? Oh, there was one. We just
saw
one.
The Chinese team at table 16 chose
Chinese
that
team.
one, but I'll be surprised if we see many teams choose
interesting
that
what
one.
you should say. Again, I thought that might be quite a good one to divide tasks. You can say, right, you can do the ladies in the middle, you can do try and get the pink, try maybe get the edge of the pink.
I just looked at their table and saw a lot of pink pieces.
There's a lot of, it was
a
very
lot
pink.
of pink pieces.
Got to remember, we've gone up to 1,000 pieces today as well.
Yes.
It makes a big difference.
Yep. And you're going to see the trays come into play a lot more today. I know, folks had asked about that yesterday, and because you'd see some puzzlers using them because, they maybe become used to using them. I don't think it was really necessary with a 500 piece because you have a good amount of space on your table. These folks definitely, when you're trying to do 1,000 pieces on that piece of plastic, the trays definitely come more handy today. And the teams that are used to working with those, that is an advantage. Having done this last year, we did not know what to do with the trays, Charlie. We were a mess. I think we would put pieces on the tray and be like, okay, I'm going to work on this, and then 10 minutes later.
So there wasn't an organization. Did you feel like
we came in
somehow
13th
I don't believe
still.
that, Valerie.
Well, we came in 13th, so we felt good about that, but the trays, we hadn't practiced with them.
Sometimes I wonder, it's win or nothing. We were only 13.
Oh, terrible. Yeah, you play to win.
Yes.
So we've got this.
But there's only going to be one win. Lots of people having a lot of fun taking part as well.
Oh my gosh, I know. And so, another top team. This is a top team. Teresa's team.
Teresa's team,
Czech
yes.
Republic.
Well, she's of course the current champion in pairs.
Yes.
With Katie, who's not here unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm trying for a family. I think she's got married last year.
Oh, really?
And she's trying to start a family. I think.
Well, and I noticed.
We'll definitely say hello
yes.
to, and Jana as well. I think Jana, who was the first ever champion in individual. So
that's right.
if you're watching,
Jana's like a celebrity for those of us who've been paying attention for a while.
Jana is an absolute celebrity.
Yep.
So hello to you. We miss you this year.
Oh, there, this is perfect. Now they're getting to see a shot of all 4 puzzles.
And this
Tell
is
us
the choice.
in the comments, which ones would you choose, everybody? What would you have gone for? I think I would have done the Riverside Town and maybe the beach one, or like you said, the panoramic, I think would have been maybe fun.
I think the panoramic, again, I think it's difficult maybe to begin with. I think the beach. Gosh, we just chose.
What would you
sounds
do,
really
Charlie?
boring
Which
if we
ones?
choose the same ones.
I know, I'm choosing the bottom 2. I think that
oh,
might
the
be
bottom
the route
2.
I'm
Okay.
going to go.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll go to
Yep.
the beach then.
You're going to do the beach?
I'll go to the beach. It just, yeah, absolutely.
It's not feeling very beachy today. It's a little
It's
cool,
not,
but
but
I'm
it's
not
gonna be
complaining.
nice.
It's lovely. Yeah,
It's
it
nice.
makes the dome a nice, comfortable place to be and not so hot. So.
But last year.
Oh, last year we sweat. Last year.
Last year was
I think I lost 10
hot.
pounds. All I did was drink water and sweat. But yeah, no, I think this is great that people are getting a really good look at what the puzzle choices are. Yeah, I'm just fascinated by the fact that you said folks deliberately chose hard puzzles last year. So I did want to clarify, yeah, with the Czech Republic team, Teresa's the only one returning this year.
Teresa's the only one returning.
Yep, they
Does she have a
came
new
in
pet?
4th last year, but you know, Teresa's a
Well,
powerhouse.
I've got to say,
Marquetta's a powerhouse.
and they were very generous. The Jigsaw junkies, they were incredibly generous when they said, "Thank you, Czech Republic, for choosing the difficult one first." So what happened last year was a bit of an anomaly, which because in the final they had to do a 1,500 piece and a 1,000 piece, but with the 1,000 one, it didn't look like it on the box cover, perhaps, and I think people underestimated quite how they called it the black puzzle.
Yes.
And quite heavy. It was probably, I reckoned, about 450 pieces of just solid colour.
It was. I mean, it will go down in history.
It will go down in history as.
I think everybody's like, please don't do that to us ever again.
No.
It was a huge challenge, and that was reflected in the results because you only saw the one team that, you know, finished both puzzles in the time.
Exactly.
But yeah, the Czech team, I think they did that one first last year.
They did it well, of course, because what that means is that a lot of the puzzle you could do and you could get done.
Right.
But the final part of the final 400, so you could do 1,000 pieces, 1,100 pieces, but then the next 400 pieces would possibly take you an hour. So the teams which chose the 1,000, and then they did 1,000 of the next one and didn't get time to get bogged down in the sky, and so it definitely skewed the results unfavourably for the Czech team, who they freely admitted that they were really kind, that it was very gracious of them to say thanks for choosing the other one, pushing them
That
down.
is something that the teams will get to do again in the final. There's going to be 2 1,000 piece puzzles, not a 1,500 this year, which if I was a team member out there, I would be grateful for that. Trying to fit a 1,500 piece on these tables, pretty difficult. It's not a lot of space. You definitely need the trays in that case. But yeah, this year it's going to be 2 1,000 piece puzzles in the final, but they will get to choose the order that they do them in, and I think that can make a big difference. If you choose something that's more challenging at the front, that could slow you down, that could kind of get you, you know, a little defeated. Maybe you lose some of that mojo. When you first start, you're, I think, more explosive and you're just ready to go and you're kind of jumping in. And, you know, a 3-hour competition, you can't keep that momentum up necessarily. Maybe Alejandro can. I don't think I've ever seen him in anything less than Energizer Bunny status.
He's not fazed by anything at all.
He is not. We were talking about that yesterday. We're like, does he ever do a 3,000? And if he does he ever even slow down, or does he keep up that frantic pace throughout?
I've got a nickname for him. And it's Sprinkles.
Sprinkles?
Sprinkles.
Oh no, I don't think you should have shared that on
No, it's a very affectionate one.
What does it mean?
So what does it mean? So yesterday, there was Sarah in the individual semi-finals yesterday. And they were doing the round puzzle.
Yep.
And it looked like, but Alejandro was definitely a little bit ahead, maybe 50. It looked like maybe 15 pieces. Mm-hmm. But then suddenly, all the pieces had just sort of disappeared. I almost could have sworn he'd just thrown them up into the air, and they're just magic,
just fall
and they
into
just
place.
sprinkled into place. So very affectionately.
That is very affectionate, but I
told her about it.
sprinkles.
You don't think it's going to catch on?
Well, in America, when you think of sprinkles, you think of the little things you put on
well, yeah, sort of.
confection. Yeah,
but I mean,
kind
these
of.
are magic ones. So he's got little stars appear,
fairy
you know,
dust,
exactly.
yes.
So there's a little glint in the light as they come down.
I do feel like Alejandro has an aura that is so welcoming and generous and
He's
sweet.
so
and,
unassuming.
I mean, just everybody in here I think loves Alejandro. Just, you know, you can't
everyone
help yourself.
Everyone loves everyone, really,
I know,
Valerie.
they
It's a
do.
bit.
It's a lovely
little bit
community.
sickening, isn't it?
It
Really,
is kind of, you know, sometimes
You
we joked last night at dinner, a bunch of us Americans, like somebody should stage a fight just to create some drama. Because, you know, honestly,
Valerie.
I mean, just teasing. Of course we
Gosh,
wouldn't actually fight. But, you know, everybody is. It's so supportive. And we're all excited for each other.
Of
If
course,
you see a team
of
doing
course.
well, you're not like, you're like, oh my God, look at how fast they're going. You know, you're just kind of amazed. It's
Exactly.
not
You're just
a jealousy
in awe,
thing.
aren't
Yes,
you?
you're in
You're
awe.
absolutely
Yeah,
in awe
yeah.
of what they're doing.
Yeah,
So
and
now
I
we've got
hope
the Spanish team at
everybody
table
will
one.
yes.
So they're doing the same one as
Yes.
the Czechs, I
Yep.
think, aren't
and
they?
this team this is one thing that happens a lot too with these team contests. Members of teams just switch all around, you know, but this is one that is the same. They won last year. They came in first place in the final in the team contest, and they're all back again. It's Anna,
And there we are, there's Alejandro.
Luciano, Alejandro.
So we decided we're not calling him Sprinkles. Look at the magic.
Yeah, but yeah, no, they're already making good progress. And here's someone on the panoramic. This is
There we go,
the
France,
the
les
French
Françaises.
team. Let's yep. Fast and puzzleless. I
Il
love
s'appelle
it.
comment?
Fast
Bonjour la
and puzzleless.
France.
And yeah, they're making really good progress there. They've got the edge almost done.
I think
is that
one.
panoramic going to fit on the board? It
Yeah,
looks
well, that's-
barely going to fit on the board.
Absolutely right, yeah. But they're looking like, I think that might be quite a good one to do, you know. I think that might be, I like the fact, because
Yeah.
it's stretched out,
But look at all the blue pieces there, Charlie.
There's a lot of blue.
I'm changing.
but they
my
are
mind.
very, yeah, I suppose that there are some, there's a lot of solid colour, there
Yeah,
isn't, but some
it's
of
a
them
lot of
should
blue.
have a
Well,
little
there's-
triangle, shouldn't they?
Yep.
And that would give you a good hint as to where it might go.
Yeah.
So you've got to just where you got the
Yep.
sort of the
'Cause there's variation.
Rainbow, we're
Yep.
going to call that.
So, yeah, kind of a blue
A
gradient.
blue rainbow.
Yeah, they have a
gradient.
nice,
But it's not a gradient because it's actually blocks of
right,
colour,
it is
aren't they?
blocks
So
of
you've
color.
got.
And that's going to make it a lot easier. Yeah, it's a
I
lot
think
of blue,
so.
but they're different color, different shades of blue. So I do think that's going to help them.
And then you can see Cohen, you know, when it comes down here, so all those bits will have two colours on them, won't they? And
Yep.
you will have, but a lot of that, of course, is and top right and top left with the panoramic.
Wow, here's another team.
It's a lot of its edge,
Yep.
isn't it, as well?
Okay, this team has chosen the same one. They've decided to start with this one, the panoramic. And you know, kind of looking at this, it's what we mentioned. You know, you've got two people on one side of the table that can focus on
Yes.
top part of the puzzle. Others can focus on the bottom, and it's a very clear distinction. So it's easy to just kind of get the pieces separated out and know what you're working with. So I'm curious
going
to see.
well.
Yes,
Here
this
we
is
go.
the
It's
Coast
the
to
United
Coast puzzling
States.
group. Yep. They've chosen the beach
Anyone
one,
up
doing that
yet? Or maybe
first.
you haven't gone to bed yet on the West Coast?
Yeah, well, I know there were some people, you know, friends of mine on Facebook and things that were setting their alarms, getting up at 3 in the morning.
We better say hello to them.
We better. I hope you're on here and watching yet again. Yes.
So should we, Valerie? I was also so we mentioned. I don't know if people heard. We've got Craig here. Well, you've
Yes.
spoken to Craig.
Yeah, we
you
spoke
spoke
to
Craig yesterday.
Craig is one of my new favorite people because
He's phenomenal.
my gosh, the stories that guy has.
Phenomenal.
I mean, can you imagine? All he does all day is go around and, you know, meet people who are breaking Guinness records.
He's
and-
just got this air
Yes.
of him, just
Yeah,
insouciant.
Yes. Yeah. And just delightful. I mean, so many great stories. We talked about the longest fingernails the other day.
Right.
We got a little off on a tangent, everyone. Sorry.
Why not?
Well, we were also talking about they couldn't even puzzle, so that's a terrible
So, well, that'd
idea.
be the person with the longest fingernails
It's
to
not
complete.
going to work. Yeah.
Well,
not
they're
gonna
only
work.
allowed one superlative. Look, we can see Craig here, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's
So
on-
tell us about what is going on.
So
with
anyway,
Craig
so what's
today.
going on? We are going to. Craig wants to certify a new world record, and it's going to be the fastest time to complete a 2,000-piece jigsaw. So I've been recruiting I've been going around
Yes.
and recruiting a team, getting a team together, and we're going to have an assault on this record.
I can't believe that.
in a couple of hours' time.
Well, because they don't have enough puzzling to do. You need to give them another puzzling task.
But they
while
do.
they're-
But then you ask them, and they go, "What did you do?" Oh, we went home and did a puzzle.
Yeah, I know.
So
You're
it's,
right. You're right. What am I
um,
saying? They're all going to be like, yes, sign me up. I'll do it.
Generally speaking, yes, they are. So
Yeah.
We've got Alejandra in there. We've got.
Oh,
I mean,
you do?
we've got really a super team.
yeah.
We've got Kristen as well.
Okay.
She said that she's going to do
Really?
it. Yeah. Teresa said she's going to do it
Oh,
as well.
yes, this is a
we've
super
got
team.
Melissa, I'm hoping from
Yeah,
Australia.
Australia.
We've got Soraya as well from
Yeah,
Spain, I
yeah.
think, who's going to do it. And then we've got, again, I can't remember quite
Yeah.
because it's going to be during the next team's
Sure,
one.
sure.
So we had Sophie as well.
Yeah.
So and Craig's now actually competing. So he can't be there to
Monitoring and
certify. He
trying to
can't
get
be
people
monitored,
over
so we
there.
can't do it until this
Yeah,
one
yeah.
has finished. So
And that is
anyway,
key for him. That's part of his job, is to monitor and to kind of
Of course
you
it
know,
is. I mean, he's
you know,
got to-
he's
exactly.
there to verify things. If it's going to go into the book, he's the editor. He has to fact check these things.
Otherwise,
so
he said,
that's
"Oh
part of
look,
his
here's
role.
one I did earlier."
Exactly right.
Ta-da.
Yeah. So one of the things I thought I should mention too is that we have 76 teams participating in this division. You know, it is a little bit different. You know, obviously they can't double up on the tables because you're never going to fit, you know, more than four people at a table and a larger puzzle size like this. So they each get their own table, and then 50 of these competitors will move on to the final, which will happen tomorrow. It's the Seoul Sunday event. It's going to go from 10 a.m. time here to 1 p.m. and it'll be two 1,000-piece puzzles.
It's two 1,000
Yeah,
this year as
two
well, isn't it?
1,000s,
Does they have a
yeah.
choice, or is it just they're just
No,
given two?
They're just
They're
given
unpublished.
two.
Aren't they? They're
yeah,
unpublished.
They're
aren't they?
just given two unpublished, and that's because then, you know, when you're looking at the times, it's comparable. I would
Yes.
think all of the teams will finish, or all of the top teams should.
Well, I mean, they should
assuming we don't
finish. I
have
mean,
a dark
the
black
time limit is
puzzle.
not.
Yeah.
You know, you
It's
don't
3
want
hours.
you don't want it to be
Right.
done like last year on a
Right.
countback.
Right, exactly.
It's not the number of pieces; it's the quickest to complete the puzzles.
Right,
The
right.
time is just because you can't just go on ad infinitum.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine I'd still be doing the first puzzle. We wouldn't have done a single thing, and we'd God, come on, Kendall, get on with it. We'd still be here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't imagine, and I haven't seen the puzzles, so I guess it could happen. But I would think all of our top teams tomorrow are going to finish, and you know, then you can compare the times because they're doing the exact same two puzzles.
Yes.
Today it's a little harder to do that because if people are doing different puzzles, you can't really say, well, they did this well against so and so because they might not even be doing the same ones, but. I did have a lot of fun last year looking through results and seeing who picked what because, you know, I think that's part of the challenge here as well is a team has to know what are we good at and what are we not so good at. Unless, you know, they're an Alejandro team, in which case they just say, well, let's pick the hardest ones and you know, try
But the time
to challenge ourselves.
you need to be able to get it done.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I mean, Alejandro's team is coming along.
Yeah, we haven't
amazingly.
seen him for a while,
No,
but
we haven't seen him.
man,
We can just see him from
and
here.
we can see them from this table, and you're right, they are making amazing progress. If people are kind of wondering, okay, what's a good time on a 1,000-piece puzzle? Obviously,
It's four people doing it, of course.
yeah, it's 4 people doing it, and you know, of course, it varies depending on the difficulty level of the puzzle. I will say that some of the top teams in the U.S., when they've been practicing and texting me and letting me know their progress, I think about the fastest time I've ever seen on 1,000, and it was an easy puzzle.
Four people doing
people,
it. Yes.
40 minutes.
40 minutes.
So, I think Alejandro's team is looking like they could do that. Just from here, what we can
I
see.
don't think there's any doubt.
We're 24
really.
minutes into it, and I think by the 40-minute mark, they're going to be done with that first 1,000-piece puzzle
I think
already.
they are.
And I wouldn't doubt if we see some other Americans or other, you know, really solid teams getting there as well. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at Golden State Puzzlers there. They were in 6th place last year, and they picked the Dame's
It's the
Brunch.
pink one.
And I'm shocked right now, everybody, because I think that's a real challenge. But sometimes people are drawn to color, and they're
Yes.
just like, you know what, I like these colors. They're, you know, kind of in my wheelhouse, and, you know, that could have been a factor. They just like the art. Sometimes that's
Could easily
what
be.
sways
But
you.
Also, it's quite relaxed today. There's
Yes,
not
you're
on
right.
a team like the Golden
You're
State
right.
Puzzlers.
They're going to make it.
They're going to make it.
They're gonna make
They're
it.
going through. I mean,
Yeah,
something
yes.
extraordinary is going to have to happen for them not to
Yeah.
not to go through. It's 50 teams. There are 80 here. It's the top 50 go through.
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
you've got the country rule, haven't you? So you've got
Yeah,
two from each country up to
there's
25.
up to 25. We want
But, I mean, the
25
top-
countries represented,
the
but
top
they're going to make it.
35. You're in the top
Yeah,
35
yeah,
teams to finish.
yeah.
You're going to go through.
Yeah, they're going to make it. I mean, they compete in the U.S. and regularly win. They're quite comfortable. I'm sure they're going to make it and move on. But it does surprise me a little bit that they picked that.
I was just going to take advantage.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
show
of
them.
course.
This
Yeah,
is
let's show 'em
This is the
puzzles.
one. No, this
Yeah.
is not the one. You've
Oh,
seen.
that's
You can
the
see the one.
Guinness one.
This is the
Yes,
Guinness one.
yes,
This is the
that's
one we're
the
going to be
Guinness
having
one.
the attempt on. You can see me as well. So
Yep.
this is one we're going to be having an attempt on at the world record, the 2,000-piece world record on. And we don't know how many people. What do you think? So it's a 2,000-piece puzzle.
Yeah.
What do you think is the optimum number of people you want doing the puzzle to be puzzling at any one time?
I was talking to Craig about this a little bit. He was saying that they can have a team of up to 8. I think that's a lot. I think 6 tops.
Okay.
You know?
Is there a case for
Because-
to say at the
yeah.
beginning, perhaps, say right, and
Sure.
delegating some sorting,
Yep.
get those out, or maybe if you see the solid, well, there's no solid cutter in this one.
Right.
And
that is a
get
jumble,
some
so,
sorting,
yeah.
and maybe doing it by shape as well. So right, I want
Right.
these. Can you get these on and separate these into innies and outies, and
Yes, yeah, yep.
and into the different puzzle shapes if they're thinking
Yeah.
they're going to. Would you end up?
I think
puzzling
I
by
just think of
shaping?
16 hands at the end with all filling in all
Well, I
these little
think-
gaps with all the because it's a big jumbly puzzle, and I think, oh my goodness, that's going to be
I
a lot
agree
of
with you.
hands.
I think that's the idea.
It's a
I
large
thought that
puzzle,
perhaps
but
perhaps you could have the 8 at the beginning, and you could delegate some work to turning over the pieces,
Yeah.
and then just be so someone's going to say, Alejandro's
Yeah.
good. He's going to do so. Of
it's
course,
going
we
to be
haven't got
tough
it on
though.
screen.
You can't really sort it that much because
Well,
it's
there
just
are
such
some-
a jumble. I mean, but each piece is going to have so different things going on
the
in them, which
dark
makes
bits.
you do have a dark kind
You've
of
got the swimming
background.
pool parts. There are features.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I just think of a puzzle like
it's
this,
busy.
and I think it's very busy, and it would be a hard one to sort. And you get that many hands and heads, and
Yes.
you're going to have some people bumping heads maybe because they're trying to see and get in there. And I think 6 people would be ideal, but
I think
give it a
that's the
shot.
idea. I think that's the idea.
Yeah.
We'll have I'll chat with the pros. I'm sort of assumed a slight team leader role-ish. I'm hoping to just somehow get in there. and go
Well,
he's the.
you after you watch it this much, you feel like an expert, right?
If
You feel
he's
like, I
allowing
know how
up to
do
8,
this.
and I recruit 6 people. Well, hey, I can just be on the bench, but they could bring me on in the last minute just
sure.
to,
Just to get
hey,
your name in
quick,
the
this one.
bucket.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Well, and if you can tell them how many are on the team, that gives you some sway. You should be able to
Yeah,
make this work in your
exactly.
favor, Charlie.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
He's-
somebody asked in the comments what
Yes.
was the winning time last year, and it was the non-stop team, the one you're seeing right now on your screen, team number 1. They finished
Well, they were
two
the only team
puzzles
to
last
finish.
year. Yeah, they were the only team to finish. Everybody else, it came down to counting pieces and determining how many they completed. They finished in 2 hours, 54 minutes, and 13
So they had
seconds.
5 minutes left on the
Yeah,
on the
they were
time
just
limit.
right under the wire for finishing. And I remember everybody just cheered. I mean, even we cheered while we were
It
puzzling
was-
because we were just amazed that anybody did it.
It was such a feet.
It was such
an
an incredible feat.
unbelievable feat. It was
Yeah.
a solid colour. So
Yeah.
you can only sort by shape.
Yeah.
You've just got to do it by
Yeah.
shape, and you've just got to try it, and you've just got to. And you had Alejandro who was just going along the lines with bits,
Yeah.
go bum 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 bum
Yeah.
bum, going along.
Everybody was doing a
swimming
shape
them
sort
round.
and having organized trays with, here's all the one knob pieces kind of
Yes.
thing, and just trying things that way. But when I say, even we cheered, it's because usually if you're competing, you're not taking time to stop and clap.
Yes.
Because you're like, I gotta keep going. But when they finished, I think the whole place erupted because it was just like,
It was-
we're never gonna get there, so good on you for
Absolutely,
finishing.
absolutely.
Yeah, everybody was so impressed.
But the team as well. So the first year, it was an 8-hour challenge.
Yes.
They had an 8-hour limit.
Guys
So it
did
was
a marathon.
It was a marathon.
Yes.
Absolutely. So we had the Russian team as well. So we had Siberia, did amazing
Oh, yeah,
puzzlers from
yeah.
there.
And we haven't seen them again. I don't think
well,
they were able to come last year due to COVID.
Yes,
I think there were some COVID restrictions.
COVID, Ukraine. It's very difficult to get out of Russia.
Yeah.
So they've got some amazing puzzlers in Russia, unfortunately. Very unfortunate that we can't get to see them and pitting themselves against because they are some of the best in the world.
They are.
There.
I mean, you look at their times. If you go to the Wjpc, the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship website, you can go look at the 2019 results, and the individual results. They were just kind of dominating a lot of the
They were doing 4
things.
puzzles as far as I remember. I think they were doing 2 1,500s and 2 1,000-piece puzzles.
Yeah.
And they did it in under 5 hours.
Yes, which is incredible.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. We did something similar. We had always wanted in the U.S. to see something like that. And there it's typically a 500 piece and you're done. And if you're a fast team, not to sound totally arrogant, but you get done with a contest in 25 minutes and then you're like, okay, well that was great, but now we're done already. And you're kind of bummed. You want it to go on a little longer and have more to do. So we decided at the national championships, we're going to do a marathon, sort of. We did 2 1,000s and a 1,500. And it was about I think it was a 6-hour competition. And people were like, that was brutal. Don't ever do that to us again.
Really? They didn't want it?
No, people did enjoy it. But I think it was fun for the really hardcore competitors.
Right.
But when you're it was our first national championship.
How many people finished? Out of how many? How many people
I
competing?
think we had we had about, I think, 50 teams approximately, or 45 teams competing. I think maybe about 20 finished or something like that. Yeah, it wasn't terrible, but it definitely is more suitable for the people who are like
the
hardcore folks. If you're a more casual puzzler, I think you came in and were like, they opened the 1,500 and it was the hardest one of the 3, and it was the last one. And when they opened it, I think a lot of those casual folks were like, no thanks.
So they had an order. You established the order they were going to. Everyone was doing the same puzzle first.
Because we wanted to kind of know how people were, faring against each other. So we gave them in order, and and so they did the 1,500 last, and it was a lot of blue. It was varied, so those who are hardcore and do a lot of puzzles looked at it and were like, well, this is doable. But for a lot of other folks, I think it was. Okay, yeah, we should comment on what we're seeing.
Yes, well, we are. We just saw
progress.
Alejandro, he's on the blue. He's on the sky, isn't he? With they're doing the beach puzzle.
Yep.
So it's the sky which he's obviously taking charge of, and here we've got the French team going very well on the panoramic.
Yep.
So look at that black. It was. They haven't had too much of a tough time doing that black.
No, they're not. Actually, you're right. But it is. It's about half the puzzle or so is that kind of it does kind of divide out pretty equally. The Ferris wheel is the first thing everybody's done, it feels like. If you see other people doing that panoramic puzzle, that's the part that they've got done immediately.
Well, you can do, because you've got a little spoke, haven't you, on each of the pieces? And
in the distinct lines, it probably was fairly easy to get that together quickly.
Yes.
Just looking out over the crowd, it's hard. A lot of the boxes are facing away from us right now. But I'm seeing a few beach puzzles. Not a lot of that buildings one that I mentioned, the Riverside town, but
And the pink one, we haven't seen much of the.
Not many of the pink ones. But yeah, you can see beach there in the front and a few in the back. So I expect that beach one a lot.
Oh, here we go.
Here's
the Czech Republic.
Oh yeah.
So they're at the beach as well.
Yep. Oh, and they're
doing very well. Oh, look at that! They've got a different coloured. That's cunning,
little
isn't
pieces
it?
of plastic.
The pieces do stand out from it. If it was white, it would be more difficult to see the pieces from there.
Yeah, I know a lot of teams are doing that.
Do you think they have a selection of colours? They have a little one of those colour palette things they give you when you're going to decorate your living room.
Well, and some teams I know are they do double-sided, so one side's a dark color, one side's a light color, so they can kind of use what they need. Oh, and there's Alma Bell is on a team, it looks like, and puzzling.
Oh, it's great to see the youngsters as well.
Yep.
Of course, the youngsters are allowed to participate. There's an age limit of 16. You have to be 16 in the individuals, but you're allowed to compete in pairs if you're if you're with an adult.
Yep.
And
they've picked the pink puzzle as well, the Dame's Brunch as well.
Well,
a
it
bit
looks
slow going though. Look at that. Like I said, they're doing the dames. You've got the ladies in the middle. Those are going together pretty quickly. But boy,
I
the
think the little girl
tablecloth
knew that
bit.
that puzzle was coming up and go,
Yeah.
well, look, I've worn the
Right, she's
t-shirt. Let's do
matching.
the puzzle.
She matches.
She
But
matches.
Oh, and then now you can, earlier you could see, one of the things I was going to mention, there's like a team over here in the corner with Craig from the Guinness Book of World Records and some Japanese players where they formed a team at the last
She's
minute.
You've spoken to Anne, so
Yes, we
she's
spoke
lovely.
to Anne Watanabe yesterday. Yeah. And she's, just kind of here checking it out. It seems like she doesn't expect to do super well, but she's just excited to be here and ready to learn. And
she was puzzling with Dion. Did she puzzle with Dion?
She puzzled with Dion yesterday.
Dion's the
in
Australian.
pairs.
The Australian big boss,
Association.
the head honcho.
Look at how this team is doing. So now this team is from the United States. It's Puzzle Hustle. Dawn, Andrea,
look at
Kyle,
that.
and Kelly, and they're all really
That
good
is a
individuals in their
beach.
own right. And look at that. They're doing the same one as Alejandro's team, and they are almost done, you guys.
It's neck and neck, isn't it?
It is going to be neck and neck. This is very exciting.
I think they're going to do it. I think the Americans
they
are
might
going
do
to.
it. But look at that sky.
Suddenly
is
there
a
are a
little
few more pieces. They've
challenging.
got a bit of sand. They've got a bit of beach left.
Yep, a little bit of sand, a little bit of beach. So you got a few areas on that puzzle that have the same color pieces. Now, who's that one up in the? Oh, it's going so quickly I can't even see. Yep, here's Alejandro's team at table number 1, and I think they're going to do it. That's all they have left.
But I mean,
think
it's
they're
neck
going
and neck.
to just get that done. Oh,
Be
nope.
interesting. Now, what do we
Teresa's
say?
Team, Teresa's team just did one. Oh, 2 at the same
Well
time.
done, them. Look at them.
Almost the exact same time
One,
getting
2.
one
That's
done.
about 2 seconds separation.
Alejandro, they've
Here we
picked Dame's
go.
Brunch for their second puzzle. You can see him getting it unwrapped. So they're going to be doing Dame's
Oh,
Brunch
we've got
next.
some pink action from
Yep.
Alejandro.
And what is
co.
Teresa's team doing?
We mustn't
I can't
forget
see.
about the Annas.
These guys are going to come in maybe third with their 1,000.
Look at that.
Now they're going to take that apart.
Very well done to all these teams.
And you'll notice that they just get that one off the table as quickly as possible and get the next one going. I didn't see what they chose.
No.
It was face down, so we're going to have to
No.
wait a moment and reconfigure, and then we're going to see what everybody
We'll
picked.
see in a minute.
We saw Alejandro. They picked Dame's Brunch. The pink puzzle is their second puzzle. I mean, we're only 36 minutes in. Can you believe that? Under 40. I was like, if we see a 40, I'm going to be impressed. And we saw 3 just now get under 40. 36 minutes. That's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, that's a good time for a 500 piece for a team. And they just did 1,000 in that time. Insane. That's insane, everyone. You should be impressed. If you're not impressed by that, well,
So
you're
here we
not
go. So
impressed
here's
by much.
Kirsten then. So she's obviously part of the Norwegian team. Her mother.
Yeah, see,
I'm
now
not sure
I
who
think
these
this one
are.
is proving to be a little harder for folks than you think, because diagonal lines, I was saying yesterday, are
they
not a
difficult?
puzzler's friend.
No.
And then you've got, 3 arches of different varying shades of blue. It might not go together as easy as you think. And I really, again, I'm so surprised they chose this puzzle, because look at this. They are 37 minutes in, and they are maybe 2/3 or,
Yes,
so
there's a lot
done.
of pink to go in there, isn't there?
I would have expected
It's a
them to be
block.
done right now as well with the puzzle, or nearly done. So that one is going to be challenging. But Alejandro picked the same one. It's probably going to take his team longer to do that one as well.
You'd really like to know if they're chosen. You'd like to sort of have that
If they're showing off.
barometer, wouldn't you? To just
Know what factored
would
in?
they? How would they have finished the panoramic
Right.
one now? So it's easy
Yep.
to say, well, that one must be more difficult.
Yep.
But I mean, it's not Alejandro puzzling there.
Right. Well, we just
And co.
saw,
We're forgetting it's a team. We're talking like we're talking like
right.
these
It's
individual.
Anna,
We've got the two Annas,
and Alejandro
Anna Isabel,
and David.
and we've got David as well,
Yes.
Caballero. So
David, yeah.
mustn't forget these are teams.
Yeah.
And
and here we go. This is
There we
Arctic
go.
Puzzlers.
There we go.
This is Kristen and
is
her
Kristen,
mother,
her mother.
Viv, Linda, and Gout.
well
Not
done
sure how you pronounce
them.
that.
Well done them.
Getting their first one done. And they chose the beach one as well. So that one is going together pretty quickly for people.
More USA action here.
Yeah.
They've gone to the beach as
Okay,
well.
this is Sisters Squared. This is Jean and Kathy Reuter and Robin DeCare and Betsy Parker. I would have thought they'd be further along than this. They are really good. I know
But
we
in
expected them
pairs?
to be just kind of in pairs.
I've seen them do 500 pieces in 21 minutes.
Yeah,
Am I
Jean
right?
and Kathy are our leading pairs folks in the
Yes.
U.S. Yeah.
But they seem to like landscapes, am I
Yeah,
right?
they do have things that they like better. I don't think jumbles are
They
really
don't
their
like
thing.
jumbles.
And I think they both have gotten some jumbles. So, but you know, they also have never gotten a chance to puzzle together. This is the first time that team is puzzling together.
Right.
They're from across the country. So Robin and Betsy are sisters. Jean and Kathy are identical twin sisters. So it's sisters squared. But I
Sisters
still think
squared.
they're going to do great. I mean, you know, obviously,
They'll do
I
great.
no shade whatsoever. I mean, they're at 40 minutes and they're nearly done. I mean,
These
they're
are
making
fast
great
times. Let's not
progress.
forget, these are
Yes,
fast
these are
times.
incredibly fast times. You see the, you know, coast-to-coast puzzlers there up in the corner also doing really well. I think it's going to be
I think it's
close between
definitely-
those two.
We're looking at 80% beach first up. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a lot of beaches there.
A lot of each. Then they've just all kind of saved the sky to work on together there at the end.
Yes.
It'll-
Well, I mean,
it'll
the
come
sky's
together
obvious. It's
quickly.
the big block, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Um,
That was the one thing that made me nervous about that puzzle, is that you were going to have a little bit of a challenge maybe in the top bit with that blank sky, because there's cloud, but there's nothing else really distinguishing in there.
Here we go. So this is the oh, look, they've sorted by shapes then now. So will they pass those trays around amongst them? Is that how they all like those shapes to be? Or will they move position, which happens as well?
Yeah, maybe,
Does
you
it depend
know?
on the team? Is there did
Yeah.
you swap positions? Go right, I'm sort of
Yeah.
got a bit stuck here. Is that because you got a bit stuck and you think, right, let's have a new?
Yeah.
Or should you have worked the pieces through a zone and say, right, no, I don't think any of these go here.
yeah.
So give me.
I think fresh eyes is good. I think sometimes if you're feeling a little stuck, moving and switching with someone is a great idea to just kind of change your perspective, and you suddenly jump in and you see all these connections right away. So yeah, our team used to switch quite a bit just to kind
I
of.
mean, these guys are having a lot of fun there.
Yeah,
it's good to
they
see
look
them
like they're having
laughing
fun.
and
You're not seeing
just
a lot
what
of
it's all
yeah,
about, isn't
yeah.
it? It's just
Oh, exactly. That's true. I mean, as somebody who has competed a lot in the past, it is so fun. Like this, I call it my happy place. When I'm getting to compete, you know, I joke in the Wicker Kittens documentary, it's like mountain climbing, because the whole world just kind of disappears, and you're just so focused on that task, and you're you know, you're not really thinking of anything else.
Yeah,
it's
you're just in the
about
zone.
that moment, and you're just focused on the puzzle so much. I mean, it's not really.
Can you
like
always
mountain
get
climbing.
so-called Larry? Can you always get into that zone, or is it something which could be slightly elusive?
I think if there's distractions for me, it's internal. It's me internally worrying or wondering, am I being slow? Am I slowing the team down? Am I getting in someone's way? It's those kinds of things. I don't really think about the stuff happening around me.
Okay.
It can be distracting though, if you have a really good team next to you and you sense the cameras hovering and the volunteers
Yes.
hovering, and you're like, oh no, you start to feel that anxiety come up of like, oh no, you know, somebody right there is almost done and we're still going, you know, and so you feel a little stressed. But you know, for the most part, you're just having fun, and it's just so much. It's great too in a team. I prefer team events. That's my
Yes,
favorite.
your favourite.
Absolutely love it.
Are you talking as well, or are you talking about the puzzle? How much communication are you doing? How much verbal communication are you doing while you're? I mean, you notice there's definitely much more of a hubbub with the team's competition. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not the Oktoberfest, let's be honest.
Right. No. I
but
would say there's not a
there's
lot
definitely
of.
a nice.
We're not chit-chatting about the.
bullicio is the Spanish word, which is
Oh, really?
hubbub.
Oh, hubbub, yeah. No, we don't really chat about anything but the puzzle, or at least we
Yeah.
try not to. We actually, that's a rule on my team. If you start to chat about something else, it's like, keep it on the puzzle. You know, if you're suddenly
You
like,
would
oh,
hate
did
to
you guys
puzzle with me.
see the episode of blah, blah, blah last
There we
night? It's
go,
like, no,
Angel
everybody, we need
and
to
Soraya,
concentrate.
so we're going to be Soraya, there's Soraya.
Okay, so they just finished the beach, yep.
So Angel is, he came second in the pairs last year.
Oh,
Angel
okay.
Heras,
Yeah.
very well-known puzzler here in Spain with Soraya
Yeah,
as well,
yeah.
who
I love their
competed with
shirts.
Gabby. Yes, so Gabby
Super
competed
PSS.
with Gabby, who's the 11-year-old,
Oh.
who came second
Okay,
in the
goes by
individual.
Gabby? We didn't know. We
I
were
think
like
it's Gabby.
Gabriel or
Gabby.
Well, you know,
Gabby.
maybe
It's just short for Gabby.
Yeah,
So it's
Gabby.
It's just Gabby.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Like
Charles,
the
but
14-year-old.
I'm Charlie.
Yeah.
You know. No one calls. My mother calls me Charles.
Oh my gosh, it is taking these guys so long to get these pieces in. I'm like, you guys, come
Yeah,
on,
they would-
you can do this. It's a
But
little bit of
that's
a
where
flurry
you
of
see
hands there.
That's
yeah.
where you see the difference.
It's a flurry of hands, and look at that.
solid blocks of colour is where
Yeah.
you really see the difference, and where it really sort of stretches out.
Yep.
I mean, in a marathon, so, it stretches out those distances, or if
Yep.
you're, running up a hill and, it looks like there's sort of concertinaing, and you think, oh look, he's right on his heels, but you've got
Yep.
a lot of elevation to get through, and actually they're much further apart than you might think.
Yep.
And that's what, so
Oh, good. They got
solid
it done.
colour is uphill.
Yep. Yeah, and I noticed there Alyssa was kind of, I'm going to just watch, because you get too many hands in there and sometimes that just makes it worse. I think that's where a team having years of competing together, nonstop has that advantage. They've been doing this for a while. You sort of get into a rhythm, you know how each other works, and my team at the end, we're all still going 100 miles an hour. Nobody's really backing off because we've
Okay.
kind of learned how to, it's almost like, a
Telepathic.
dance, and we've kind of
Oh, that's a nice way of
we've
putting it.
kind of learned how to move around each other and make things work without getting frustrated, and so we can keep going in those last moments with all 8 hands just working frantically. Nobody really gets frustrated. We also
There we go, Aussies.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Aussies are such fun.
Yeah.
We have such a...
Oh, I know. And they're
Are you
doing
watching
really
from
well on that
Australia?
camera. Yes, let us know.
We have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We have a lot of fun with the Australians every
Oh,
year.
I know. Too much fun, I would
Do you
say.
think? I'm being told
Not
off.
enough sleep, too much fun sometimes, but
Well,
I'm not complaining.
it's a holiday as well, isn't
Exactly.
it? So,
Yep.
they are always good fun. Always good fun.
Well, and just such welcoming. I mean, everybody here though is that way too. They're just so welcoming. I do find when I go to a lot of puzzle events, so not just competitions, but casual events and kind of fun social nights and
Yes.
things like that. A lot of the folks that come to those will say, I tend to be kind of shy, but when I'm puzzling, I feel more comfortable and it's easier to talk and meet people and that kind of thing. And so I think it's just kind of amazing when you come to a big event like this. Oh, there they are, the Sister
It's
Squared, finished their first one,
done.
get that beach puzzle done. Oh, Robin,
It's only
she's
10
being very
minutes
careful still.
afterwards. It's
Yeah.
only 10
You're
minutes
right. It's only
later.
10 minutes off of the
10 minutes
world
is nothing.
champs.
We were saying 40
Nothing.
minutes was great.
Right.
Well, I mean, 46 minutes is amazing
Yes,
as well.
46 minutes is also great.
So let's not think these are stragglers by any stretch of the
Yeah,
imagination.
yep.
We haven't got a list of those who've done a puzzle yet. We do.
Oh, I should pull it up. Yeah, we can see
Can we-
how
can we
many.
see who's-
Yeah,
I
we
think
should
we-
be able to see in the. If you go to the.
Oh dear, puzzles on the floor.
Oh no! If you go to the WJPC site, folks, you can see results as they're coming in. You go to the results tab, go down to WJPC 2023. Along the top there, you can see teams A and B. And so if you click on teams A, you can see the results as they start to come in. And they are entering the results for the first puzzles. So it's not just the
So when they've
final
finished.
times. They'll show you the first puzzle completion, and then later they'll be adding the second puzzle completion and then showing the total time. That'll determine the order and the rankings of the teams. So right now they're being ranked by their completion time on the first puzzle. And we've got 5 teams entered. There's definitely more out there, I think, that just haven't been entered yet. So just keep refreshing that page and you'll see the results as they come in. And then once we start to see teams finishing 2 puzzles, you'll see a Q next to their name if they've qualified to move on to the next round. So that's when we'll get a better sense of who's going to be competing in the final tomorrow.
So I'm gonna we've got Julie's
Yes,
right. So
Julia's
Julie's gonna be back on comms in a minute.
Yep.
But I was gonna put something past you, Val, a little idea
Yes,
I had.
yes.
I don't know what you'd
Okay.
think. Now it's very. I mean, obviously it's very difficult for people. You can't have an event really. Logistically, people can't take a week off, can they?
Right.
Some people can.
Yeah.
Some people
Yeah.
and some people can't, and some
Yep.
people do. But I think competition-wise, you can't expect to be doing a qualifying round, for example, on a Tuesday
Right.
with the finals going. I mean,
Right.
you really, it's got to be. You need 4 days to get
Yes,
to get
yes,
everything done.
yep,
So you need Thursday,
yep.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Right.
But what would you imagine? I mean, so if there was a sort of extra official event, maybe, I thought of maybe a really difficult puzzle, and it wouldn't count towards, wouldn't be part of it, but
Yeah,
just
yeah.
maybe a solid colour. and
Oh,
just
boy.
give them 8 hours to do it. And whoever wants to come can just
Yes,
come and put
yes.
their names down.
Right. No, I
and
mean, that's incredible. Yeah. I mean, I think there'd be a lot of puzzlers up for something like that.
I think they
Sure.
would. And then
yeah.
you could bring it back, but just, but nobody would be missing out
Right.
and thinking, I'm not
Right.
going to qualify if I don't go on Tuesday. They can
Right,
still
right.
arrive on Thursday
Right.
and do it, which is good.
Right.
I would have thought the majority. What would
Yeah.
you think of that?
I mean, puzzlers want to puzzle. Give them more chances to puzzle. It's so funny that, when we were talking about the Guinness thing and you say, like, people leave here and then they go back to their hotel or their Airbnb or whatever and puzzle. So, yes, I mean, people are always going to want more opportunities to puzzle and meet other puzzlers and try something interesting. I love it when you get introduced to something new. I couldn't believe yesterday we had people that we talked to that were like, I've never really done a circle puzzle. So when you just, so when you say something like, challenging people to do like a solid color, so I think that's really fun. I think if it was really large, that would be quite the challenge, although it's one of the Brazil teams that's finished. Is that one of the Brazil teams?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Just finishing. But yeah, I think, people like a challenge. They like to do something different. That's one of the things I like about Karen Puzzle's channel is she often highlights the things that are like new in the puzzling world.
She's amazing, isn't she,
Yeah.
Karen? I mean, the
Yep.
quality of her editing as well, it's just extraordinary.
Yeah.
It really is. They're so slick.
Yep.
Well done, Karen.
Well, this has been fun. Thanks for
Well,
coming,
thank
Charlie,
you.
and joining
It's
me for a bit this morning.
Great to spend a bit of
Yep.
time behind
And
cameras.
everybody in the live stream, people have been saying like, "Oh, great, Charlie, thank you." And
I
stuff. And
haven't got my glasses on. Well, thank
that's
you,
all
everybody.
right.
That's very kind of you.
But I was going to say, you're going to see more of Charlie. You see him on the stage. He does the announcements and that kind of thing. But you're going to be interviewing some of the final champions.
I will be after
as
the
they start
finals.
to
I will
finish.
be interviewing the first, second, and third.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be translating at the same time. So who knows?
Good luck with that.
Call me out if I'm speaking the wrong language. So yes, goodbye to everybody.
Yes.
Thanks very much for having
Thank
me,
you so
Valerie.
much. This was
Pleasure
fun.
to be here
Yeah.
and just enjoy the rest of the competition. It's
Yeah.
hotting up this afternoon. It's going red hot.
I hope
Thanks very much.
I hope we
buddy.
get to see you again. Yes, come back.
We will, we will.
Okay, all right.
Bye,
Thank you.
bye-bye.
Yeah. And yes, like I said, Julie is going to be joining us again here. It's been a very exciting morning thus far. Oh, thanks everybody. Charlie is fun. Yep, Karen isn't in this round. For those of you watching and looking for Karen, she's going to be in the next round that starts this afternoon. We have the second team grouping, Group B, starting at 12:30 local time here in Spain. Oh, here it is. One of the puzzles that I said I would choose. It's the Riverside Town. So I didn't get a chance to see which one they did first. I'll have to look at the results. This is table 18 from Germany. Pistagoras. It's Jana, Mark, Jorn, and Maren. So they've chosen Riverside Town, which is one of the ones I was going to pick. So Julia, you have missed a lot of action this morning.
Oh,
We've
please
had,
fill me in.
Yes.
Hello everyone. Sorry I'm a bit late. We just
No, that's all right.
I'm here also with the English documentary crew, and we're all staying in an apartment together at the other side of Valladolid, and just
So you had to wait
logistical-
until they could get over
Yeah,
here
yeah,
and
yeah.
catch a ride.
So thank you so
no,
much for
you're
Charlie
totally
to
okay.
step in
Yeah,
today.
it's going great. It's so much
Yeah.
fun. This is
I've
really
seen,
great.
Seen,
yeah.
Just as I arrived, there was a team that had already finished the first puzzle.
Yes,
but,
our first.
Please fill me in.
Yeah, so we've had, according to the results page, I think there's a few out there that haven't maybe been entered yet, but we have 8 people who finished their first 1,000 piece. We've talked this a lot on the live stream about the 4 different puzzles they had to choose from, and we're fascinated to see which 2 the teams are deciding to choose. Alejandro's team, Nonstop, is in the lead thus far. They finished their first 1,000 piece, which is the beach scene here.
That was
The
one they
official
chose.
name of it is the Shell Collector, is the official name of this puzzle.
Yeah.
And they finished this in an amazing 36 minutes, 5
Right,
seconds.
okay.
Unbelievable.
Is that very fast for a
yes,
team?
I told Charlie, I said, if we see times right around the 40-minute mark for a 1,000-piece puzzle on a 4-person team, that's impressive.
So
That's some of the
36 minutes
fastest
is-
times I've seen, and then they came in at 36. But they were followed very closely. It was like 3 teams all at once. We had the Czechs finish one in 36:07, and they, I'm trying to remember which one they did. I think they did the same one, the beach scene. And then we had Puzzle Hustle with an American team. Dawn, Andrea, Kyle, and Kelly finished only a few seconds after that at 36:35. This is the first team now, I think, this team from the Netherlands to finish. Oh my gosh, that's interesting. They didn't even put the puzzle away. They just put the tag board over it. They're the first ones, I think, to finish the panoramic Riverside, I believe, or no, sorry, it's called Berlin at Night. They are the first ones to have finished the Berlin at Night.
There's just the one panoramic.
Yeah, there's only one panoramic puzzle. The rest are kind of your standard 1,000 piece puzzle dimensions, you know, a little bit different. One's more, you know, horizontal. The Riverside Town is maybe a bit taller. But yeah, it's been really fun to see which puzzles people choose. This puzzle here that you can see the UK team working on, Sarah Jane Alma, some folks we recognize there. That Dame's Brunch puzzle.
I'm just trying to say, so how many
there
teams
are 79 teams in this division. Yep, and so 50 of them will move ahead. That gives you a pretty good chance to advance in this division. You know, more than half are going to move on. So that's
good.
You know,
there's
nice for those teams. Yep,
Alma Bell, and of course it's a Disney one.
And well, no, it's no, it's not a Disney puzzle, but yes, it's called Dame's Brunch, and this is the one where right away I said this was the first one I would reject.
Why would you reject that one?
Because of how much pink and how much tablecloth there is with that repeating pattern, and I think, and I don't, want to sound egotistical here, but I think it's bearing out because the teams I'm seeing that chose that one first haven't finished yet. And the teams that chose the beach are progressing more quickly. So we're seeing a lot of folks. Here's another team now finishing up the beach puzzle. So those that finish that beach puzzle or pick the beach puzzle are definitely progressing a bit faster. They're taking their time a little bit more and getting the next one out.
Nice folding.
But yeah, nice folding. They had it perfect and just fits right in the box. That's
Very
great.
Good. Somebody asking here, there's a team, I thought they had to, the completed puzzle had to be removed from the table because we saw somebody, didn't they?
Yeah, somebody just put the thing over it. I guess that's getting very finicky with the rules potentially.
Yeah.
Again, this is a qualifying division. I don't think there's any concern that they're going to, that would have a significant time difference or anything to overtake someone else's opportunity to advance. I think anybody who's finished with one of the 1,000s already, I think it's safe to say that they're going to advance into the final. Because just getting any 1,000 piece puzzle done in under an hour is an accomplishment.
It really is.
And I think you have to be a pretty speedy team to do that. So you can see, those that pick this panoramic where you have some solid colored sky, and those that pick this Dame's Brunch with the pink in the upper part, they're struggling a little bit. Golden State Puzzlers is a very fast team. They chose Dame's Brunch first, and they're not done yet with their first 1,000 piece puzzle.
So have you been talking yet about some of the teams that are in the competition
this
year?
Yeah, we've kind of highlighted.
Yeah.
There's not a lot where you see the exact same teams. A lot of them have, switched up some members, or, they've maybe changed slightly the composition of their group. Nonstop, though, the world champs from last year, Alejandro's team, which is at table 1 here, all the same. They haven't changed at all. The Czech Republic team, however, with Teresa and Marketa, who we got to know from the pairs qualifying, and they're very, very strong puzzlers along with their teammates. They have a totally different team. Teresa's the only one returning. They came in 4th last year in the World Championship in the teams division. And Teresa is the only returning member. Marketa, Ava, and Helen are all new to that team. But as we mentioned, they're all strong competitors. We're getting to see Anne Watanabe is competing in the teams with Craig, yes, from the Guinness, team.
Lovely. I didn't know he was going to be competing.
He didn't know he was going to be competing.
Really? So he's just jumped in.
I think it was a fairly last-minute thing. But yeah, if you look at table 15, it was Anne Watanabe, Hikaru, Craig, and Hector.
Okay.
So an international team happening over there.
And I just love the way that he is as the editor-in-chief of the World Guinness Records. He's really immersing himself in what it feels like to be a potential world-breaking puzzler.
Well, he did tell me he can do that as long as there's no chance of winning, and so I think if in any other case he can't really participate if it conflict of interest, but I don't think he anticipates winning, but I think he's just enjoying getting to participate, and it's fun to see international teams like that. Just strengthen those connections between people. So I think if the UK team here, the number 22, if they finish that one, they might be the first team to finish the Dame's Brunch puzzle. Because, like I said, I think that one's a bit of a challenge. So you can see there, Alejandro's team, the non-stop team at table number 1, their progress, it's exact same progress that everybody has with this puzzle. They get the ladies in the middle, those go together really easily because you've got a lot of variation there in color and pattern. And then it's the rest of it.
Yeah, and Alejandro's team, this is the second
This is the second puzzle. They're at an hour, and they're maybe a quarter done with their second one already. Yeah. So I do think top teams, we're going to see them finishing in under 2 hours. They've been given 3 hours for this division, but a lot of the top competitors, I think, are going to finish in under 2. But this is what makes this division so much fun, is just seeing what they've chosen and how that plays into their completion times. And yeah, it just makes it more interesting.
Have you seen all of these puzzles before?
I have not, but I wasn't getting ready for competition.
No.
I wasn't, I was getting ready in a different way. So I wasn't getting my hands on a ton of Ravensburger and doing them in advance. So, a lot of these folks may have done these before. So this is great. Now if you go to the results board and you're seeing it on the screen, you can actually see which ones they've chosen. They've input that in there, so we know what they've chosen to be their second one, even if they haven't finished their first one yet. So it's just kind of a nice glimpse at what's to come. Yeah, Alma's so happy there. I just love it. I love seeing this young competitor. And what's great about it too is she just seems so happy.
Yes,
like she's just having fun. And I love that. I mean, one of the things I, worry a little bit about is if you get young competitors, if it's hard on them emotionally, if they don't do well or whatever. But, Alma's doing great, and she's just having a good time and a fun time with it. Okay, now which table is this? 35. They've just finished. Oh, which one did they finish? Did they just finish the beach one? I didn't catch it before they tore it apart. This is the Norwegian team. Okay, so this is Anne, Christina, Hele, and Veronica. So we know Veronica. We talked to her the other day.
They're now jumping into the panoramic.
Yep, they're jumping into the second one.
Yeah. I noticed on the that British team, the one that Alma Bell is on, we've got lovely Kathy from Germany.
Yes.
As part of that team.
Oh yes, yeah.
So.
Yep. No, it's fun. We and like I said, it's hard to compare from year to year because of the fact that so many teams change up their members. So here this Australian team just finished
the panoramic one.
Yep.
And they are looking like they're going to the beach.
Oh, good. Okay, well that's a good choice, because if they already finished the panoramic,
then
that's really good, because that one was a little bit harder, and we've only seen maybe one other team that has finished that.
Yeah.
So this is exciting to see. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so we just got a note that someone is able to join us, so we're going to invite Chiara from Italy. Yeah, we'll just set these down. And we can, yes.
Welcome.
So yes, I want to welcome our special guest. So do you want to introduce yourself, Chiara, so I don't get your last name wrong or something?
Okay. Hi. So I'm Chiara Dell'Antonio. I'm from Italy, but I live in Germany. So I'm going to represent Germany now in the next round for the team competition. Oh,
yes. Well, thank you for jumping in and
thank you for inviting me.
Yes, of course. And now you're competing in the next division, correct?
I am in the next division.
Okay.
Yes.
So knowing that, now what do you think of these 4 puzzle selections? Did you just get here? Have you gotten a chance to look at them?
No, I have been here for a bit.
What do you think? What would you have chosen out of the 4?
So I think I would have gone for the panorama for sure. I believe it's the easiest.
Oh.
Well, at least for how my team is used to.
Okay.
We did the panoramas also last year. So that one. And then probably Berlin.
The Berlin.
So there's one.
This one's Berlin at night.
This is Berlin at night.
Yep.
And the one with the
beach?
drawing. Yeah, the beach.
The
I think
beach,
I would
yeah.
have chosen this too. Yes, I think
Yeah.
the beach is the easiest.
I think
Of the
that
four.
is a popular choice. I think we've seen, you know, the Australian team just finished the panoramic. Now they've moved on to the beach. So, you know, those were their choices as well. I would have gone a slightly different route. I think I would have chosen beach and the riverside town. Because I felt like the riverside
It seems
town,
busy. But
it's
I didn't
busy.
look at it in details.
It's busy, but I feel like that's a good thing. I do feel like it's going to be, I mean, you do have a lot of
it's actually
cobblestone,
nice,
but
yes, because
it's a lot
you
of
can recognize
difference.
the houses
Yes,
and lots of
yes, and the
boats
storefronts
too,
are
and
all
like
different.
The rivers
water.
on it. So
Yep.
yeah, this might have been a good choice too.
I haven't seen a lot of
agree
people
with you.
picking
now
that,
that I
yeah.
see it like up close.
Yeah,
which I
yeah.
haven't because just standing there on the side.
I did. What do you think of the teams that chose the Dame brunch, the pink? This one. Well, because to me, I put that out of contention immediately. I just thought, no.
I don't know.
Too much pink, too much tablecloth.
I love the pink. I don't know why I go for pink.
I do
When there is a
too.
pink sky, I always go for
I
the
do
pink
too.
sky.
I do wonder how
but
much that
it's
played into
you know,
it.
more oil style. Well, okay, it's not oil.
Like
painting, but, you
watercolor,
know, watercolor,
yeah.
and those are always harder.
They're right.
I really like I find it easier to do puzzles that are more defined. So like both this one, the Riverside Town, and the Berlin.
Yes.
They have these drawings that are more
Yes. More
computer
sharp.
style drawing,
Yes.
more sharp.
Sharp lines.
And I like that much better. So I think I would have excluded this also because of that.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have the sharp
Yeah.
lines.
Yes,
Yeah.
some nice comments coming in. Well done to the organisers for the lovely graphic. When you see
Oh,
the
yes,
leaderboard and
yes,
you can
it's
see
lovely,
which puzzle
yeah.
has been completed and which one it just flashes the one
Oh,
that
they
they're
have it
working on.
like
Yeah,
last year with
yeah,
the
they're
actual
so-
puzzle.
yeah, and
and
they're
I find
showing
it
their
nice
selections.
to
Yeah, so what did you think of that finishing time? I was amazed. 40 minutes to me is like really top-notch speed
Yes.
on a 1,000-piece. And here we had 3 teams finish around the 36-minute mark,
I was super impressed.
right?
Yes. The
That's
competition
incredible. Yeah,
is really strong this
it
year.
is. It's really
Yes.
strong. I'm so glad to see Golden State Puzzlers finishing the Dame Brunch one. I would
There
have
they
said they
go.
would be done with it, you know, or
Last
with
50
a puzzle
pieces or so.
in the around that 40-minute mark, and then here they are. But you know, they've definitely chosen, I think, the hardest one first.
I think so. So they can still catch up.
Yeah.
Like we saw it last year.
Exactly.
So that according to
Yep.
which puzzle people started with, then
Right.
like, you couldn't tell until
Yeah.
the end
Right.
how teams were actually
Well,
doing.
and then Charlie told us that, you know, Alejandro's team purposely, they knew they would advance because they're so good, and
Of
you know,
course.
obviously, but so they chose the hardest because they just
to
thought
because they want to trade.
Yeah, they were just sort of like, you
we're
know
just gonna
what?
Make it a bit easier for everyone else. We don't want to show
Exactly.
off
So they
too much.
purposely chose the harder puzzle, and I'm like, is that what's happening again this year? They chose the Dame Brunch because it presents a greater challenge to them. I
They
mean,
might
you look
have.
over. You look over though, and it's like, well, it's not that challenging. They're still really moving along on it,
Well,
but
it's not super hard. I
No,
think they're all
none of them are
doable.
super hard.
It's just, you know, harder
yeah.
than the others.
yeah,
But
there's none here that are like last year's, where there was one last year that was very difficult, and I think most teams wisely steered away from that. But this year, I think all 4 selections, if you choose any of the 2, you're gonna do okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think so too. I wonder when we are going to see puppies because we haven't seen any animals yet.
Right. We haven't had a fur puzzle yet, which shocks me because fur is pretty common in puzzles.
Yeah,
so
it's going
it
to
makes
come
me
up at
fearful
some
of
point,
what's going
right?
to happen in like an individual final, if it's going to be just like a lion head or something really challenging in the
I
fur
wonder
category.
too.
Yeah.
Somebody here saying that I don't know if I could puzzle with 3 other people. I puzzled with her daughter a few times, but 3 more would drive me nuts. So I don't know. Do we know what the biggest team that not necessarily kind of in the world, but what team have you played in big teams? Chiara?
Not more than 4 people.
more than
No, I've never done it.
I've never seen a contest where it's more than 4 people. I mean, we were talking about that earlier. If you have a 2,000-piece puzzle like that, is it still better with 4? And I think when you add 6 or 8, it gets to be too many hands.
Yes,
many hands.
It's too many
I did
hands.
a 2,000 with 4 people. Like I did a couple of those, like the long competitions that you know Belgium organized lots of them, the 12 hours or so. And they're like, you do tend to have bigger teams, but because you swap. It's just 4 people at the table, but you have a 5th, so you know.
Yeah, so you can get a rest. Yes, exactly. You can run to the bathroom.
Somebody here predicting that she said it now. There's going to be 2 fur puzzles.
Oh,
no.
We've jinxed it. We've jinxed it, Kiara.
Well, if it's in this round, out of 4, we can still choose.
Yes.
Well, Kiara, just a quick update for those of the folks listening. How have you been doing thus far? I don't want to get on my phone and start digging through results because you can just tell us.
Well, I think. So I was second in my first qualifying round the other day, and I placed 6th yesterday in this.
I should have remembered that you came in second, but you know it's a bit of a
fine.
blur.
There's so many people.
I know
like,
you're a solid.
I barely remember who I talked to.
Well, and you placed last year in the World Championship.
Last year was
correct?
4th.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's exciting. I mean, what do you coming into this? Do you just? Are you even nervous when you're that good?
I'm terrified. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You're terrified.
Well, I didn't. So last year during the final, I was so nervous. Like at some point, I almost fainted. There was a volunteer that was so like she came up to me and she was like, "Drink some water."
Yeah.
And I was thinking, well, I just drank some water like a second ago. That's not going to help me.
And you're like, I can't stop to drink water, lady.
Was that when you were competing by yourself?
Yes, in the individual.
And
when we did the London puzzle.
Water was essential. I know I got dehydrated last year because we were sweating so much. It was so hot in here. And they were continually, I mean, to the volunteers' credit, they were dropping water bottles off at your table. Like
really? If you
I noticed that I was noticing that they were making water widely available last year, and I think it was because of how hot it was.
Yeah,
I know I was getting, more than one.
It was in June last
It was
year.
June, yes, it was much hotter.
I didn't even see much of the town because just walking around the town, you were like boiling. So yeah, it was like, probably 100 degrees or something. So it felt really hot.
It was hot,
yeah.
yes.
Especially for
and
a
the
Minnesota.
cupola doesn't help with like all of the wine, it was stuffy in here in the afternoon.
Okay, so here's Team 23. Here's where it gets tricky now is like, okay, is this their first or their second? It's got to be their first.
That's going to be hard. So the French team with Sophie, Camille, Martina and Nicolas.
I don't think this has got to be their first puzzle. But we have had, let's see, how many have we had? We've had 34 already finish one of the 1000s, so that's quite good.
Yeah, it is. It's in an hour, so good times.
Yeah. I'm just glancing over here at table number 1 to see, is Alejandro's team.
Are they almost done?
Yeah, are they almost done? But yeah, they got a little ways to go yet. The Czech Republic team was right behind them. I mean, literally 2 seconds behind them on the last one. So we're going to have a tight finish. I think all of these top 3 teams have chosen, well, not necessarily. They haven't chosen the same puzzles, but let's see here. The third place team.
They did.
The second
and
third place teams, who were only seconds apart, did choose the same 2 puzzles. So it'll be interesting to see if they finish at about the same time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is the French team's second one that they're getting out.
Beach. Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
the beach one. Good choice.
It's probably the most common choice. Ooh,
yeah.
Piece.
Oh, I know. Be careful.
They almost forgot one.
Careful, everybody, with losing. Don't lose those pieces. Oh, okay. Here we are. We're seeing them on their second puzzle. So the Czech girls is the name of their team. Table number 2. And this is their second one, and it's 1 hour and 12 minutes. And look at that. What do you think for a time? 120?
Yeah, 120, 25, I think. Yeah, in the next 15 minutes they're going to be done.
Yeah, I think so. Which is incredible. If we see 2, teams getting 2 1,000-piece puzzles done in under an hour and a half, I mean, come on. That would be amazing.
And it might be even 3 because we haven't seen the American team yet.
Right.
But they might be close.
Yeah, no, they could be close.
So this is
can you tell which one it is?
Alejandro.
Yeah. See, they got quite a bit left. Like I said, that pink, and then
and also the green. It seems it's harder than
in between the plates. You have the same repeating pattern.
Yep.
I think they chose this one because they knew it would be a bit more challenging.
I think they know that they're going to qualify anyway.
I think so too.
Being on table 1 or table 5 doesn't matter much to them.
Right.
They're challenging themselves for training.
Yeah. Okay,
so
and now
the Czech girls. Then this is obviously
these are the top 3 teams right now we're seeing on the screen. These are the ones that
I think the Czech
finished
girls are
first
ahead
with the first 1,000 piece.
They're
of them.
Yeah, I do think you're right.
But are they ahead
they have
of
more.
Alejandro's team.
It's really hard because Alejandro team is doing a different puzzle and they are extremely fast. So I can't tell how fast they will get through that.
I do think though, looking at what Alejandro's team left and what these other 2 have left,
They're
Alejandro's team is going to be third.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be third, and we're going to see a battle between the Czech girls and the Puzzle Hustle team for first and second. And I think you're right. I think the Czech girls are slightly ahead.
Still going to be first.
Yep. Oh, here I can move this.
Someone in
puzzle
the chat is just asking about the name of the panoramic. We know it's
it's called Berlin at Night. Berlin at Night is the name.
Yeah. There we go.
Yep.
If anyone that wants to
checked it earlier because I wasn't sure whether all the monuments were Berlin or
Yeah,
other places in Germany, and so I went and picked out a box.
Yeah, the names of the puzzles, it's Berlin at Night, Shell Collector, Dame's Brunch, and Riverside Town are the 4 puzzle names. If you're wanting to look them up so that you can order them from somewhere or Ravensburger and get them to work on at home. I mean, again, I love all of these. I would work any of those. They all seem like really fun puzzles.
And there's just a question here about the teams. How many are in this round?
Oh yeah, it's 79 in this round.
And then how many go through?
50 teams are going to advance, and they want representation from 25 countries.
Yeah.
So it'll be top finishers from 25 countries, and then 25 additional teams according to their finish times.
So 50 going through from this
So you got a good
round.
chance, out of 80, 50 out of 80, that's a good chance of going on. So, who's on your team, Chiara? Who are you puzzling
Same as
with?
last year.
Oh,
so
it is?
I'm puzzling. Yes, it is. We are keeping the team together.
So just for the people on the chat, just remind everyone who's on your team,
Yes,
Chiara, and
so-
which countries you're representing.
Yeah.
We are representing Germany.
Okay.
So last year there were almost no Italians here. So I did the Paris competition with my husband, Nicola, who's coming along with me. He's here also this year. We also did the Paris competition together again.
And you see, he's Italian too.
He's Italian too, yes. And then we are puzzling together with a couple from Germany, from Stuttgart. So they're called Michael and Isabel. And yes, we are in the team together with them again.
Representing Germany. this
Representing
time.
Germany,
Last
yes.
year you
Last year
represented.
too. No, we represented Germany also last year. I represent Italy for the individuals and the pairs, obviously, but for the team, since we didn't have Italians to compete with, we reached out to them. We live in Germany. It felt fair to have a German team, and so we stick with that.
There are more Italians this year, though.
There are
because
more Italians this
I got my
year,
photo with them yesterday with their amazing flight suit outfits, and I was like, I gotta have a photo. These are the best competition outfits here. Solid.
Nicely dressed. They committed to it a lot.
They did. Got patches all over. It's fantastic. So last year, if I remember correctly, was the first time you competed.
Yes,
and then you got
it
fourth.
Yes,
in the world.
Yes, I was so surprised.
I was going to say,
what
is that like?
It was, I don't know, unbelievable.
Yeah.
I was so happy. I was already happy about, coming here and meeting all of you, you and all of the other folks from Instagram and like everybody that I've talked with online, and then I've seen them in person. It was amazing.
It's really coming down to the wire a little bit here, but because they
Puzzle
both
Hustle
have
and,
different
the Czech
areas
girls.
like kind of left. Oh boy, it's going to be really
It's
close
really
between the
it's
Puzzle
close.
Hustle team and the
It's
Czech
really
girls.
close,
Yeah. And
Can't tell
you can
anymore.
see Alejandro's team, but they're not making as fast a progress now with those sections that they have left because they're just harder.
Yeah.
The panorama one, I thought, I don't know if I would have picked that right away because I thought the sky maybe looked a little difficult, but you do have the different color blues. So
And it's not huge.
No, and it's not huge. You don't have, that's one nice thing with those panoramic puzzles is that, you kind of get a narrower space to work with. So,
But you might be right about the Riverside Town being a better choice.
it's hard to know.
Teresa shape sorting.
Yeah,
believe is the
yeah,
term.
she is. Look at that. She's putting them in a line. That's what I do as well. I put them in a line so I can kind of know which ones I've grabbed. I tend to then work like left to right and just go down the line so that I'm not always picking up the same ones.
Yeah.
But she's also just
But they
really
didn't sort all of
looking at
them,
them.
which
No. And she's really studying them to look for those teeny tiny differences that are going to help her to just find where it goes versus, you know, trying them over and over in different locations. Man, when you see the whole room, it's so crowded now with 4 people at a table.
It
We're used to
is.
seeing 2 or 1.
And it's so different because there's almost nobody, you know, looking
Watching,
at it,
yes.
watching. Well, yesterday
That's
there was a
true.
huge crowd
Yes.
around and
Yeah.
like few people inside
Yeah,
sitting down.
that's true.
And
Yesterday.
today it seems like everyone is sitting down.
I
which
know.
is a very
This is
different
the good
feel.
time to go to the merch tent. We should get over there. There's
Get a
nobody
few
in line.
raffle tickets.
Exactly. There's nothing happening in the kind of audience wings right now because everybody's competing.
Yeah.
I think what's funny is you're going to see a lot of the teams for the next division coming over probably after the 2-hour mark thinking,
I think
I'll
around
watch, and they're going to be done.
11:30 or so. Yeah. Well, maybe they're all watching the live stream.
Well,
from
that's
the auto.
true. They might be watching the live stream
I
just
did
to
do
see.
that yesterday.
Okay,
because
we're getting really down to these last few
Oh.
pieces. Here we're almost there, everyone. Should pay
I
attention.
think it's Czechs girls.
I don't know,
They have 10
but
pieces.
sometimes you get flustered with those
This is
last few.
15, yeah.
I like
But
to
they
see
have
though
them by
they're all
shape,
still
like,
going.
look-
Oh yeah,
look
it's
at
going to
them,
be
look
check
at
girls,
them.
but it's going to be check girls by seconds.
Yeah, 30
Here we go.
seconds or so.
Yes, 120. Oh yeah. 120.08 or something like that to finish 2 1,000 piece puzzles. Incredible. And there's the American team Puzzle Hustle. Oh, so proud of them. What a great effort.
Yeah, so about 8 or 9 seconds
That's
behind the
fantastic.
Czech
Oh,
girls.
just right behind the Czech girls. So close. What a great team that. Oh, so excited for them.
Go to Razor, people saying.
I will say the Puzzle Hustle team hasn't competed together ever before.
Ever before?
No, this
Wow.
is the first time they're competing together. They had somebody else that was going to be on their team. A friend of mine, actually, Mary Christensen, was going to be on their team and had to drop out fairly last minute. And I need to find out about how this came about. Kelly, they approached Kelly and she agreed to be on their team. And I'm not even sure if Kelly was planning to come to Spain. I think it was a somewhat last minute decision.
But Kelly is also super
Well,
fast.
she is, and we knew that. I mean, she's been competing in the U.S. and doing really, really well, and so I'm sure they're thrilled that they did get to compete with Kelly and
Yeah.
that they've done so well.
She plays, what did she do, third yesterday?
She
the
got
semifinal?
second in her individual
second, yes.
division.
But she
And
also
then
did
in
well
the-
in the
she
semifinal.
did.
finished before I did. I
Yes,
remember that.
yes.
I'm
She's
not
a
sure
top-
about which spot, but
Well, and if she finished before you did, that's
yes.
good.
So she's in the first 5.
Yes.
Well, Kristen
Yep.
was first. I remember that. And so
Yep.
Kelly was between second and 5th.
Yeah, somewhere in that top 5, I think you're right. Yep.
For sure.
Yeah, so Kelly's a very strong competitor, and just so happy for that team. And of course, the Czech girls. I mean, Teresa's the only one returning on that team. The rest of them, are new to World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship. So, but we saw Marquetta yesterday just do an outstanding job, and them in pairs. So,
And Teresa too.
yeah, of course. So just wishing them so much luck. And now we're seeing Sisters Squared at the top there, which I have high expectations for as well. And they're making really good progress on the panoramic puzzle.
Oh, we have the times.
Yeah.
Well,
I
just
hope
one
we.
of the times.
Right.
1 hour 20.
So we've had our first 2 teams finish. I'm curious to see where Arctic Puzzlers are at,
there's a
because
couple of questions coming
they
in about how the
they finished
Norwegian
4th
team is
earlier.
doing.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll see them on screen here soon, and we can see their progress.
Oh, they seem to be doing pretty well. They're
Yeah.
sitting here.
Oh, they're sitting
So
in front of
you
us.
can look at
Oh,
them.
okay. They're behind the
Well,
monitor for me,
I
but
see
you're
one
right.
side of
They're-
the puzzle
yep.
only, but that side of the puzzle just has one
Yep.
gap of the sky.
Julia's getting up to go take a look and see where they're at.
That's smart.
She's become our roving reporter. Yep, so they're doing the panoramic Berlin at night puzzle as well, and it's their second puzzle. How is their
How are they
progress,
doing?
Yeah,
Julia?
they're working still on the blue sky, finishing
Yep.
that off. But
Well, and see, the Sisters Squared still has some left on the bottom. on the bottom section there. So they're not even quite done with the bottom, and then they're also working on the top. So definitely Sister Squared is going to maybe be in that same kind of range of where they're at, potentially. But the panoramic puzzle does seem to be going a bit quicker for them, potentially. Oh, this is great. You're getting a look at the leaderboard there and, you know, seeing how many. Oh, yeah. Where are they at?
They are 7th. They were
7th.
Well, the first puzzle.
Ah, okay. And they did the beach puzzle.
Oh, and they chose the
They
Riverside
chose
Town.
Riverside
Your
Town.
choice.
Yeah, we'll see how that shakes out, if it proves to be an advantage for anyone.
We'll see.
I like their team name, Speechless Bricks.
I don't
Do you know where that
how to
comes
choose that.
from? No, I don't. Sometimes the puzzle team names are a bit of a mystery, but the funniest thing that's happened so far today, or I think one of the more amusing things, is Charlie's nickname for Alejandro is Sprinkles.
Sprinkles? How does it, do you know where that comes from?
He said it's like when Alejandro puzzles, it's like the pieces are in the air and they just fall and sprinkle into place.
Yes.
He said, so one minute you're
That's
looking
very
and there's
poetic.
all these, there's all these pieces on the table, and the next minute they're all magically there. Yeah.
Okay, I
So
can see
there's
that.
a question here about how come the teams get to have a selection of puzzles and the other categories don't.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's really just a matter of choice for the organizers, just wanting to kind of mix it up, do something fun in the qualifier. It does present a challenge. You can't really do it in a final division because you want the times to be comparable. It's hard, like for example, if I'm doing 2 different puzzles than other teams, I can't really get a fair sense of how I did against them. I don't know, like, was I fast with these because these were the only team that picked these 2, or if we'd have done those, how would we have compared? You can't really do that in a final division,
No,
but
and
here
that's-
it makes it a little more fun for people.
I suppose also it's part of working as a team, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is going, okay, we have a choice of 4, we know what our strengths are, and making a decision quickly to
Exactly.
choose 2 of the puzzles.
Yeah.
And it does make it more interesting for us who are
for
watching it.
sure. Yeah.
I also wondered last year with the teams, maybe like more teams qualify, so there's fewer teams that get left over, so even if there's that, maybe it doesn't affect so much, the making it
Exactly,
equitable.
yeah.
And I also thought it might have been a choice, I don't know, not the organizers, but getting 4 puzzles and being able to choose between them, even if you're out after the first competition, everybody gets a puzzle to take home.
I do think that's
and I
part
think
of it
that
as
was
well.
part of it.
Yeah, I think that is part of it. All 4 team members are going to go home with a puzzle, which is nice. Oh, so this is the Austrian team, number 33.
So they must be on their second puzzle, surely.
No, I think this is their first one. Yep. Yep. And that's where this gets confusing, though, Julia, when you mentioned, because
it's getting hard to
it
follow
gets
now.
hard to know
To
which one is
follow.
their first one, which one is their second one. And what's also off-putting, if you're a competitor, is when people cheer when they finish the
because
first
you don't
one.
know what puzzle it has.
Yes, and then you're like, well, wait a second, did they just finish both? And so it does make things a little more
I think
complicated.
nobody knows by now how many teams have finished.
Exactly. But, you shouldn't be worrying about that if you're competing anyway. You should just be focusing on the puzzle, and you'll see how it's shaken out at the end. So, yeah, Alejandro's team, even though he picked the more difficult puzzle, looks like they're zoning in and they're blazing through, and they're still going to probably finish in under an hour and a half. An hour and a half
I
with,
think so.
with a difficult puzzle
They're going
choice.
to be close, but yes, they're.
Yep.
it's good.
But they had finished first on the previous puzzle,
Yeah.
and they had done the beach puzzle.
Which confirms what we thought. The pink puzzle, which I keep
Bit more
forgetting the name
challenging.
of, was the hardest one.
Yeah, the Dame's Brunch.
The
Yep.
Dame's Brunch.
I think that's the hardest of the 4.
Yeah, very nearly finishing now.
And so it also is confusing because it is going to the results are going to shift around now as people finish.
Refresh.
Oh yeah, I got to
There you
refresh.
go. So that's Alejandro's
Yeah.
team there, finishing.
Alfonso brought us the TV.
All right.
27:38, I think it was.
For their
1
final
hour,
time. And so yes, they've already
27:38.
completed 2. That puts them in 3rd place
Yeah.
after finishing both 2 of the 1,000 people. Oh! And this team's gotten their first one done. They
Teams
just.
are so nice to see. People
I
are
know.
so happy in
I
teams
know.
competition.
Oh yeah, here we
Everybody's
go.
stressed in the individuals, and here people are just happy and cheering
Yes.
each other on. I love it.
That's part of what I like about competing as a team too, is you feed off of each other's energy a little bit, and your team members can keep you going. If you get a little like, oh, I'm bogged down, or I'm not doing so great in this part, you know, you kind of cheer each other on and encourage each other.
So the Arctic puzzlers here, looking like they're really very close to finishing.
They might be nice. Well,
Yeah.
we haven't seen everybody.
We haven't seen everybody, but they were
could
in
be.
4th earlier, so it would make sense if now they finish 4th and completing this one. Looks like they're going to maintain their 4th place spot in getting this one done. Yay! Oh, nice work. Kristen, Siv, Linda. I don't know how you pronounce Gots?
I don't know.
Gotti?
Goat.
Gotti?
Goat.
It's a family team.
Gota.
Gota,
Yes.
I'd say.
Oh, it is a family
It
team.
is. So it's
It
her
is?
sister and brother-in-law.
Oh,
or brother
no
and
way.
sister-in-law.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that's
told me
amazing. I
yesterday.
didn't know that. That's great. Family team. I love it.
Just to my right here, I can see Alejandro and Anna and the rest of the non-stop team, Spanish team, holding up the Dame's
The puzzles. Yeah.
puzzle.
Okay.
Lots of photographers taking pictures there.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely the hubbub it's gone up a bit in the dome. I imagine it'll get, you know, as we get closer to the
We're
next
starting
division.
to get a crowd.
Yeah, people are going to start to show up early for their division. And yeah, wanting to see what the puzzles were for the first one, if they haven't already checked it out on the live stream. I mean, to me, that's, I mean, one of the fun things too is you walk in and they have the puzzles stacked on the table when the teams all enter the arena.
Yep.
So everybody along the sidelines, because you know they only let them go to their table about 7 or 8 minutes before the competition's going to begin. So all you saw was all these people along the barriers just, you know, leaning
Looking,
over,
yeah.
trying to look at the puzzles as best they could from the sidelines so that they can already be strategizing of what they're going to do. And then when they get down and they sit at the table, they are not given a lot of time to make their final decision. And then the 2 puzzles that they decide not to do get put away, and they can't
that's
change
it.
their mind. That is it. You are locked in. You are doing those 2 puzzles, and that's what you're going to have in front of you for the next 3 hours.
But you have a bit of time before, like from the side. I remember it last year too. I don't know if you were there, like on my corner, but like we were there in a group, like between different teams, all talking about. But that is better. This is better.
Yeah,
but for us, we are stronger at the. I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Who was it?
I do.
The Golden Gores that we're talking. No, we are doing the buttons for sure because that is one of our strengths.
Yeah. They did that really jumbly buttons puzzle.
Yeah.
No, it is really fun to see what people choose. I remember, so you know, the 2019 they did a marathon. Charlie talked about that a little bit this morning. They did like an 8-hour contest. It was crazy. So you know, we were anticipating that as a team, knowing we were going to come to Spain and participate. We were planning it. And
Are you
then
here in 2019?
no, but it was like we were going to do the next one. Yeah, and so we were all ready and signed up for the next one, and then, you know, COVID and all of that good stuff happened, and so it delayed things a bit. And I remember, you know, and in the meantime, the USAJPA got going, and suddenly I'm talking to Alfonso on a regular basis because he's helping get our group going. So something maybe people don't know is, in addition to organizing this, he's responsible for the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association.
Oh, okay. So he's helping you out.
Yes, and so when we were first forming, he was very encouraging and like giving us pointers. You know, here's how you should get started. And so all of a sudden, I go from, you know, I want to do this someday, it's kind of a dream of mine, to I'm talking to the organizer on a regular basis. And I remember when he said, you know, we're thinking of doing something different and offering 4 puzzles and then the teams will choose. And I remember when he told me that, and I was like, are you nuts? I was like, Alfonso, nobody does it that way. Why would you ever do that? I'm like, teams are going to hate that, you know? And now that we've done it, I'm like, good for you. It works and it's fun. And I'm so glad we do this now because it just makes it more interesting in a way. You know, not that you need that because it's already pretty fun and interesting, but it's really added a fun element to the competition.
And it worked pretty well last year with the it was sad in part, but also nice the fact that we had exactly the right number of teams to go through. So like nobody had to qualify. We were all qualified.
Yeah,
and so like this first competition, like with the first puzzle, like it was really just a fun training experience for everybody.
Yep. All right, this is the Chinese team. Now,
their first or second?
I believe this is their first one.
Pin for pieces, that's called.
Oh, that's the results.
This is last year.
Yeah, sorry. That's last year. We've only got one list. Team 16. I feel like I remember that they were one of the few that picked this to do first. And then I was like, the hard one, yeah. So I believe this is their first one.
I think they can still do it.
Well, right. I do think that because they've tackled the hardest one first.
Yeah.
So presumably,
so if they get the next one going, and a half, they will do the other one.
I think they're going to finish.
35, but an hour and 25 is a good time for one of the other puzzles. If this one they can do it this time.
Yep. So. Yeah, because they are given 3 hours in this division. For those of you watching, wondering about that. Yep. So they have quite a bit of time now to still get that second puzzle finished. What are we seeing in the comments, Julia? How are things going in the comments? Anything exciting or?
Just some questions. What do we got? Yes, it's 2 1,000 piece puzzles that we need to do. The cat ears. Yes, it's the Dutch team. There was a question about how old is Kristen?
Well, I don't know if she wants us to tell us. Yes.
Surprised to find out. I think lots of people.
She definitely looks young. Yeah, she looks young.
In her late 20s.
She kind of joked that last year people thought she was in her teens, like she was still in high school or something, and no, she is in her 20s. Okay. Yeah, she just has a very young appearance. Okay, here's Coast to Coast Puzzlers. Now this is their second one, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, and they're doing quite well.
15 minutes or so. But they're sorting the pieces by shape, which is a good choice now.
So they finished the first puzzle, the beach puzzle, in, I can't get it to 44 minutes, 36 seconds. So now they're getting close to finishing that second one. So they were in 7th place after the first puzzle.
I love that. I've just seen that the team name for Team 41, which is a UK team, is Bridge Over Troubled Jigsaws. Nice reference there to the...
I'm not getting bridge.
No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I think it's their initials. I can see. So there's Billy, Jenny, Billy, Rachel, Ingrid and Jenny.
Yeah.
And so they've put those names together.
And it's a play on bridge.
Yeah. With Bridge Over Troubled Water.
That's a nice name.
I like the name of this team also from Austria. So it's Wien to Zurich via Ravensburg. Nice reference to the sponsors there.
Yep. I do enjoy seeing the puzzle team names.
I think it is fun, to work out what the name is going to be for your team.
What's your team name?
Eckteile, which means it's the corner pieces.
Oh, that's what that means.
Yes, that's what that means, because it's 4 pieces. So I don't remember who came up with it. For sure not me, because I'm bad at names, but that's what it means.
Look, I'm glad you can translate. Yeah, and there you get to get to see you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
So glad you came with us. Yeah. Well, that is a very cool team name. I like that.
Yeah. So this year we made T-shirts and we have
the corner pieces,
because that's actually what it means.
Yeah, that's great.
There's an Irish team, I can see they're called Stuck in the Middle.
Cute. Finishers for the finished team. Nice.
That's very good.
Just for fun. I like that.
Breaking Puzzles from Peru. Fantastic.
Last Minute Chaos, UK team. Pin for pieces. That's nice. Yep. Chinese team that just finished the Dame Brunch puzzle.
So just a reminder then that there were 4 teams that finished within 1.5 hours, which is
quite impressive.
Still got another hour and a half to go.
Yep. Yeah, this is really, really fun. Somebody said Eckteile is so German.
Well, it is.
You are a German team.
So, which is a German name. which nobody knows how to pronounce outside of Germany, I guess, but it's okay. Yeah, I remember last year Karen, like when she did the video, she tried to pronounce it, but
really?
she messed it up. Yeah. There were lots of German commanding and trying to teach her how to actually.
You're like writing her, Karen.
Well, I was too late by then. Like she had gotten more comments on YouTube without me having to write her.
Well, a lot of people have been asking in the comments, where's Karen? People, when they first showed it overhead, like a big shot of the whole group, they were like, it's like searching for Waldo. And then I had to let everybody know, Karen's not in this division, folks. She's in the 1230. Yes. And we do like to give her a break from asking her to comment or do anything like that before competing. You know, she wants to focus on that, and she's busy
it is
too.
Stressful.
Yeah, it's stressful.
I assume, you know, also getting asked for so many pictures and talking to so many people, it's exhausting when you feel more pressure when.
She has a lot of fans.
Yeah,
she has a lot of fans here, and then in addition to just competing, you know, she's filming all day and she's creating content. And she's working with her camera person, and so. You know, she's on the job, so to speak, so she's got a lot going on, but hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to her at some point later today and kind of recap things for everybody who's listening and watching.
But she's also competing, like, in the next three. So,
she is,
like,
today is a big day for folks.
Big day.
You too. I mean, you know,
yes.
For all the people who have made it into the final with the pair and the individual, they're going to be putting together 3,500 puzzle pieces today. I mean, teams, you're sharing that burden with 4 people, but you're completing 2 1,000s in the team, 1,000 in the pair, and a 500 in individual.
Yes,
that is a lot of puzzle pieces, and it's a long
and
day.
It's a lot of hours.
Yeah.
And, well, for the stress level, it's a long day.
Right. I mean, I do think at some point you kind of reach like a. You know, I can maybe not be as nervous because you're just fatigued. You can't keep up an anxiety level all day long, right?
I don't know. I will tell you at 9 p.m.
You can mention. Oh, nice work. Coast to Coast Puzzlers finishing. I think, does that put them in 4th? Are they no, 5th? Because I think Arctic Puzzlers maybe finished 4th. I got to refresh.
Yes, Arctic Puzzles was 4th.
Yeah.
So they're 5th.
I think this
Unless
team.
someone else finished in the meantime and we missed.
Right.
Oh, another puzzle almost done. Friends.
Yeah.
Is it their first or second puzzle?
Yeah, that does put. Oh, wait a second. Sisters Squared finished. Oh, they finished, and I didn't even. I don't know. Did we even catch that on camera? They finished theirs 1 hour 31 minutes.
Oh.
So yeah, they're in 5th. The Sisters Squared. They were further over, I think, with Robin DeCare, Betsy Parker, and Kathy and Jean Reuter. They finished in 1:31:43. They got their second puzzle done. Yeah, we missed it. But Coast to Coast Puzzlers, I think
so they're
maybe.
Probably 6th.
Yeah.
Unless we missed someone else finishing.
Right. Unless we missed another one, I think Coast to Coast is 6th.
They are done now.
I can't tell.
It's 14.
They must be done. They're not getting their other puzzle out.
Oh.
So.
Oh.
Now, who is that? I didn't see the
team
team
French
number.
team, number 14.
French team.
Well, 14 from the table number.
Ah, okay, 14. Sorry, yep.
Fast and Puzzles.
Ah, yes. No, that is
nice
their
name.
second. That is their second. Yep. That is their second puzzle that they just finished. They finished the first one in 52 minutes. They really moved on that one. Ah, yeah, here it is.
We also didn't see
Yes,
them
we
finish.
also didn't see the Italian team finish. So the Coast to Coast Puzzlers were actually in 7th, and the Italian team was in 6th. Oh, that's exciting. We've had a few finishes off camera. I will say it's a little hard, I think, for the cameras to track because they're trying to get people finishing their first puzzle and their second puzzle. So
well, yeah, and they also don't know who is on their first or second puzzle,
right?
Unless
Exactly.
they are the same cameraman that filmed the table before,
exactly.
and so they are probably getting confused on who they should.
Yeah, who they should be covering. So there we got to see the Super Piezas team, the Spanish team that is very, very competitive. They always do really well in this category, and they just finished their second. So yeah. That's exciting. We got almost 10 done now, approximately. Maybe we're at about 8 or so. Yeah, if you want to. Maybe
so yeah, Chiara, thank you so much for joining us. But we've got Puzzle Hustle waiting.
Yeah,
in
we're going to talk to some. We're going to talk to some winners.
And all the best for later.
Yes, good luck this afternoon.
We'll be cheering you on.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk to you again later. Yeah, thanks, Chiara.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. We've just turned the sound off momentarily because we are bringing in Puzzle Hustle from the USA to talk. So we'll be back with you soon, but there's just a lot of moving around, and we'll be back.
See here, and then you can turn that one on. Oh, yeah.
So, Puzzle Hustle. Yeah, okay, we're back. And we have the wonderful Puzzle Hustlers here.
Yes, joining us.
Guys?
Good,
Well
good. Yeah. Sorry, we heard that you guys were chatting about Kelly, and we're curious how, and she's partnering with Amber on a different team, so we wanted to come.
Yeah, no, I because I know, I'm friends with Mary, and I know she was going to be on your team and then had to cancel fairly last minute, and I was like, Kelly was kind of a last-minute substitute, and I didn't even know, Kelly, were you planning to come, or was this like they recruited you and convinced you?
Well, because Andrea asked me back in like January or something, and I was applying to medical school, and I was like, I don't know where I'm going to be next year. And then it so happened to align with my fall break, so when they asked, I was like, why not?
Are you glad?
We were shocked. She said yes, honestly. We were like, it was a month ago.
Yeah.
And so to book an international trip, but she...
Yes, that's crazy. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to introduce you. I know, people can't necessarily see you. The cameras are kind of out in the arena right now, capturing finishes. But we've got Andrea. I'll let you introduce yourself so they hear your voice.
Yeah. I'm Andrea Kyle. I've been cheering too loudly for people, so I'm kind of losing my voice. But I'm from Minnesota, and I'm part of the Puzzle Hustle.
Yeah, I'm Kelly Walter. I'm originally from Chicago, but I live in Arizona now.
I'm Kyle Cosson. I'm from Bountiful, Utah.
And I'm Dawn Rasmussen from Prior Lake, Minnesota.
This is so exciting. I mean, I'm like a proud mom right now. Because none of you have been here at Worlds.
No.
A lot of you are new to puzzle competitions in general. Like, you haven't been doing this like 20 years, like some old timers like yourself. So, I mean, can you believe it? What are your thoughts right now? What's happening?
Oh, it's so crazy to think, like, to have watched all the recaps and Karen's videos last year, and now to be here and a part of this. It's very surreal, and it's been a ton of fun.
And the fact that we were that close, like 8 seconds.
Yeah.
So close.
For teams specifically. We knew teams was going to be our best shot at placing high, so we were very excited that we were able to come in.
But you've all been doing really well. I mean, just kudos to all of you. Kyle, Don, what about you? What are you guys feeling right now?
I'm excited. I mean, we come from all across the nation, so we've had maybe 3 practice puzzles together just this week, and already found our chemistry, and I feel like did better than ever, you know, when it counted right there.
Yeah. Dawn, have you ever done a 1,000-piece puzzle in 36 minutes before?
1 hour, 38 minutes, I think, or 48 minutes, but never. But I can't believe it either. Honestly, when we started today, I said if we see a team get around 40, we're going to know they're really cooking, and then 36. I mean, come on, guys. Give us all a break here, you know?
Oh my God. I remember I looked up at the clock and I was at 37 at that point, and I was like, wait, that was 37 minutes.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, we can believe it.
Yeah.
That's great.
Wait, we can see everyone now.
There we can see everybody. Say hello.
Well done, there they are.
Hello, this is us.
Yes. Well, I gotta ask right off the bat, puzzle choice, because you know it is a big factor in this the way this is constructed with having to choose 2 out of the 4. Was there one that you eliminated immediately? Did you know exactly which 2 you were going to do from the start? How did you decide?
The third one. I don't know if have you seen anyone do it?
Riverside Town.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I would have chose that one.
Really? Oh, way too busy.
Oh,
After the
really?
stairs yesterday,
Okay.
yeah, we were not.
We're not messing around.
We were not gonna do that. Yeah, there's just not enough that you can sort and pull out.
Oh, sure.
So we immediately eliminated that one. We saw just the side of the pink one where there's less of the image, and we thought, oh, maybe if there's like a good tablescape. But then we saw how much pink was in the background and the green tablecloth, and we were like, that's gonna be a pain in the butt. The beach was our first choice. We knew right away because you got multiple horizon lines you can use and distinct chunks within there. And then we were debating between the pink and the sky, but we ended up going with the panorama because of the clean lines and the fact that there was a gradient in the sky. Made it a clear choice, and I think we all agreed with that.
Yeah.
Were you taking notice of what other teams chose and being like, okay, we chose wise lines?
Before I was like looking around and I was like, oh no, they chose the pink one. I don't know about that one.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Alejandra's team, you know, Team Nonstop, they chose the pink one.
Intentionally.
Yes, and you know, they were in the lead initially, not by much. I mean, you were all so tight in there. There were 3 of you within a minute of each other. But yeah, the minute I saw that was their second puzzle they pulled out, I was like, all right, here we go, because I don't think they're going to finish that one as quickly as you and the Czech girls were going to finish the panorama puzzle.
Yeah, and that's how it ended up.
Yeah.
So we're just we were hoping for top 5, so we're going to keep those hopes for the final tomorrow.
Yeah, because we still have another division after this one with really tough competitors.
Yes, exactly.
Are you guys going to stick around to see what their puzzles?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. How could you not? I mean, this is what we're here for, so it's fun to cheer other teams on. And
So when you're watching teams around, what are you noticing? What are you looking at?
Oh man, I think I love when they do the 3-shot like they're showing right now, because then you can really compare the 2. We were kind of joking that one day, like, we hope there's an AI camera over every table so you can see the exact piece count of like how many pieces are in place, because otherwise it's hard to tell, you know, who's in the lead. But it's fun to see, people pull ahead or someone gets stuck on a section and then come back, and I don't know.
But it's also kind of hard because some people start with a different. We may have chose the same 2 puzzles, but flip-flopped them and did one first. So then it's kind of hard to gauge where you stand.
Yeah. So.
Well, and it is confusing for people watching in a way, because now somebody finishes and you're like, wait, is that the first one or the second one? So I keep telling folks, keep an eye on that results page, because that's where you're going to really know for sure where people are standing, because it literally shows you on the page, this is the first puzzle they're doing and the second one. So when they came around and were like, are these the 2? Was there any doubt, or was it just like, nope, we know this is it?
We agreed really quickly.
Really quickly?
Yeah. It's pretty easy.
Are you going to be giving other teams a hard time for making bad choices?
Man.
And I'm looking at you, Golden State Puzzlers.
What was their first one?
Well, they chose Dame's Brunch, the pink one, and they did that first.
Oh yeah, and then they did the panoramic. They didn't do the beach.
Right, they didn't.
Yeah, we'll give them some crap for sure.
I just want to know why.
what they're
I'm thinking maybe they're showing off a bit. They're just like, you know what, we can choose the hard one. We're gonna advance. We're gonna be fine.
My gosh.
I couldn't believe Charlie Kendall this morning was saying that the Alejandro team will purposely pick harder ones because they kind of know they're going to advance and they kind of want to challenge themselves a little bit. So they also chose Dame's Brunch. So so they picked a harder puzzle.
We're so green that we just wanted to make. Wanted to pick.
You're not taking any chances.
Right, no.
You're like, we want to get as far as we're going to go. So what are you looking forward to now? You're all in the individual and the pair. You got a big day of puzzling ahead of you.
Yeah, we're trying to keep up our stamina. Yep. We got orange juice. The fresh orange juice here in Spain, I don't know, like coming from America, I drink it as often as I can get it. So I'm drinking a lot of orange juice. What about you guys?
I think just hanging in there because the pairs, we did 500 yesterday and now it's 1,000. So that's kind of a mind shift too.
It is comforting for me to know that all the puzzles from here on out are unreleased because I know we've seen a lot of puzzles this week where some of the top puzzlers have done them, maybe even many times before. So to see how the standings are after clean slate for everyone, it'll be interesting to see.
That is a good question. Actually, had you done any of these? No.
No, I actually brought the second round that Dawn competed in for individuals, that ocean one. I have that in our Airbnb, but she hadn't done it, and I hadn't done the one that bowl that I did. But no, I don't think I've done any other ones.
I haven't done any of them.
Really?
No.
Okay. And I practiced a lot of puzzles. Ravensburger.
So these are all a surprise. Well, that's cool, because I wondered that too. All of the puzzles we're seeing in these team qualifiers are puzzles that you could have done before. They've been released, they're in the catalog. So I was curious about that too, and if that played into people's choices. Surprisingly, me as like a cutthroat competitor, I'm just like, well, if I've done it before, I'm going to be happy because I would hopefully improve and get an even better time. But I talked to all these puzzlers and I was disappointed when it was one I'd done already, and I was like, come on.
Oh my gosh.
But I do think thus far it's been qualifiers, so the pressure's off a little bit.
And
that's true. So people then do kind of want to do something new because it's a little more fun than just going into kind of auto mode of doing what you've done before.
That's true. I will say I did do the stairs one from Pairs yesterday, the Ludicrous Library, and so but that didn't help at all because that puzzle is a hot mess. I was like, just pull the banisters. And then there's just books, so it's kind of, that one was hard to do. But we made it. We made it, And I have to share my husband, who is here as a +1, and there's a lot of husbands running around that are cheering on their spouses, and boyfriends, girlfriends, all that good stuff. But he got pulled into a team last minute, so he's out there right now, puzzling. And
I love it.
We measured ourselves once, and I'm at least 10 times faster than him. So I think he's probably just pushing pieces around. But I'm excited that he said yes because he probably So.
And what's your husband's name?
Austin. Kyle. I don't even know what his team name is. If you're out there.
Root for Austin. He got drafted at the last moment.
He did.
I do love that actually about the teams because there is space. We have 100 tables and there's only 79 that are full right now. So you do see that a little bit. When there's a room still in a division, you'll start to like the Japanese team we have in the corner here with Craig from the Guinness Book. He's competing today.
I love it,
because a group just decided, hey, let's do this, and joined at the last minute. So it's unusual to me. I often expect, well, if we have like 600 individuals, good job on the Denmark team.
Nice.
When you have 100, hundreds of individuals, you expect, well, you're going to have just as many then into teams, but it does seem like we never have as many team competitors as we do in the individual and pairs. I think that's unusual for Americans because most of our competitions are for teams. I think in Europe it's more common for them to have pair and individual contests. Do you think that presents an advantage to Americans that we have more opportunities for team competition?
I know I prefer teams way more than individuals, just because if something's not your strong suit, it might be the other teammates, so you can kind of shift.
Way less pressure. I know I've heard you talk about that before, of like, it's just fun when you get to talk to each other and like, it's less pressure on any one individual. So
I will say you guys appear to be in a groove because one of the things I noticed,
if a team is sort of like, some people are backing off towards the end because they're like, I don't want to get in the way. To me, it's like that's a sign of a team that maybe hasn't gotten a chance to compete together much because they haven't developed that kind of flow and rhythm yet. We were talking this morning, it's a little bit like a dance. You know, you kind of learn how to work around each other well and flow well as a group. You see, like, you know, the non-stop team, they clearly have been doing this a while. They're all in it right up until the end, and they just can kind of coordinate around each other. You were doing the same thing. So congratulations on that. I'm finding your flow. You're in the groove.
Yes, no sorries in puzzling. No. You cannot say sorry. There was a few, but we always then apologize for apologizing. So.
That's a rule. The Wicked Kittens team, no sorry. We're like, you know, because if you do that, you're going to hear it like 800 times in the course of a puzzle. Sorry. So yeah, you just got to get over that and not be self-conscious about it. So I am also going to ask you, what's been the highlight of the last couple of days? We're on day 3. Any super memorable moments or things you're going to talk about in years to come? What do you think?
I think as exciting as these final rounds are going to be, I think day 1 was my favorite just because we got to see, the Americans divided between the different groups and cheer each other on and see each other, succeed. And a lot of Americans, towards the top of that leaderboard. That was very fun to see. And just chatting with everybody about the puzzles before and after. It's been a lot of fun.
I think too, just everybody cheers for everybody. Like, it's such a great community. There's so many tight-knit people, and just even not just from America, but other countries as well. And I think that's really fun.
Yeah, it's fun to walk around and hear, like, most people, because you live in America. Most people are American, but like walking around and like you just hear so many different languages and people, and so it's super cool to just have such a
the Australian team got their second one done. I recognize that. Oh, look at that. Okay, they have got the most solid uniform game.
Oh, yeah.
We need to step it up.
Right.
Why don't we have puzzle shorts?
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
So fun.
Kelly, any highlights for you?
I was going to say, I will say, other than the team camaraderie, because I totally agree with my team, my first competition, getting second, I shocked myself with that one. So it's the fastest puzzle I've ever done. 18, I think. So that was very exciting.
Yeah. Well, you guys have just been amazing. It's so fun to watch. I'm so happy for you. I really am. It's so rewarding. I'm like trying not to get teary-eyed. And people yes, it's just so great. I wish we could see, where some of these, we have a lot of front row tables here, and usually if you're in the front row, that kind of denotes your status or your speed level. We have a lot of front row tables here that are still working away at that second 1,000 piece that they still got to get done. And looking around the room, you're still seeing a lot of puzzlers. A Sweden team that they just finished, and I think one of the pairs that did really well the other day is in that group there that just finished. But do you guys enjoy just watching? What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. It is. As a puzzler, it's fun. I think whenever I watch myself puzzle back, I'm like, what are you doing? That piece goes right there. Like, it's so easy when you're not in it to critique yourself. And so I think, so seeing other people is cool. And I mean, especially the fastest that are just almost like machines when they're to race on those people. It's just like, wow, it's amazing. So,
Anything you're learning from watching?
There's that. I think in terms of the strategy, I still am trying to figure out: is it better to be methodical and precise, or rapid fire? Because like Christian and Alejandro, two of the fastest people, like very different strategies, and to show they're both there. So I think that's something. They went for the busy one.
Yeah, and you're right. I'm starting to doubt my selection because I'm not seeing a lot of Riverside Town finishers in the top here.
It's also really dark, and the lighting isn't optimal today. So
I just thought when I first looked at it, I thought, you've kind of got just it's busy, so you're not going to have a big chunk of pieces anywhere where you're like, where does this go? Everything's pretty identifiable, but you might be right in not having some clear sections. Maybe that does make it a little harder, especially as a team, when it's more jumbly like that.
I was going to say, because we like to, like, especially with the beach one, we kind of did our sections outside of the puzzle and then smushed them together, where I think that would be really hard to do that, so you might be fighting with each other with arm space.
Are you going back when you get done and looking at the live stream and seeing how you did? Do you watch yourself?
I already did. Well, we wanted to see how close we were because we knew we finished 1, 2, 3, and we were only like 30 seconds behind the top two.
So you went back and went through the tape, in other words. Like, let's look at how we did. That's fun. I like to think about that. People like reviewing the play-by-play, so to speak.
Yeah. We also.
Julia just came back from walking around. Yeah, tell us what you found.
No, I was doing something else actually, but I'm just curious to see how Craig here, who's the guy from the World Guinness Records, is doing, how his team's doing.
Hey, there goes. Definitely.
Golden State puzzle is just finishing.
Just finished in just over 2 hours. Yep, that's great. They got done in just over 2 hours. They picked a hard puzzle for that first one, but that's still really good time for two 1,000-piece puzzles.
Cheers, well done, girls.
Yep. Now, I think this is the first one these guys are completing, but this is
this
Ann
is
Watanabe.
Ann Watanabe
with
and
Craig,
Craig.
From Guinness and their teammates. I think they're table 15 or something like that.
They're right here.
Yeah, it's Craig, Hector, and Hikaru and Ann. Ann,
very
one of the most
exciting.
famous people here. I don't know if you guys knew that. Ann Watanabe, she has a YouTube channel with over 1 million followers.
Wow.
She's from Japan, and she's one of the reasons she's here is to really try to get this out to the Japanese audience so that they'll learn more about it and get involved in speed puzzling, so next year we'll maybe have a lot more Japanese competitors here. I think there are only a couple here this year, so she thinks this has huge potential for growth in Japan and wants to get it out there.
I love it.
So she sat with us a little bit and talked yesterday, and the comments were pretty excited. They're like, oh my gosh, Ann Watanabe. She's a pretty famous YouTuber, so that's pretty exciting. Yeah.
I know. I hope it keeps growing. So that's why I'm like, well, we're still small. We got to do the best we can, get our prizes, and then we can, coach and talk about the good old days and bring, the next generation of puzzlers.
Kelly's like, I'm only 19.
I'm 22. I'm 22.
But still, you're a young team. I would still say you're a young team. You still have lots of good puzzling days ahead of you, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. But yes, I'm gonna let you guys go.
Okay,
thank you
so
much. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
So fun to have you on. Have a good rest of the day. Good luck later. Good luck in all the other competitions. All right. I'll just scooch over. All right. I'm going to go back to looking a little bit more closely at how things are progressing here. I'll refresh my leaderboard. And let's see how many teams have just finished both puzzles now at this point. We're at the little over 2 hours. They've got about an hour to go.
And of course, the next qualifying round B will be starting here at 12:30 CEST time. And just a reminder for people that the teams have to complete 2 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzles, and they get a choice of 2 out of 4 that they have to decide on at the start of the round.
Yes. So we've had 23 teams thus far complete 2 puzzles, 2,000-piece puzzles. Unbelievable, really.
Amazing.
I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah.
It was so exciting to see all those teams finish a 1,000-piece puzzle in under 40 minutes. That was just amazing at the start.
Now that's an interesting technique. The Spanish team there on table 9, they seem to have deliberately left all of them. You can see the outline of the other dames standing up and sitting down, but they deliberately left the pink till last, knowing that is most
That's going to be the challenge, exactly.
Finishing.
Oh, we got another team here. It looks like this is their second finish. You can kind of tell who's finishing their second one and who's finishing their first by, do they immediately start deconstructing it and putting it in the box? If they all sit down and take a deep breath, you know that, okay, they're done. They've finished them both. But yeah, that one, I just can't believe how much pink there is there. It would have been hard to reject this one for me because I like pink.
Yeah, and of course this is that's Gisela there on the right hand side.
Yeah.
Alejandro's pair partner.
Yep. Yeah, so those are some fast puzzlers, and you can see there that's presenting a challenge. Yeah, this is one of the American teams, Team 38. So let's see what the name is on this one. It looks like, well, I can see their T-shirts, the Texas Misfits.
There's a suggestion that's come in from Alex Norman, who I'm pretty sure is that lovely British journalist based in Cyprus.
Oh, yes.
But he's saying it would be helpful to have 2 flags on each table. Red denotes the first puzzle and blue denotes the second puzzle. Yes, but that's a lot of running around the room, I guess, for the organisers. They're already having to keep an eye on which teams are doing well. So that the cameras can be focusing on them. So and we will pass that suggestion back.
So another team finishing. Can't really tell who it is from here. Some big cheers. Oh, it must be an Australian team. We've got a lot of Australians clapping and cheering for them.
So how many people have finished so far?
We've had 23 teams finish thus far.
Okay.
I will say, if you go to the website, go to the results for the WJPC 2023 and click on that Teams A division. You can see the results as they come in, and you can see the 2 puzzles they chose, their time, completion time for both puzzles, as well as, their final completion time.
I have to say again, I think it's so amazing how quickly they managed to input the results.
Just
keep refreshing that page so that you can see the results as they're coming in.
The volunteers are practically running. They get a result, they run it right up to the front. There's somebody there that inputs everything. It just goes live immediately. Yeah, it's really a great system.
It's worth reminding everyone that pretty much everyone connected to this championship is doing this on a voluntary basis. They're doing it for the love of puzzling. And again, a big shout out to Alfonso, who's just standing to my right there, who's the president of the World Jigsaw Puzzle Federation, and Diane
Healy.
Diane Healy from Australia, who's the vice president. I can see just over there cheering on her Australian fellow
counterparts.
She's just waving.
I was just going to say we should wave her over and get Diane to join us. Let's get her
because
to
I
jump
think it's just that the passion here is very much what keeps this going, what keeps it driving. So everyone here is doing this kind of as a second job. They're doing it for the love of it, not getting paid.
Oops, sorry. Sorry, Julie.
Thank you.
All right,
Diane. Hello.
Good morning.
Lovely to see you.
Buenos noches.
Buenos noches. Buenos dias. Are we Saturday? Are we Sunday? Are we Friday?
No, it's a blur.
How's it going?
Yeah, fantastic. I think I'm climatizing to Spanish times. I'm late mornings, late nights, and a siesta in between.
I don't know how you're doing it, Diane. You're a bit. Oh, there's the Norwegian team finish their second puzzle. Good job, Veronica and team. I don't know how you do it. You're a bit of a globe-trotter, Diane. I know you're on a kind of year of travel, and I mean, it must be a constant struggle adjusting to time zones because you're changing time zones so often lately.
It's a struggle I'm not going to complain about.
Exactly. It's like, my diamond shoes are too tight.
That's how I feel, yeah. But I've had quite a puzzly year. I attended the Swedish National Jigsaw competition, which was absolutely wonderful. It was so exciting, and I've convinced David, the president of their association, to come over to Spain, so he's here today or this whole weekend. And I went to the UK to their British Championships.
You're like a puzzle ambassador right now. You're spreading the joy of puzzling around the world.
Oh, if I can spread the joy of puzzling around the world, I'd be a happy little person. So yeah, I do it sort of subconsciously because I think anyone who's here today you can't walk away without catching that bug of the puzzling community. And I just think there's so many people who don't know about it.
Right.
So I love telling people about it and them going, there's a what?
Yeah. Look at this team just scramble at the end. Team member 11.
Switzerland.
From Switzerland. Once Upon a Puzzle. Love the name. finishing their second one. Nice work.
Team shirts.
Yeah, love it. This is my favorite competition. I'm not gonna lie. Teams is my favorite. I love doing it as a competitor, and I love watching it because it's just so joyful, and I feel like there's more almost excitement and just, you know,
Teams is fun.
Yeah.
Fun
You
to
can really
watch.
feed off of each other too, and keep each other going and encouraging. Oh, look at that! She's puzzling over the top of the other. That's a new technique. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And people are having fun with it. I mean, that's one nice thing with this qualifier. You've got about 80 teams or 79 teams and 50 move on, which means, you know, it's a little, you know, if you're doing well, you feel a little bit more like
you might just
have a little fun with it and not worry quite so much.
That's a great tactic right there. They've brought the remaining pieces to the center of the puzzle.
I love that tactic, and using the hands as like, here, I'm going to hold these for you, for my fellow teammates, because honestly, if you've got 4 people, 8 hands going, and you've got that little bit of space left, you almost do want to just do it one-handed, you know, kind of, so there's 4 hands kind of doing it. I love that. I've seen teams do that. And actually, we have started doing that a little with my team, of kind of helping each other and holding the hand out with pieces in it so they're right in front of you. I love that. Oh, so
That's
great.
the first time I've seen that, and I think I'm going to use that
Yeah,
one.
that's
That was
a good
really
one.
good. On that,
They're
Portugal
doing it as well.
are doing it as
Portugal
well.
too, yeah. Look
So you
at
put
that.
it on display for all your teammates to see, because one of the disadvantages of doing a team race is you can be so far away from the piece of puzzle that you're looking for.
Yeah, because you've got a bigger puzzle you're dealing with, so the dimensions are larger, so it's a little further to reach across. And yeah, like you said, like looking there, you know, they have the pieces really spread out right now. So I have to ask everybody who sits down, I'm like, okay, which would you have chosen, Diarn? Looking at these 4, what do you think you would have picked to do?
To be honest, my first instinct was the one with the ladies at the table. I think that's just because the picture is pretty to me.
Yes, exactly. It appeals to you.
But then when I looked a little bit longer, I thought, no, definitely the panorama with the Ferris wheel, and then the beach scene, I think, are the 2 fastest puzzles. Yeah. I would have chosen
And
those.
that bears out because the top winners were the teams that picked those 2 puzzles.
Really?
Yes. Yep.
I know for a fact last year our Australian team picked the wrong puzzle. We had this, you know, you could pick 2 from 4, and we made a boo-boo on that selection.
Yeah. Interestingly, the non-stop team, you know, the #1 team from last year, they picked the beach one, and they did that initially. Amazing time. I don't know if you saw their first completion time with non-stop. They finished the puzzle in around 35 minutes something, right? But what's even more fascinating is there were 2 teams right on their heels. 12 seconds later, Czech girls finished the beach puzzle. So we had 3 teams that did the beach puzzle first. All 3 were within a minute of each other, right around the 36 to 37 minute mark. And then the Czech girls in the Puzzle Hustle, they chose the next easiest one, the panorama. And here we go with nonstop. They picked the Dame's Brunch. And I said, oh, that's going to make a difference. And it did. They dropped down to 3rd place. They were in 1st, but that puzzle presented a slightly bigger challenge. But, you know, they still got it done and got 3rd place, even though it was a harder puzzle.
I love that the competition gives them that option to choose because it actually highlights another skill of puzzling,
which is the
to
teamwork.
recognize and to recognize a difficult puzzle to an easy puzzle. Some people can't read that. Some people look at a puzzle and go, oh,
yes,
that one's easy, and then they can't work out why they can't complete it. And so that's another skill.
Oh my goodness.
Another team's just finished.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's another skill that people don't realise is a part of competitive puzzling. When it comes to teams, learning to pick your puzzle. I love it.
I'm going to give some people some behind-the-scenes knowledge. You and I were on a text thread with Alfonso when he proposed this, And I seem to recall both of us being like, are you crazy? The competitor in us was like, well, that's not good because then you'll do different puzzles and you can't get a fair time comparison. And oh, it's a terrible idea, Alfonso.
We did react like that, didn't we?
We reacted poorly because we were like, well, you can't possibly change the formula, Alfonso. You got to do it like you always do it, which is you give them puzzles and you tell them what order to do them in, and it's very assigned and structured. But he was right.
So it was
so
his
much
idea,
more
was it? To have the choice?
In the very beginning.
Yes.
So we felt that for competitive puzzling to be fair, everybody had to do an identical puzzle.
Yeah.
So when it was put to us, we thought, no, that doesn't make it even.
Right.
But the fact that they get to select their
Yes.
puzzle out of the same 4 options makes it fair.
Yeah.
And as I say, it highlights that skill to
Yeah.
recognise an easy and a difficult puzzle.
And also, as I was talking about earlier, it highlights also your ability to work as a team.
Yeah.
Because you're having to make.
Yeah, you have to make a choice right at the beginning. You have to agree.
You have to agree on the choice.
Yep.
And it sounds like, I mean, if that is clearly a skill to know which are the harder puzzles, which are the easier puzzles, that you'll all gravitate to the same ones.
Yeah, but everybody I'm sure you've heard over this weekend, some people prefer landscapes, some people prefer busy puzzles.
Yep.
So we all excel in different areas, which is another beauty of competitive puzzling.
But I do want to say, kudos to Alfonso for kind of coming up with this idea and getting it going, because it has made, it's a unique feature. I've never seen anybody else do this before, where you have this type of, choice of puzzles. But I do think it's really ideal when you have the qualifying and the final divisions, because, as I've mentioned, in the final they'll have the same puzzles, so then it will be comparable.
Yes.
You can compare the teams accurately in terms of their time, because they'll be doing the same ones. But in this division, just changing it up a little.
It's fabulous.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm already just dying to get to the next one at 12:30 to see the 4 that are going to be up for choice there.
Actually, kudos to Ravensburger as well, because to be able to offer 4 puzzles when only 2 are needed, that's very generous
It
of
is
Ravensburger
very
as
generous,
well.
because each teammate gets a puzzle to take home.
Yep.
It's lovely. And honestly, when I looked at these 4, and I mean, this is the beauty of a Ravensburger puzzle as well, I want to do all 4 of them. It's not like any of them are like, I'm like, all of these are great. Like, if I went to a store and I was looking, I would choose any of these to buy and take home with me. And I'm sure that's the way everybody here feels. They're all gorgeous puzzles. So it really is just figuring out what's going to be the fastest for you.
There have been some questions in the chat about the different makes of puzzles, the different brands, and Ravensburger, sorry. Educa is one that comes up quite a lot.
Yeah, a lot of people like that.
Do you have some other makes that you really like? Wentworth, is that one? Or Lazelle's?
Oh, I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay.
Yeah, have you done that one?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No, but it's just something that's come up.
I mean, I have a lot of favorite brands. I mean,
and there's a lot of new brands that have come out as well.
Yeah.
I think people like the consistency of Ravensburger. You know what you're going to get when you do a puzzle.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I think part of it, and for me, it was what I grew up with, tends to be a favorite, because it's got a little nostalgia thing going on, and so you have good feelings towards it there. But I mean, there's so many good brands, and part of it's what kind of artwork you like, because some brands focus on different types of artwork.
Yeah, sure.
So that's a factor.
Actually, that is a great point with brands. They tend to have not a style.
Yes,
they tend to have a style. So people are quite often drawn to a style.
I think like Buffalo right now has made a name for itself with a lot of the licensed art. It's like a lot of Disney, Star Wars, pop culture kind of puzzles. So I think that people like that because they can do an Avengers poster or whatever as a puzzle, and then other like Educa I think does a lot more classical art. So it really varies by brand. I've got to use this opportunity on the live stream to shout out to Puzzle Twist too, because they're a Minnesota brand, and they do something really unique. It's run by Tony and Candace Nelson from Minnesota, and they have puzzles where it's called Puzzle Twist because the art on the cover is different from the puzzle.
No!
Yes! I know, I love that reaction, Julia, because
it just really mess with your head. How could you do that to
and
anybody?
that's what a lot of people say until they do one, and then they realize, oh, that actually was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Because it's not like completely different. It's not like you're going to open the puzzle and you think it's going to be a cat and it's a dog. It's not like that. It's like the artwork will be slightly different. It might be on the cover, it might be like a summer scene, and then when you actually do it, it's a winter scene.
Yeah.
So it's
Same
kind of
characters
same
in there,
characters,
but-
same overall format composition, but then there will be snow added in or something like that. So it can just be a fun thing, and we have competitions that use those. And so when you have a competition and they come and then they open it and it's like, oh no, it's different. That really throws people too. So it adds an additional challenge.
That's verging on cruel.
For those of you listening, if you've never tried one, I say give it a try. They're fun
was the
puzzles.
name again?
It's called Puzzle Twist.
Puzzle Twist.
Yeah, it's a Minnesota brand, and it's also nice. I like random cut, and it's random cut, so it's got the funny shaped pieces, and they're very
prefer the regular
satisfying. They're nice,
standard?
big, hard. They click in nice. They're really good fits. Yeah, they're nice pieces.
I'm a standard cut girl.
Yeah. Everybody has their preference.
Just look at me.
So
look,
basic. You're just so basic, Dion.
This Spanish team here. Oh, thank you.
Oh, look at that, holding up the
Just
little
about-
sign.
So,
Cervezas point
Cervezas
4.0.
Cervezas. That's beer, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
cervezas means. Beer.
That's great.
They're taking the time.
Just finishing the beat.
here.
Yeah, they're being very casual.
Very good.
Getting those last few pieces. Nice.
Somebody here saying Puzzle Twist sounds fun.
Congratulations.
Enjoy Jigsaws, well done. Enjoy Jigsaws is another puzzle brand.
There's another group that's finished their second one. Oh, I love their pieces on the front. That's adorable. Great t-shirts.
So look, we've we've still got just over half an hour to go.
Yeah, a little time
Can
left.
I share
Yes.
a nice little story I
Yes,
heard
of
yesterday?
course.
In Australia, there's a grade 3 classroom who have tuned in to the live stream.
Grade 3 is what
Grade
age?
3?
It'll be about 9.
Yeah.
8 or 9 years old. They've tuned into the live stream. They're watching the World Championships, and these kids think this is so cool that they've got a World Jigsaw Puzzle Championships. So the class has decided to simulate the World Championships, and we've got children in the class doing.
Is somebody
singles.
commentating?
They've got singles, pairs, and teams, and
way.
they've got a paper microphone to interview the puzzlers.
What?
This classroom is simulating the World Championships
we
and loving
need
it live.
photos. We need photos, Yarn. You need to get a hold of these folks and tell them to send us something because that would be
Yeah, and
incredible.
of course it's a Saturday today, so hopefully.
Yeah,
the
are they
kids aren't
still on
in
the
school
weekend or are
today.
they done already?
No,
for
I'd
the
say
week?
it was yesterday they were
so
doing
they're
it.
doing it yesterday.
Find out.
But isn't that just beautiful?
That is beautiful. I absolutely love that.
It made me so happy.
That is so great.
I
Well,
wonder
we
how
had
how they found us.
yeah.
Well, the Australian Jigsaw
I was
Puzzle
just gonna
Association.
say, you guys are well known. You have some social media reach, perhaps. No way. You've already got. Oh my gosh! Look at that.
That's their timer.
They got their timer. That's amazing. Oh, and I love that. Well, she's blocked out the faces because they're,
Yeah, 'cause they're
kids.
children.
But I love it. Look at that. Oh,
Isn't that just
that's
magical? So
amazing.
we've got school kids watching. I've also heard that there's workplaces who have it on in their lunchroom, the live stream.
What?
Workplaces that didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah.
So I've heard a lot of, because people are letting their friends and family know,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of, you're at the what? I didn't know this was a thing.
There's somebody
That's
here saying
amazing.
I teach kindergarten and I had my kids doing puzzle competitions before I even knew it was a thing. So there you go.
Well, good deal. I was shocked. I
Great
looked at our
teacher.
Thursday stream had like 55,000 views, I think, as of this morning, which is incredible to think about that many people out there learning and watching and checking it out. we have some reach, Julia. It's exciting, right?
We do indeed.
I also don't think people realise that jigsaw puzzling can be so exciting.
Right?
And it is exciting. There is such a buzz in this place. When I approached the Dome this morning, I was just come off the bridge, and I was at the roadside, and I could hear cheering coming from the Dome.
Really?
Now, for those that are not here, the road is at least 100 metres from the Dome, and I could hear cheering coming. I thought, oh, this is so exciting. This is so good.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, there we are. Yeah, this has just been such a great couple of days so far, and I mean, today's the biggest day, I would say, because we've got the teams, so everybody's competing today.
And I was going to say, yeah, shout out, because there are some people, as we know, that are doing this. They're in the teams now, and then they'll be in the semi-finals.
Well, they'll be in the
later
finals.
today.
They'll be in the finals for the pairs and the finals for the individuals. Both of those happen later today.
Oh my goodness,
I know, it's Saturday already, Julia.
Today is a very big day in the world of puzzling.
12:30 is the next teams group B, and then the finals of the participants, 180 people competing at 4:30 till 6 o'clock, doing the 500-piece puzzle in 90 minutes, and then the final pairs from 7 till 9 this evening.
And that's
they'll be doing
piece.
a 1,000-piece puzzle.
So there's some puzzlers doing 3 races today.
Yes.
That is a
day
big
for the
ask on
puzzlers.
their back. Yeah, there'll be some sore
And
backs.
in addition to that, there's tables set up in the back. I don't know if you noticed that on your way in, Dion, for people to form teams of, I believe, 8 and try to get into the Guinness Book of World Records book, completing the new 2,000-piece Guinness puzzle. So I heard from Craig, our Guinness representative, that some of the top puzzlers are going to take on that challenge today as well. So if it's not enough that they're doing 3,500 pieces in competition, they're going to add another 2,000 pieces in their off time in trying to do that Guinness puzzle as quickly as possible to get into the Book of World Records.
Do you know what? I was
all day. There's tables set up in the back, and teams can sign up. They can give it a shot, and the times will be recorded.
I missed this.
Yeah, you missed that this morning.
So tell us about that again. So
Yeah.
that's that big panoramic puzzle that's got the covers of the world.
It's on the table here. I don't know if we'll get the camera over here, but it's a 2,000 piece. It's a very large, busy puzzle. I don't know if they're actually doing it right now, because I think Craig, as long as he's competing here, it can't be monitored. So he's gonna be monitoring a few tables in the background, and so that people are gonna get to sign up to try this out, and then whichever team. Another team just finished.
Another Czech team.
Well done.
Whichever team out of this weekend manages to finish this 2,000 piece puzzle the fastest is going to get in the book, which is quite exciting.
Isn't that fantastic that we can have a representative from the Guinness Book of Records here at the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship?
He's such a character. I really want to chat to him some more, actually. It was
Oh,
lovely to hear from you
I was
yesterday.
so thrilled to talk to him yesterday, because I'm a huge fan. If you're a nerd, which I am, self-proclaimed, love it. There's this documentary called King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters, and it's the most beautiful, wonderful documentary. I've watched it so many times. It's probably one of my favorite movies. It's about the kind of rivalry between video game competitors who are trying to beat the world record in Donkey Kong, the video game Donkey Kong. And Craig, I found out yesterday, is in that movie. I don't think he ever appears, you don't see his face, but he's on the phone with a few of the people in the documentary, and I was like, are you serious? You were in that? So we talked about that yesterday, and I always kind of love this. There's a line in the movie, there's one of the characters, he's trying really hard. This is the puzzle we were referring to. One of the characters, Steve Wjpc, is trying really hard to get in the Guinness book, and he has 2 little kids, and his daughter is like, why do you care so much to get, and he's like, well, I don't, it's a legacy. It's like, I'm doing something really amazing. And she said, well, a lot of people ruin their lives to get into that book. And I just think that's one of the best lines ever, out of the mouths of babes kind of moment. She's maybe 7 in the movie, and she says that to her dad. And I just think that's amazing. And so we had a little chat about that yesterday, and he was like, well, this isn't quite like that this weekend. People aren't ruining their lives at this point, but it is an accomplishment, and I could see where people would just be so thrilled to know that one day, they got their name in that book.
Yeah. Well, I was invited to make up one of the teams to do this.
Are you going to do it?
Do you know why I said yes? But I've just seen the picture, and I think I'm going to change my mind.
It is not an easy puzzle.
That is not.
And then it's 2,000 pieces.
I'm no good at busy puzzles, and that is so busy.
Yes.
I look at the top part with the space, and I think maybe I'd nominate myself to do that part.
Got the black background, but it's
or
like
maybe
a tiny
the water.
sliver.
But I'd probably let a team down with a busy puzzle, so I might have to. I might have to revert to being a cheer squad.
We were just talking about this is your chance to get your name in that book. Like, do it. No.
Can I get my name in as the person who's competed at the most international jigsaw competitions?
There you go. You should propose that to Craig.
I'll have a chat with Craig
hey,
later.
Craig, this is a record.
We'll see.
And just a reminder, when will the Australian Jigsaw Championships be happening?
Yeah.
It is at the end of this year. We have... It's in Sydney this year. It was in Melbourne last year, but Sydney this year. And the date is the 19th of November.
And people can still sign up to take part?
Sold out.
It's sold out already.
Is there a limit on how many people are competing?
Yeah, we've got teams tickets left, but individuals and pairs has sold out.
Wow.
To be honest, we're limited by the size of the venue.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so often is the limitation.
Yeah,
it's not that you don't want more teams. It's,
yeah,
what do
it's
you have room
very
for?
exciting that our events sell out. Like, we love that so much. And each year we're saying, okay, we need to find a bigger venue, which is just the best thing ever. But finding a suitable venue turns out to be quite tricky.
It is, because you have to have room for all the tables, and then the lighting is such a big factor. And, we've had people ask us that before. You guys should host one with like 400 tables or something, because then it would be the biggest contest in the world. And you're like, yeah, but you have to monitor that, and then you run into more and more chance for teams to all be finishing on top of each other. Which is really stressful for organizers.
I think people forget that these events are always run by volunteers.
Yes.
The most incredible volunteers, and the volunteers at this event, they're dedicating 4 full days, morning till night, and these people are very hard to find. They're little gems in the community, and the events can only be run with their help. So,
and some of them are probably even taking vacation time to be here, because 2 of the days were typical work days, or so yeah, it's a big commitment if you're a volunteer and you're coming down here. You're here morning till night every day.
We know they have the best intentions of saying you should do this at the event and you should have that, but logistically they don't realise it's not always as straightforward as that.
Well, and we've noticed that in the comments. I think people see the level of this event, how professional it looks. You've got the monitors and the giant screen and the announcers and the prize table and all of this, and you think, oh wow, there must be a lot of money put into this, and sponsors like crazy, and it's like, no, it's all run by volunteers.
Yeah.
We're not like the Olympic Committee with like some giant budget that we're working with. I know the city of Valladolid is very supportive of this event, and they do help with providing support and resources for Alfonso and the organizers, which is wonderful. And, of course, there's sponsorship support from Ravensburger and the other folks who are involved here. But, yeah, so much of it is just out of the goodness of people's hearts that it comes together.
The puzzle angels.
Yep.
And I've noticed this year there is a lot more supporters. Teams have got support crews. There's a lot of husbands and wives and kids and friends. Like, a lot of people have come to support their puzzlers, which is lovely.
Yeah. I was going to say, I know there's a few teams from America, I think, that have gotten some support from puzzle companies. They approached and just said,
this year,
would it be possible? And part of it's sort of an agreement of you know, while, you know, we're there, we'll share content with you, because, you know, a lot of the puzzle companies now, they have a social media presence, and they like to be telling people news about what's happening in the puzzling world. So, you know, the Golden State Puzzles is an example. They're working with Cobble Hill, which is a Canadian company that, you know, makes puzzles, very nice, good quality puzzles, and they, you know, like I said, they're helping to sponsor the team, bring them here, in the hopes that, you know, then they're sharing their experience and promoting speed puzzling with their customers and that kind of thing. So we're starting to see a little of that, which is lovely. I love that. I would love it if more people could come, because they were given that support and that ability, because it's a big lift to come to Spain,
definitely,
you know, travel, take time off from work. It's not something that's accessible for everyone in terms of financially.
I say good on those teams for going and finding that sponsorship. Yep. Everyone's entitled to do that, and good on them for going to that effort and making it easier on themselves. So yeah, they've made that happen. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, I do think that's a great idea. So, you know,
well done, team.
Yes, good job. Oh, I'm so happy for Cat Fever. Love it. Yeah, so if there's folks out there that are like, I would love to do this, but I don't, you know how to make that happen, you know, that's something to think about. Approach those, you know, businesses that you think might be interested in sending a team. And oh, look at that.
Well done.
Love their shirts. Oh, we're seeing a lot of finishers right now. This is great. And they're clearly excited because they're getting in under that 3-hour mark. I'll just refresh here and we'll see how many now have finished.
Yeah, just to remind us that there are 50 participants in this round that will go through to the final tomorrow, and then 50 from the group this afternoon.
Right now, I think we're at about 38 or so teams that have finished. Maybe close to 40 teams have finished. Ah, yay, look at that. I'm excited. I know Eric there in the Iowa shirt, Eric Parker. He's with an international team. Folks that have kind of come together at the last minute, so that's great to see that they're going to probably advance. We don't know for sure who's going to advance. There's still the country requirement. We want to see 25 countries represented. So when we have 25 countries that have a finisher, then all of those 25, or their first place finisher, will proceed, and then it'll be the next 25 in terms of speed. Right now we haven't even had 50 finish 2 puzzles. So I think almost everybody who finishes in under the 3 hours is probably going to advance.
So we've got just over 20 minutes left. A lot can happen in 20 minutes.
Exactly. It's hard to tell. I mean, I do think we're going to see quite a few more finish. I think I would guess most of the 50 that go on will have finished all of them or both of them in the 3 hours, but we'll see. There may be some piece counting coming into play. I mean, when you think of it, getting 2 1,000-piece puzzles done in 3 hours
that's crazy.
Is quite good.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think when Worlds sets that time, you know, says, okay, we're giving you 3 hours, everybody kind of goes, wait, what? 3 hours? That's it? But, you know, we are at a world level competition. So
actually, can I just say, the last years they had 1,500-piece puzzles in the teams, and I think more people are familiar with a 1,000-piece puzzle, so they would actually find this easier than 1,500-piece. I don't think as many people regularly complete a 1,500-piece puzzle. So that's a good thing for the puzzlers this year, is they're doing a puzzle size that they're familiar with.
That they're familiar with and that fits on the table well.
Yeah, that too.
The 1,500s don't really fit well.
Oh, a sneezing fit in the middle of competition, no.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, I would say a 1,500 piece nearly fills that piece of plastic you see there, the white plastic. So what you have to do then is really use the trays to hold all the pieces that you're working from. So it really does present a bigger challenge.
Anyone who doesn't bring a puzzle board or anything like that would really struggle.
Yep, exactly.
So you will notice a lot of people are using puzzle boards. That allows you to, especially working in a team, you can gather your pieces and you can take them wherever you like around the puzzle.
Exactly. If you change positions like she just did, then you can take the board with you and work from that side or whatever. So I do think there's strategy around the boards, figuring out how to use them and what works best. And so, if you are out there and you're like, you know what, I've got some friends, we want to do the team competition, give yourself some limitations. Set your table up now in the dimensions. You know, you could, even if it's a larger table, just tape off the space and say, this is what we're going to have to work with. Yes. Get the trays out, start working with them, and just get yourself used to it.
Yeah, puzzling with a board takes a lot of practice. I'm actually still uncomfortable with puzzling with a board. So if you're thinking about it, don't save it for competition day to try it. You've got to get comfortable with it. And the puzzle board also reduces how many puzzle pieces end up in the middle of your puzzle.
Right.
So it keeps your puzzle area nice and clean.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely, and if you're going to try something new, give yourself time, multiple puzzles to do it with. It's like writing with the other hand. You can do it eventually, you just need to give it time.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, we did in practice last year in advance with the puzzle boards, and we were a mess with the puzzle boards. We were consistently like, and here now you're even seeing they kind of have a foam block almost. It's got some thickness to it. I think that's really smart as well, because you are allowed to bring, they have to be certain dimensions, but you can kind of use whatever type of surface you want. Some people
textured, so
it stops them from slipping around, and it's got weight, so it's not bendy. So when they pick it up, it's going to stay nice and flat. Because I think, you know, we just used like pieces of tag board or something like that. Not great, because it was kind of bendy and it wasn't really, you know, structurally very good. So when you picked it up, you had to use both hands, and yeah, so it's worth putting thought into that as well as what those are made of and how they're constructed.
Another tip for your board is to use a transparent board.
Yeah.
So you can actually see the puzzle underneath.
Yep. Or the other thing we've talked about a lot, having a dark color on one side and a light color on the other, so that you have that nice background. Depending on if you have white pieces, you can put it on the dark background and see it better. So they're using kind of two neutral colors, which is also probably a good idea. But yeah, I do think practicing with that is really important.
Okay, they're on to their second puzzle.
Yeah.
They won't get it completed.
No, they're
by
not going to get it done, but they're going to get as many in as possible, because if it comes down to piece count, you could still get a lot done. And it's groups of 3 count towards the final piece count. So even if everything was kind of in blocks, that's going to be better than, you know, not having a lot done. So just, I would get that other one going and just try to focus on some areas and get blocks together.
I see their athletic puzzle snacks there.
Yeah, they have the M&M bag.
Oh, yes.
Another tip for you, though, if you want to win, you don't eat snacks.
Really?
There's a team. Wasn't there a team?
No, but your hands are too busy snacking.
Yeah,
then they got to be puzzling. It's a distraction. You can't be taking time.
There's a team in America called No Snacks.
Yes.
A team called No Snacks. I love it.
If you're eating, you're not puzzling. So you gotta have those hands free.
But drink lots of water to keep.
That's the puzzle for the Guinness World Record.
Yeah, they're showing us there.
That's one very busy puzzle. Although in saying that, as a 2,000 piece, those details actually spread out and get bigger.
Yeah, that's true. You know, you will be able to pick out some of those structures, but I still would guess, like even that little, you know, kind of tower down in the middle, in the bottom middle.
That would probably be about that big.
Right.
So,
so it's
people at home can't
30,
see, but
30 pieces, something like that. Do you think, you know, but that's still not a lot of pieces. So right now we've had 42 teams in the results that have finished. So we haven't
presumably we've passed the 25 mark then for the countries.
I would hope so, but they haven't got the queue listed there yet, so we'll know. Yeah.
I wonder who at home thinks they'd like to put that puzzle together with some friends.
I'll be curious when it comes up to see
Guinness World Records one.
That 2,000 piece puzzle.
Yeah.
What do we think, people? The 2,000 looks insane. Love that panorama puzzle. Oh, that's an easy puzzle. Oh, really?
I want some tips from anybody who thinks that's an easy puzzle. I'm terrible at busy puzzles.
I don't know what's going on.
So we've got just under 15 minutes left in this first teams round, and the second teams will be starting in just over half an hour at 12:30. And then we've got the very exciting, the 2 finals this afternoon. At 4:30 we've got the individual finals with 180 people from all over the world competing to do the 500-piece puzzle in 90 minutes. And then at 7 o'clock, 90 pairs will be competing in 2 hours to do a 1,000-piece puzzle.
I think the individual finals today is going to be the most exciting race we've ever seen at the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championships.
Because of the quality of
the quality of the puzzlers that have come through. Alejandro is obviously the favourite, but he's really got to watch his back this year. He has got some competition, and there's people puzzling for the first time at the World Championships who are doing like championship winning times.
There's Teresa from the Czech Republic. There's Kathy,
a veteran. Teresa has been here a few years. But so Kathy, like you said,
Kristen, we'll be watching her. So
there are so many fast puzzlers here. I was just going to say, we've got Melissa from Australia. She is a nice little surprise.
I was going to say,
you saw me. I was trying to choose my words. I was trying not to. I'm just so proud of our Australian puzzlers and Katrina and Melissa have just come out of nowhere, and they're making us so proud. They're just
she's just beaming. She's beaming. She's loving it.
I'm so proud of these girls and our whole team. Ellie Higgins is really like just smashing it. And these girls have tried really hard. Like they've been training, they've been practicing. Once they realised they were
just finished just under the wire.
They were up there. These girls have put in a lot of time, and I'm almost afraid of one of them placing because I think I'm gonna be a mess.
I'm gonna be the same way if an American gets in the top because it's just exciting. This is only our second year even having much of a showing, and then to see everybody doing so well.
But in saying that, I also have a soft spot for Alejandro. For those that don't know, he is the most wonderful.
Somebody here saying, bring the 2,000-piece home and I'll do it with you at the Australian Nationals.
Who said that?
Alana Jenkins.
Alana Jenkins. Hi, Alana. Oh my goodness. Alana, let's do it. Do you know what? Don't tell anyone, but I'll try and bring one home, okay? just between you and I, Alana, I'll try and get my hands on one, okay? I'm going out to dinner tonight with the Ravensburger staff, so let's see what we can do.
We're going to be working it. I'm going to try to bring one home as well. I think everybody's going to want to get a shot at it.
Val's onto it too now, so she might have just blown my chances.
Wow, there's somebody here saying that they've just finished a 4,000-piece puzzle
the
at the Sistine Chapel.
Yes, nearly all brown.
Do you know that one?
Yes.
Nearly all brown.
We all know that one, I think, in the puzzling world. I've actually seen somebody who did that puzzle, glued it together, and then put it on the roof of their living room. I'm not kidding. It's in the Wicker Kittens documentary. The very first scene is we visit a house where they've done that. They put it under like a plexiglass panel, and it's on the ceiling of their living room, and I just thought that was the most clever, fun idea.
It'd be very rewarding when you finish that puzzle.
Right? But it's no joke. It's so huge. It's just exponentially harder when you start adding 1,000 more pieces and then another 1,000. It's got to be a really difficult puzzle. So congratulations to the person that just finished that one.
So look, we're just over 10 minutes left in this first round.
We're getting close to the 50 mark.
This team from Peru are about to finish within the time frame.
I think we're going to see a lot of excitement now. So we've had 42 teams finish. So we've still got 8 spots
Look at that mash
left
of hands.
for the final, or the team final. Oh yeah, they're just so nervous those last few won't go in. Look at that, that's like 2 pieces and they've tried them every which way.
Another Spanish team.
Another Spanish team. Nice work. I love their shirts. Look, they all have the same design but different colors. That's adorable. Looking for a piece.
Actually,
they found it.
Well done.
It was on the top.
Pieces missing in a team of 4 is very easy to do because you're all having to lean across the table and T-shirts are dragging pieces off, sleeves are dragging pieces off. Very easy to lose pieces in a team race.
Oh, somebody, Tammy Hayes says, count me in to Diarn and Alana. Tammy Hayes?
Oh, Tammy. Maybe we can bring one to the Canberra
somebody says they
competition.
just watched Wicker Kittens last night and they saw that, the Sistine Chapel puzzle on the ceiling. That's awesome.
Well done. This is a Swiss team that's just finishing.
Well done. High fives all around.
Well, and excitingly, you know, the Wicker Kittens documentary, I think, was probably one of the first documentaries about jigsaw puzzle competitions. I do have to correct myself. I think the other day I said it came out like 2005, and then my significant other, Mike Schultz, who was one of the filmmakers, was like, Val, it was like 2013. I was off by a bit. I was off by like 8 years. I felt terrible. But anyway, it's been out for a while, but excitingly, there's a crew here from the UK. You're with them, Julia,
Yes.
who is making a new documentary. So tell us a little bit about that and what people can look for.
My very good friend Catherine Freeman is making a documentary. I don't quite remember how she first heard about the World Jigsaw Championships, but she's been talking to Alfonso for kind of 18 months or so, and she's just really bowled over by the stories of the participants. And I know that she went to, she was at the UK Championships earlier this year. She's so excited. She's managed to get some sponsorship money from Ravensburger as well to be here.
She's a UK filmmaker, correct?
She's a UK filmmaker, and so she's we're here. I'm kind of here in slightly two capacities, but so she's working on this documentary. She's got a producer behind her who's really keen to kind of help her with the next stages in terms of post-production and then getting it out
distribution,
there. So we shall see. But yeah, she's been concentrating. They've been working very hard following the various people that they've already been chatting to, mainly British people, but they have, I know, been speaking to some Dutch competitors and to some Spanish participants. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
So yep, those of you out there listening, keep an eye out for that. Does it have a title or working title yet?
I don't even think it has a working title.
Catherine has been woven through my pet puzzle time as well, because I was in touch with her years ago when we first started our competition. I think there was an article that I was in, and she found the article in the UK and contacted me. So then we were talking about competitive puzzling, the World Championships and our competitions, and then I completely forgot when I went to the UK Championship this year. I saw her there and I was so excited to see her. So we reconnected in the UK, and then of course she's here now. So she has been intertwined in my little puzzle story all along.
But I know it's certainly something that she's got a very good instinct, I think, for story and storytelling. And she just thought this was such a wonderful idea to follow.
It is. It's a beautiful story, and I think people are going to watch it, because I'm assuming you find this, Val, when people hear that there's World Championships, they are so intrigued. They don't need to know anything about puzzles.
Everybody's intrigued. Yes, exactly. Everybody's intrigued because I think everybody's familiar with jigsaw puzzles. They've either done one or know what they are familiar. Yeah.
And they just can't imagine a jigsaw competition. They say, "What do you mean? Like I've done a jigsaw when I was a kid, or I did a jigsaw with my parents."
Look at that excitement.
And they just can't imagine what a jigsaw competition looks like.
Right.
So they're intrigued, and so I think it's going to be popular.
Yeah.
So look, we're just
look at that. Oh,
well done, Bridget.
These guys have. I hope they make it, because like right now there's
How
only
is that for a happy dance?
Right. Yeah. There's only about 2 or 3 spots left potentially to get into the final right now. And of course, they're just making it under the 3-hour mark too. So good job with them.
Did you see they had their puzzle box on its side with the image?
Oh, really? Like, what do you mean? Like it was oriented kind of differently?
It was tipped on its side.
Oh, maybe to go along with the way they were doing the puzzle or something?
I don't know.
Oh boy, look at all this pink they have left. Let's hope. Come on, you can do this. Get those last ones in there. You've got this. So yeah, right now there are officially 47 or around 46 finishers, 47 finishers. So we've only got a couple more spots potentially left to get into the final, but again, we do have to wait to see how the kind of country breakdown shakes out for kind of finalizing who's going to be there. But I would imagine, like you said, Julie, we've probably hit the 25 country mark at this point. So hopefully that means everybody as they finish now can count on being in there, but we'll see.
They're all the friends and family there around the edge watching.
When you're
to find out.
Talking a little bit about the documentary, I do think it's really neat that Catherine's come at it from this angle. And I talked to Catherine a long time ago as well, so I've known of this for a while, and I did a Zoom with her way back when she was first starting. Similar to you, I'm sure, trying to kind of help get her acquainted with the world of competitive puzzling and let her know who the names are, you know, kind of who to potentially talk to, that kind of thing. And it's great because Wicker Kittens was very focused. It was like quirky Minnesota, you know, because at that time, Minnesota was probably one of the bigger hubs for competitive puzzling because there wasn't a world championship and they had the big winter carnival contest.
Well done.
Yes, they did it. So that was more like, here's this kind of quirky hobby of these, you know, Minnesotans who do this contest, and now we're seeing Catherine come at it, and she's doing this much broader scope, you know, talking to people from all over the world, being here at the World Championship.
I think for her, it's the individuals. It's like, what is it about puzzling, or how has it helped you, or how has it seen you through different chapters of your life? That's. You know, I know
maybe a lot of people who can relate to that.
So we must remember, Val, of course, that we're going to be cut off any minute.
Yes, I know. We do have to remember that.
Just to
hit that
let
3 hour
everyone know
mark.
that we will be back in about half an hour or so to do the second teams round, and that will be another 3 hours for the groups to do 2 puzzles of 1,000 each, and they'll get a choice of 2 out of 4 puzzles.
And Diarn has got to leave us because you have to go compete. Diarn, are you ready? You're not doing the team. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You're not doing the team. Well, we're going to have to bring you back over to talk to us then, because a lot of people are competing, and so they can't really take a break. But
if you need me to chat, I'm here to chat, because I could talk all day about puzzling. I am so excited about this event. I'm so excited for the competitors. Today's the biggest day of the competition, and I'm pumped.
Good. Well, I'm so glad you joined us for a bit this morning.
Are you going back to Oz after this, or are you?
No, I'm going to Germany next.
Germany.
I'm escorting our Australian champion to the Ravensburger factory.
No way.
Yes.
We have been discussing this, that's a bucket list thing for every puzzler to visit the factory. Have you been before, or is this your first time? Oh my gosh.
And then back to Ireland for 1 week.
I wish we could come back for commentary just like a week from now so we could ask you all about it.
Yeah, I'll tell you next year,
okay? Yes, right. Tell us next year, but yes, thank you for coming by this morning, Diarn.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes. All right, we're just a little over a minute left, everyone. And we are right, I think I called it. We're going to have, I bet, about 50 teams exactly that will finish the 2 1,000-piece puzzles in this round and then move on. Don't see the cues yet on the results page, but just keep checking, everyone. And congratulations to everybody today. It's just been amazing. The team results are fantastic, and
oh, look, they're still smiling.
Yes, still smiling.
They're nearly done, but
as you can see, lots of people finished there. Oh, and there's one that got in right under the wire. Nice. Oh, and they picked the hard one, so even better. Good job.
Well done.
That Dane Brunch puzzle is going to be the one that everybody says, ooh, that was a tough one. 15 seconds. Charlie's on the stage
from Brazil. Hello. Well, come back in half an hour and we will see you then. The live stream will be turning off. Counting down the seconds. See you at 12:30.
hangover.
From the moment that we met, you were worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.
Somos gente que vive y que anhela soñar. Con toda la gente queremos estar. Que busca un futuro, gente de verdad. Al lado de la gente queremos estar.
Construyendo un mañana de prosperidad.
Parte de esta tierra, este es nuestro lugar. Este es nuestro lugar. Al lado de la gente, siempre Caja Rural.
Al lado de la gente de Valladolid, siempre contigo, Caja Rural.
Ready for the most famous rocket of all time? Discover the new 3D puzzle Apollo Saturn V. Build, discover, and play. It's just like your real Apollo mission that comes alive in a 3D puzzle. 3D Puzzle Apollo Saturn V from Ravensburger.
From the moment that we met, you're worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.
Somos gente que vive y que anhela soñar. Con toda la gente queremos estar. Que busca un futuro, gente de verdad. Al lado de la gente queremos estar.
Construyendo un mañana de prosperidad.
Parte de esta tierra, este es nuestro lugar. Este es nuestro lugar. Al lado de la gente, siempre Caja Rural.
Al lado de la gente de Valladolid, siempre contigo, Caja Rural.
Ready for the most famous rocket of all time? Discover the new 3D puzzle Apollo Saturn V. Build, discover, and play. It's just like your real Apollo mission that comes alive in a 3D puzzle. 3D Puzzle Apollo Saturn V from Ravensburger.
Bienvenidas, bienvenidos. Continuamos en esta mañana intensa, en esta jornada tercera ya del Campeonato del Mundo de Puzzles. Vamos a iniciar la segunda ronda en la categoría de equipos.
Welcome all you puzzlers. The show goes on and here we are just about to start the second heat, looking for places in the final in the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship, the teams event.
Ya conocemos después de la primera ronda los 50 primeros equipos que se meten en la final, que celebraremos el domingo por la mañana, y en esta segunda serie buscamos 50 equipos más que se cuelen en esa final. Tenéis de hecho sobre la mesa 4 puzzles. Sabéis que tenéis que elegir 2 de esos puzzles de 1000 piezas y descartar otros 2.
So we're looking for the next 50 finalists to go through to tomorrow's grand final. You've got before you 4 puzzles, and you've got to choose 2 of them. You have to choose 2 of them to put together in the time, and one of the judges will come around and decide which puzzle you're going to do.
Y no es por meter presión, pero en ese momento inicial de decisión de los que están eligiendo los puzzles, pues es algo determinante y así se ha demostrado en esa primera ronda que ya hemos vivido. Están llegando algunos equipos buscando sus ubicaciones. Bueno, Charlie, tú y yo vamos a seguir aquí contando cosas, pero ese momento de estrategia, la elección de los 2 puzzles que se van a realizar y qué 2 se descartan es muy importante.
So yeah, the choice of puzzles is very important. We saw it. Some puzzles can take 15, 20, 30 minutes more to do than others. So make sure you're happy with your choices.
Habéis encontrado cada uno de los equipos encima de la mesa 2 pequeños puzzles. Es un regalo de ese puzzles que os vais a llevar para casa y que también, lógicamente, pues estar en este día con un regalo siempre es una muy buena noticia.
So you've got a little gift as well, each of you, little mini puzzles. They're for you to take home. They're yours to keep.
Tenéis un tiempo total de 3 horas para tratar de completar los 2 puzzles de 1000 piezas que hayáis elegido. Un tiempo total de 3 horas.
So the 3 hours is the time limit in which to try and complete two of the 1,000-piece puzzles you have in front of you.
Decíamos antes, al inicio de esta retransmisión, que esto es un hervidero de actividad, porque Charlie, en la parte final de la cúpula del milenio, se está produciendo de forma paralela a la realización de estas series clasificatorias para la final de equipos algo interesante y que tiene que ver con el libro Guinness de los récords. Hay un reto, un puzzle de 2000 piezas que ya están tratando de completar en el menor tiempo posible algunas personas. Ahí tenemos también al juez del libro Guinness de los récords para tratar de obtener ese tiempo que será publicado en el libro Guinness de los récords de 2025. Por lo tanto, y de forma simultánea, vamos a vivir esta ronda clasificatoria y también ese otro reto que nos propone la organización, que es el del libro Guinness de los récords.
So at the back, yes, we've got the attempt on the fastest, the Guinness World Record attempt on the fastest completion of a 2,000-piece puzzle. That'll be going on behind you as well. And we'd also like to say that you are not allowed to be doing 2 puzzles at the same time. You can only do 1 puzzle and mustn't start the other one until you complete the first.
Hay que completar primero uno, luego otro. El reto se irá... Exactamente, no se pueden tener 2 puzzles a la vez abiertos. Cuando hayáis tomado la decisión de qué 2 puzzles vais a realizar, tenéis que abrir uno y completarlo antes de abrir el segundo puzzle.
And of course, when you have finished one of your first puzzle, make sure a judge comes along and takes note of the time that you've taken to complete that puzzle.
Y antes de... No sé qué me estabas comentando, Charlie.
Cuando complete la puzzle, que hable con el juez.
Vale, cuando completéis el primer puzzle esencial, levantamos la mano, los jueces van a estar por la sala, tomarán el tiempo parcial, el tiempo que habéis tardado en completar ese primer puzzle y luego tendremos ya, si lográis completar el segundo, los tiempos totales. Deciros algo, y es que se están viendo a lo largo de la competición puzzles chulísimos. Si queréis llevároslo para vuestra casa, todos ellos se pueden adquirir. Tenéis que dirigiros a las casetas verdes del fondo de la cúpula del milenio, donde pone Caja Rural de Zamora.
So just a reminder as well that all the puzzles over the course of the 3 days of competition so far are all available to be purchased in the green tent at the back.
Pues si nadie dice lo contrario, creo que está todo ya perfectamente organizado para que podamos iniciar la cuenta atrás que nos llevará al inicio del crono. En 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ¡adelante! ¡Suerte!
Good luck to you all.
Ready for the most famous rocket of all time? Discover the new 3D puzzle Apollo Saturn V. Build, discover, and play. It's just like your real Apollo mission that comes alive in a 3D puzzle. 3D puzzle Apollo Saturn V from Ravensburger.
And we're back. Yeah, it's on. So, here we are. Second round.
Yes, indeed. We're back. It is the qualifying teams, Group B, and they've got 3 hours to complete 2 1,000 puzzles.
Yep.
We're joined again by the wonderful Diane, who's the not only the Vice President of the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship, Federation rather, she's also the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Federation President.
Yep.
So, welcome back.
Thank you. Great to be back.
Yes, thank you for being
And
here.
Val,
Yes,
of course,
I was
is
gonna say.
here commenting again. So, and I'm Julia. So lovely to be here with you all.
And it's going to be a flurry of activity at the beginning of this, because not only are we watching the teams race, but we're also very interested in which puzzle they chose. So if you didn't watch the last round, this round they've got 4 puzzles. So they get to choose from 4, and they choose 2 that they will complete in the 3 hours. And we have 50 teams that will move on. We'll kind of try to show them here as best we can. There we go, all at once. So you can see the panorama is just like the one from the previous division, which was Berlin at night, and this looks like
Paris.
No,
Paris?
Seattle, I think maybe. What does it say on the top there? It's got
A day in Paris.
A day in Paris. Oh, you're right. That is supposed to be the Eiffel Tower. I thought it was like the Space Needle or something. And then we've got
Italy.
This one. It's called. It's
The
just
island of Burano.
Yes, the island
It's
of
one of the
Burano.
islands near Venice.
Doesn't really have Lios. Yeah, Lisolo di Burano. So, and then this one's called the Canadian Collection. I don't know if it has another name. So we have a big variety of puzzles here.
West Coast Tranquility, that one's
Ah,
called.
nice. West
Then I
Coast
believe the
West
other
Coast
one's from
Tranquility.
Germany.
Yeah, so what's the name of that one?
The one that's the 1950s. Oh yeah, it's just called the 50s.
It's just called the 50s.
Oh, I was told
okay,
it was
so
yeah, perfect.
So those are the 4 that they had to choose from, and the teams prior to, you're seeing as they get started, but they did have a few minutes when they got to their table, and the team had to come up with which 2 they're going to do. They have to select the 2, the other 2 get put away, and the volunteers confirm which 2 that they plan to complete. That'll be on the results board, and they can't change their mind. They can't get halfway through one and go, this is terrible. Let's put this away and grab a different one. Once they've made that selection of the 2 puzzles, they're locked in, and those are the 2 that they're going to be doing. And so now it's going to be not just seeing how they're doing, but seeing which ones they chose.
They need to see it through.
Yes.
Whatever they choose, they need
Some
to
of
see
the comments
it through.
coming in, people saying I love that 50s one. I would choose the Murano, which is Burano, actually, the other island near Venice. The panorama looks nice, so that's Paris. And what was the other one?
The Canadian Tranquility, West Coast Tranquility.
Which is,
I think, okay, my immediate reaction looking at these, we saw in the previous division people choose the panorama, and that was, I think we couldn't establish that was one of the faster puzzles because a lot of them chose that finished in the top. It was a different background, it was a darker color, and I think it had a little more variation than this one because you're seeing some pretty big blocks of just that flat kind of yellowish orange color. So I don't know if I'd pick this one around. What do you think?
Do you know what though? The first thing I see of this puzzle is clean lines. The lines are so clean. Even though some people will look at the majority of that puzzle as plain colour. However, where it changes shade from one colour to the other, that's another really clean line. So you've actually got more guidelines on that puzzle than people realise.
Yeah.
And if you've got someone in your team who's a shape sorter, that's the puzzle for your team to do. The darkest of the oranges would be where you'd have to sort by shape, but people like myself, I actually quite like that. So I think that is going to be a fast puzzle, simply because it's got so many clean lines.
Yeah, I think so too.
They're saying that some of the comments saying less gradient than the Berlin one.
Yes, I do think that's true. It's going to be a slightly more challenging one, I think, than the Berlin one, because like I said, you've got this area here all flat, same color, this area here all flat, same color. I will also say, this part down here is not as clear cut. It's a little bit same, I would say. If you're looking at that, that's not going to be super easy because the window shapes are all fairly the same size and kind of the same tones down there. So I think even the bottom section of this is a little more challenging than the Berlin at Night one. So I think you're going to see teams pick this. I don't know that it's super easy. To me, out of the 4, the easiest one is looking like the Canadian West Coast Tranquility.
I think that's the hardest one
Really?
out of the 4.
Because that, you've got such clearly discernible areas. And when you've got 4 people working, each of them could say, I'm taking this block. And then they could grab those pieces or help each other to grab those pieces. It would be easy to distinguish which pieces go with which section, because some have trees, some is just rocks, some has the water. I think that's going to be a popular choice. I'll be interested to see. It looks like team number 1, the Puzzle Misfits, which I would say going into this, they are a favorite. It's the team with Sarah Schuler, Michaela Keener, Elizabeth Karen, and Karen Cuvette. They've picked that one. That's their first choice. They're working on it right now.
I'm seeing some tables here with the Canadian collection on it. So my opinion on this one, other than this, here we go.
Yeah.
Other than the square with the trees and the yellow grass here, I find all of the squares have the similar colours in them.
A lot of
They
stones,
repeat
yep.
the same colours, just in different textures.
Yeah.
So for me, when all those puzzles are displayed on the table, they're all going to look the same colour. And the only
I
ones
think
that are
this is a
going to
great one.
pop are the yellow grass and the green trees. But to me,
yeah, you've got the pinks here you can pull out.
but
The stones are all different sizes.
There's pink in every square, and there's the greys in every square, and the blues are in every square.
Lots
so
of different
that's
textures,
interesting.
though.
Yeah.
Lots of different textures.
yes, so that's how you're going to have to decipher between those similar colours.
It's interesting to see a collage puzzle like this. We haven't really seen that yet in the
No.
competition. And this is a really popular style of puzzle. These sort of ones with different pictures all kind of bumping up against each other in a collage style and multiple images to work on. I think this is popular, this type of puzzle in American competitions. I would guess when we look at American teams, a lot of them are going to
That'd
pick
be
this.
interesting
Yeah.
to see.
The other two, this one, boy, this reminds me a little bit of last year's individual championship when you had the row of different colored houses.
Yes.
I think this looks like a challenge. You've got a lot of sky here, and there's not much variation in there. A little bit of color variation. So folks that love doing sky, they're probably going to see this and be like, yeah, let's do that one.
There will be teams that will avoid this puzzle simply because of the sky as well.
Yeah, that's exactly. And actually, these buildings, they're kind of in shadow.
They're
They
dark.
are brightly colored. That helps a lot. So people could just clearly pick out a building and work it.
But it's quite, like you're saying, the shadow is dark all through there. That will be a little bit tricky.
Very discernible sections.
I
If
can
somebody
see
likes
that,
the sky,
looking
it'd
over
be
to
good.
the Misfits
sorry.
table, that they've chosen this.
This is the second
their
one.
second puzzle.
Yep. So they chose the Canadian one and this one.
Interesting.
Let's look at this other one here, the 50s.
So I like this one.
So yeah, this one. Yep. Thank you, Julia. This one, I don't know. I'm going to be really curious to see how many pick this because I think this looks challenging. What do you think, Dion?
Out of the four, I would have chosen the panorama and this one.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, Diana's surprising us this morning. She's got some very interesting ideas going on.
But I'm also not a champion puzzler, so that could be why. But for a team that you can, I think this is easy to break up for a team. So someone can take the reds, someone can take the yellows, someone can take the pops of white. Yeah, I think it's a good puzzle for a team to work on.
It's very much a jumble, but like you said, you could pick those colors and work them. You could get those little red pops over there. Yeah.
And I think it's a good one to start with the border as well, because the border is there's so much detail to the border. I think it's a good one for a team.
I do think that's true. What's great is that same thing. Congrats to the organizers and to Ravensburger, because you've picked 4 really fun puzzles that anybody would want to complete. And I think they all represent kind of unique styles as well. One's a very flat illustration. We've got a photo, we've got a collage, a photo collage, and then an illustration like collage or a graphic design collage. So
whoever was
great
responsible
idea.
for picking the puzzles for this year's competition, well done.
Yes, this is going to be really,
They've done
really
a
fun.
really good job.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what teams chose. To give you a rundown of who are some of the top teams we're going to be watching, we've got the Misfits, which I mentioned Karen Puzzles. Lots of fans
Everyone
out there
will be
for
watching
Karen.
Karen
They'll be
Puzzles.
watching them. They're at table number 1 right in the front. We've got Ectile, so we met Chiara earlier on the earlier division. She came and sat with us and talked with us for a bit, from Italy, but she's with the German team. They're on the number 2 table. We've got Yanni and the Amazons from Hungary, and this is Mercedes, and we saw her yesterday. She competed and she finished right behind Kristen, too, from Norway.
very
in
good.
the individual semifinal, very good. So it's Mercedes and her team. We got Sin Limites, so No Limits from Spain, and that's also a really fast team competing in this division. And there's Gabi, I learned he's called, Gabriel, the 14-year-old. He's on that team. They're at the number 4 table.
Another one to watch.
Yep, Puzzle Ruse from Australia.
From
What do you think of their
Australia.
chances, Dion?
Now, we've
Hometown
got
team.
some fast puzzlers in here, but this team have not puzzled together before.
Wow,
No,
really?
our Aussie team have not puzzled together. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they go. It's a team of fast puzzlers, so I'm
they're up in
excited
front
to
at
watch how
table
this
5.
turns out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really fun. We're going to have some really fast finishes again today. Do you think we'll see anybody finishing 1,000 piece in that 36 to 37 minute range? If we did, I would be amazed. That was the winning time well, not the winning total time, but that was the fastest puzzle in the previous division. I don't think I'd ever seen under 40, so I found that quite exciting. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody gets there. Now see here, this is the problem, De'Arn. Look at how much of that kind of pale orange yellow you're seeing on the screen there is that team that has chosen the panorama puzzle.
But once they get all the obvious shapes, so they're working on the obvious shapes first, so you know the tower, the buildings and the balloons and the white clouds. Once they've got that, they'll be looking at those orange pieces left and they'll actually see the shade difference. And you can actually divide that pile of orange pieces into 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But as I say, there will be a moment where it is totally shape sorting.
Yeah, they're going to have some chunks at the end.
Look at that fantastic shirt.
I know. Julie, what do you think? Did you look at these and go, oh, I know which one I'd want to do?
I think I would have gone for the Burano, the one with the houses, and the 50s one, because there seem to be a lot of different bits. But I'm really not an expert puzzler, so...
well, some of it comes down to what you're drawn to. Yeah. I do think that plays a part in it. What are you drawn to? What do you enjoy building? I mean, this is a time for them to have fun as well as puzzlers. As we mentioned in the previous division, 50 of these folks are going to advance. How many do we have in this division? 80 puzzlers in this division.
I was trying to just keep the puzzles up so that we can...
Yes, so
I don't know. I'm looking
them.
at my Spanish fellow commentators over there seem to be able to get them all positioned on the table so that they can be seen. But there's only 2 of them over there.
Yeah.
We've got 3 people here, and we keep having
zooming out a little bit, so maybe we can put one on the other side there. I can move some things. But yeah, it's... I think this is the time for teams to have fun. There we go. That's a nice shot where you can really see them clearly.
Those watching at home, what puzzle would you choose? They're just beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, tell us in the comments. What are people seeing? What would they go for?
Very different puzzles. And it's been mentioned again in the crowds. I've heard people saying there's still no fur at this competition. There's still no fur.
What is happening? Are they just waiting to pounce with the fur and just,
I think that I'm hearing from the puzzlers that they're nervous that fur is going to turn up in the single finals today.
Yeah. If you talk to competitive speed puzzlers, they will tell you the 2 things you don't want to see when you open that puzzle bag is fur and grass. So, yeah, we'll see how the fur if it shows up.
Fantastic shirts.
Yeah. So we're seeing not a lot picking the West Coast Collection Canadian puzzle. A lot of them picking the Panorama. A lot of them picking the Burano Island, off the coast of Venice. Houses picture. There's another one that did the Burano.
I think my favourite part of team puzzling is the team outfits.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie. It's so much fun. People get so creative. The team shirts. Some, visually it's creative. Some you've got to look a bit deeper. You've got to read what the words are referencing. But
I will say that
fantastic.
Netherlands team that was just up there with Willem, they are consistent. They wear that same outfit every day, so we know them on the live stream. You see them and you're immediately, there they are.
Well, that's interesting.
There's the Puzzling Dutchman.
On our list of participants here, there were 4 people originally in the Puzzling Dutchman team, but...
looks like there's only 3 right now, yeah.
So Charlotte and Willem we saw yesterday, and they're joined either by, it must be Miranda or Karen.
They have their names on their shirts, so we should be able to find at some point.
So these guys here are representing the Canadian Jigsaw Puzzle Association. That's a brand new association. So anyone in Canada wanting to puzzle, whether it be social or competitive puzzling or just get together for puzzle swaps, check on Facebook for your Canadian Jigsaw Puzzle Association, and the team there would love to have you a part of their community. So they've got their first big competition. Yeah, they've got a championship coming up. So
in October, I think. Yeah.
Yep. If there's still tickets available, I know they were selling fast.
It's in Toronto, I think, is where they're having their big first event.
So Canadians, you have yourselves a Jigsaw Puzzle Association. Jump on board.
Wow, this Polish team, they've gone for the panorama of Paris.
And look at she's got the balloons done. That's a good technique.
These two are working on the bottom edge. Hello, yes, hello. Puzzlopol from
Love
Poland.
it. I did want to give a shout out. I saw the Craven for Raven team that was up there a little bit. I love that team name. It's an American team made up of Kim Kenny, Larry Blank, Mary Carty, and Lisa Fireman. And I love that they have that name, Craven for Raven. It's a little Ravensburger reference there.
And you mentioned Larry. Larry is a crowd favorite here, year after year. Larry and his gorgeous wife, Arlene. Just the little social butterflies of this event.
They showed up and they had made little American puzzle piece pins for everybody to give out, and they're kind of handing them out to friends they meet and everything, which is great. I saw Alfonso had one on, Charlie had one on.
You can't not love those two.
Yep. This is another American team. This is Jigonometry with Becca, Suzanne, Doug, and Hannah. They're really good. These are two good pairs that have kind of joined up to form this mega team. They chose the panorama one as well.
It looks like the people doing the panorama puzzle are struggling to, because it's a different shape than they're used to, they're struggling to know where to put their excess pieces.
Yeah, it doesn't fit on the board quite as easily because it takes up the whole length of it. Right.
Additional boards that they're not using, are they yet?
No, not yet. You can
Some
use
of the other teams there, you can see they're starting to separate out.
That usually comes with experience at a team event.
Yeah.
If they've got boards, I'd say they've done it before and realised that in a team it's helpful. But like the team at the bottom of the screen there, you can use the inside of the boxes.
Look at the Italian team there in their flight suits, and that guy's pretending to be going incredibly fast, having a bit of fun with it.
I'm loving their outfits.
Oh, yeah.
They've turned up at cafes and restaurants around the town, and they look fabulous in their outfits.
They've been wearing those all weekend. I love all the patches. I got a photo with them. I was so excited.
Yeah.
Just love their outfits.
I don't think they're actually from Italy, because I was having a debate with my husband
no,
about
I'm
this.
pretty sure.
They've got an Italian flag on their 48. Oh, they are Shameless.
Yep. Oh, they go by, their name is Shameless. That's adorable. Yes.
From Genova.
Puzzlers from hell. Gee, that's serious.
That is serious.
Don't mess with them.
Yeah. Oh,
and
here's
there we
the progress
go.
on the Misfits with the Canadian.
They're doing a fantastic
West
job,
Coast
actually.
Tranquility. But you're right. That green section, you can tell Karen, I think, has got that in front of her. She's got the green and the trees, and that is a good chunk of the puzzle. So that might be a little difficult when you get trees with like leaves like that, and it's just kind of a big jumbly green mess.
Do you think it would be beneficial for someone to follow the white lines and put the white lines together?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I mean, that's just another tool in the basket with those collage puzzles, is you have the borders between things, and you can see that is the approach they've taken. They've kind of already got a lot of the borders there, and that's just a question of filling in.
So this is a good example of how your puzzle board gives you extra space. That's a really good use of it.
Chose the short straw here.
Yes, I was just going to say, doing the top edge of this is maybe a mistake in a way, because that edge would go together a lot more quickly if you were just building it off of the completed puzzle. But I mean, at the same time, there's something to say for having the frame done and kind of knowing the dimensions of what you're working with. But again, solid orange edge all along the top. There's really no variation there, so that
I'd almost save that to the end. I think I'd save the edge of that one to the end.
Yep. Oh, there's Craven for Raven again in the corner there. Got a couple of American teams right next to each other, and
So yeah, just wondering, what do we think the times are going to be, the completion times for?
I don't think any of these are necessarily as easy as some of the ones in the previous division. I don't think we're going to have a 36-minute finisher, but maybe in the 40s, lower 40s, maybe.
Okay, for the first puzzle.
Yeah, maybe for the first one. We'll see. I mean, obviously, as you go, it gets faster as you go because you got fewer pieces to be choosing from. So if a team has made good progress at this 20-minute mark, it's fair to say they would probably get done in 40 minutes, but we shall see.
Yeah, and just a reminder that with the previous round, the first team to finish were Las Chicas from the Czech Republic, and they finished in a time of 1 hour, 20 minutes and 9 seconds. And then they were followed by the Golden State Puzzlers, who finished in 1 hour, 20 and 18 seconds to do the 2 puzzles. And then the third team, Alejandro and Ana Luciana's team, was 1 hour, 27 minutes and 32.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon. So yeah. Do we think it's going to be similar to that then, around the 1.5?
I think it's going to be a little longer. I think it might be similar, but I think it's going to be a little longer than that. It'll depend. I do think the last round you had maybe more, some of the more competitive, highly ranked teams were in that division than in this division. But, as we've been saying, we have so many new teams here this year. We could see some people that just surprise us. Right. But yeah, when you were saying like they finished, hour and 20 or so, that was for the 2 puzzles. But when, if you look at the first puzzle completion, 36 minutes or so, which was incredibly fast. I don't know if anybody's going to get one of the 1000s done that quickly in this round.
And do you think generally the overall strategy would be to complete the more difficult puzzle first, or to go to do the easier puzzle first?
That's a great question. What do you think?
I think the harder puzzle. Although actually, it should be the easier puzzle because it comes down to piece count.
Yes.
You need to get as much done as you can, so you should do the easiest puzzle first.
Especially if you're worried about getting 2 done.
Like, let's get the bad one out of the way when we're fresh.
Exactly. In the panic of the moment, I think you tend to choose the hardest one, but if that takes too long, you might not get your easy one finished, whereas if you'd done it the other way, you would have finished a full puzzle.
Well, that happened in the World Championship last year because the Czech team, they chose that terrible 1500 piecer, and they did that one first, and then had way less time to do the other 1000 piece, and they came in 4th behind Jigsaw Junkies, who did it the opposite. And, so in that case, definitely yes. If it comes down to you're not going to finish in the 3 hours, you want as many pieces together as possible, so do the easy one first.
Do the easy one first. But in the moment, you may not make that decision.
I think that's true. I know from my own perspective, I would want to do the easier one first, because if I am doing a puzzle in competition and I get frustrated or bogged down, it's hard to get the kind of mojo back, You kind of feel a little defeated, you're not as energized. So to me, it's fun to do the stuff that's really moving along quickly and fast, and you feel good about it, and then tackle the thing that's going to be hard at the end, and, and you just try to make it through.
And then in your second puzzle, if you're not confident that you're going to finish that puzzle in time, that's not the puzzle to be doing any sorting. You basically put together
whatever you can.
So you pick the easiest, most obvious pieces and you put them together. You're just racing to get as many random pieces together as you can, rather than constructing your puzzle. So
and that's due to the piece count rule. So when they do the piece count, if you have any chunks of 3 or more pieces, that counts towards completion. So you're right. If you can just get chunks together,
you're wasting time sorting. Just grab pieces, put them together. And for some people that is the edge. So I guess sort to get edge pieces perhaps and put them together, but you've just got to do the most obvious pieces you see when it comes to that, which is quite stressful.
No, for sure.
And just a reminder for people on the live stream that in this teams round you have a choice of 4 puzzles and you have to choose 2. And I think it's noted at the beginning before you start which 2 you're definitely going to do, and you have to complete 1 before you move on to the next one. So that's why we're showing 4 different puzzles here. When you see us chatting, you can see the puzzles up on the table here in front of us.
These misfits are flying. That Misfits team are doing exceptionally well.
There was also a question about how many puzzle boards are allowed to support the teams. I think it's up to 4.
Oh, I can check that quick. I think with the team competition, you're allowed 4. So basically 1 for each person. There's a size restriction, but you can have 4. You'll notice too a lot of people utilizing puzzle box tops, and I do think that's nice as well, because there's no danger of them spilling off super easily. If you have those flat pieces of board, there's a chance you could actually dump it or, you know, drop it or, you know, have it spill onto the floor. So I know especially if the tray's sort of sitting on the edge of the table and somebody bumps it, it can just knock the whole thing down. So you got to be careful with that.
And a lot of people are more familiar with a puzzle lid.
Yes.
It's something they've
used to using
before.
That. Yep. They're allowed 4 trays of cardboard, just to clarify. Yep.
And do you know what? You wouldn't want any more than that.
No, it's too much.
No.
Yeah, 1 for each person is just right. And a lot of them don't even use that. They'll use 2 or 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Some people don't like using them. Others really enjoy
I
using
love
them.
this team. These guys are a swimming squad, would you believe?
Which one's this? Really?
Israel.
On the bottom there?
The team on the bottom with the headbands, they're such cool people. We were out with them last night. They're absolutely fantastic. They're a swimming squad.
Nice.
So
they have more than one hobby.
Yes,
they're
and they're good fun.
Is
They're a lot of
get
fun.
jiggy with it. Is this? I can't see what the table number is. 24.
Is it
I think must be,
Yasmin, Madalena, Avador, and Urel? Yeah, is that how you pronounce it?
The 2 puzzlers closest to us, Yasmin and I don't remember the other gentleman's name, I'm sorry. I believe they participated last year, and Yasmin also competed in the USA Championships. So I've noticed puzzlers like to travel as well. There's some connection there with puzzling and travelling.
Just a reminder too for people, I mean, there's no results yet. We're early on, so nobody's finished anything yet. But if you go to the website, go under results and select the WJPC 2023, you'll be able to see, if you just scroll through the top there and choose Teams B round, once teams start to finish, they'll be entered there. The cool thing is once they've finished one, they get entered into the results, and then you can also see what the second puzzle is that they've chosen, and they list both of them there so you can kind of see, and it's easier then to kind of scroll down and compare who's doing what. But yeah, I would say Misfits is really well along there in that puzzle.
Yeah.
They've got a tray with, and you know, I think they got like custom boards made for their trays. We have we have a very supportive sponsor in the US. It's Zacco Puzzle Boards. It's a guy who's made this his full-time job. He's, you know, started his own business, and he makes puzzle boards, and people can order custom ones. And
so what would be special or different about, what would be different about the puzzle board they've had made?
It would be made out of wood, so it's nice and strong, and you know it's not going to bend or things aren't going to fall off. And I think they have a tiny lip on the edge there so you can see, so puzzle pieces don't slide off. I believe one side is a dark color, one side's a lighter color.
Wow.
So yeah.
Oh wow.
And I can't see the full board, but if I know, you know, Zach at Zacco, he has probably put some kind of inscription on there for them as well. We often use them for prizes at our competitions.
They're using these boards now.
Yeah, the custom boards. I think he made them some custom boards. Yeah.
With the wooden border.
Yeah, we use them a lot for prizes. He makes these great puzzle boards where, if you're, you know, if you don't have like a big table in your house, you can get this, and then it allows you to like stick it under the bed, or you know, it gives you a place to kind of store your puzzle as you're working on it.
Puzzle boards are becoming very popular,
Yeah,
especially
they are very
tilted
popular.
puzzle boards for people with bad backs and bad necks.
Yeah.
These girls are absolutely flying. Do you notice they're only using the one board between the 4 of them, and I think they share that around.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing really well. That's Karen and Sarah, EB, and Michaela there. This team is doing quite well. Look at, they're doing well on this panoramic, which is,
I think this team is using their boards exceptionally well.
Yes.
They're using 4, which is a lot, but they seem to be using them really well. And they've got their puzzle box right in the middle of the table. I've not seen that before.
Well, and look, they've really made progress on that bottom bit. Almost all of the buildings are in.
The entire team seems so comfortable with the use of their space. I think that to me says that they've practiced together a lot. They're aware of each other's space. They know their job. They know their role, and they are a really good working team.
Yeah, they are. They're all sitting. That's one thing different with the Misfits. You can tell they're all standing. They've got some nervous energy there. They like to stand and be able to see the whole puzzle. Not a lot of people, though, going into a team thing like this that's 3 hours are committed to standing for very much of it. I bet we'll see them sit down a little bit more after they've got the first one under their belt.
Oh, that's a team attempting
here
the
we
world
are.
record.
Yeah, there's the Guinness puzzle. So we talked about this earlier. This is a world record attempt happening here at the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship.
There's 8 people at the table.
Guinness is here, yeah.
And you'll see a 2,000 piece puzzle needs so much more room than a regular puzzle.
That's 2,000 pieces, yeah.
Yes. Look at how huge that is. And so basically how it's working is people who are here can sign up to be on a team, I think, of up to 8. They're allowing up to 8 players.
I think the table next to them, because I
is
recognize
doing
Craig
it as well.
there.
Yeah, you can
Craig
see
from World Guinness Records
Teresa
with the-
too is there. You can see her and one of her teammates because you see 2 of the green shirts. So yeah, there's some folks that in their off time, when they're not competing today, they're doing a different type of competition, working on that giant puzzle.
This will test their backs as well. There's a lot of leaning over, like a lot of far reaching on a table that big.
Here we go, and they are progressing quite well.
We're at 32 minutes. They're well into that puzzle.
Yeah, I think they could hit the 36-minute mark because look at how so much of it is done. The biggest section is that part Karen's working on there, but when they all start to focus on that at the end,
you can see the light reflectiveness on the leaves. There's bright leaves, dark leaves.
Nice work, ladies. You're doing great.
Back to the world record.
This is going to be
puzzle.
fun to watch how this progresses today. If people finish this 2,000-piece panoramic. I honestly, if I was invited to be on a team for that, I don't know if I would take the challenge. As fun as it would be to get your name in the Guinness Book of World Records, I don't know about that.
What was the phrase?
Saying, what's that?
Some people ruin their lives to get that book.
This might be one of those cases.
If Steve Wjpc is watching, I'm a huge fan. So
some people saying that it would be fun to see the individual champions doing the world puzzle or participating
together
in that
as a team. Yes, the top 6
or something.
Yeah, it would be.
Oh, we have to do that.
Well, I know that
surely.
that was a goal, but I think part of it is they all have different competition times. It makes it difficult.
If they've got the energy to do it too, that's a big ask for them.
It is. So I think they're going to all be focusing on that little blob of leaves right at the end. Just like you said, Dion, that's going to be the hard bit.
What I love about this team is, as well as their names, they have their individual states on the back of their shirt, their state of America. I think that's a lovely addition there.
Yep. And they're from all over the country. They've come together as sort of a super team.
Actually, the team in front of us is a mixed team.
You guys, they're going to come in, I think, even quicker than the Alejandro team did in the first round with the beach puzzle. Because I think he was around 36, and these guys are just coming under 35, I think.
And you see EB's keeping her hands out.
Yeah,
that's
just
actually, that can be beneficial for a team.
A good tactic.
Yeah.
Too many cooks spoiling the broth.
Eight hands?
Under 35 minutes. Right at the 35. Oh, come on. Oh, right at the 35-minute mark. 35:01 or something like that. Yeah, that's amazing. Congratulations to them. That is an incredible time on a puzzle. Okay, here it is. They picked the Brano. We mentioned that earlier.
Right.
Got rid of the puzzle dust there. Give it a quick shake. Karen's got her box top holder. She's ready to go. Look at that. Getting that next one started.
They've all got their own role.
Imagine now if they finish this in almost the same, we're looking at an hour, 10 minutes if they can really cook through this. That would be incredible.
Unbelievable. If that happens.
They're definitely on track with the non-stop team, the world champ team from last year made up of the Spaniards and
Spanish team here have done the same puzzle and they're doing really well as well.
That puzzle and they're doing well.
And they've got pieces of cardboard for their sorting trays. As simple as that, folks. You don't have to spend any money on a sorting tray. You can use a sheet of cardboard.
I think people have even painted cardboard to put different colors on it. You can do with almost anything.
Yeah.
Did you have an update from Mick there out on the floor?
No, he was just sort of saying, oh yeah, they've just finished this. He hopefully said they're swapping over, which is the technical term for starting the next puzzle.
Swapping
Not a
over.
term. Mick and I, Mick's my husband, he's part of the documentary crew, so yeah.
So they're here documenting. They're here recording a lot of today.
And in fact, yeah, the documentary team at the moment are filming Karen and the Misfits team.
I haven't seen any other teams at this point that close to finishing.
No.
I think they're going to pretty handily.
So this,
the
Super Nenas, and that's got Demelza, who we saw yesterday,
right.
And also Jacqueline, who's doing very well.
Well, and absolutely, not saying that in a negative way. It's just kind of impressive that those guys were so far kind of ahead of their competition in this division.
Yeah, and there's Chiara, top left-hand corner.
Chiara, they're doing well. They're almost done with the Verano.
So we've got the two Italians and the two Germans representing Germany with the Ektile team.
And this could be a good gauge of how fast the other team is going to finish the Verano one, because they did this first, and they are a very good team, very strong, and they're right at the 37.5-minute mark, and they're nearly done.
And do you see the biggest section they've got left is that dark strip in the shadow we were talking about?
Which is surprising to me. I would have thought it was the sky, but they have somebody who it looks like's probably been focused on the sky, and he's just
doing
working
a fabulous
away,
job there.
Doing a great job. So they've gotten through the hard bit there potentially with the sky, and now it's just filling in the bottom. That sky isn't that bad. I agree.
You've got the
does
gradient.
have a gradient. Yeah, there's difference in color there. It kind of goes from light to dark. So I know a lot of people that would have immediately jumped at that because they like doing sky. I believe from having watched some Karen videos that she's a fan of that.
Hi. I'm just taking a quick selfie of us three girls here.
Thank
I just
you.
realised I haven't really been taking very many photographs.
I haven't either. I tried to take a bunch this morning because I've not been taking very many. We're a little busy.
When I get home, my daughter's going to say, so what were you doing in Spain?
Well, you have about 40 hours of video you can show
I'll
her.
say, here we are. Hello.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I haven't taken hardly any photos, and I've been meeting all these wonderful people, and I barely have any photos to remember them by. But we're a little busy.
There's still tomorrow.
Yes, we'll still have tomorrow when everybody will be here for the team final and the awards ceremony.
So I was just saying with the last the USA team that just finished, how EB kept her hands out of it. When you've got one very small space to focus on, 8 hands actually is a hindrance to the team. So her choosing to keep her hands out is actually beneficial to the rest of her players.
It must be quite hard to do that, though.
Yes.
Especially if you can just see it. I know that goes there. Yeah.
But you're blocking the view of someone else. So there's a part of that does have to happen, regardless. Your arms are crossing over and you are going to block each other, but 8 arms in your way is not beneficial to anybody.
That's all about working out the strategy of the best way to add those extra vital seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the Misfits team has not had many chances to puzzle together. Just to see them that well in sync already and getting a puzzle done in only 35 minutes, that's really impressive.
Oh, I think they're playing Twister.
We saw this in another team, somebody just right over the top of someone else, kind of puzzling around them, and it was kind of funny. I think
that's Gabrielle, isn't it? Who's the 14-year-old. We saw him yesterday in a pair.
in the pair, do well in the pairs.
So it looks like he must be here with his dad, Eduardo.
Oh, yeah,
brother.
Same name.
Maybe it's his older
brother. Oh, no,
brother.
it's his brother, actually. It is his brother, yeah. I know that there's Gabi and his brother.
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah,
the Moreno Turtu.
They're both
brothers.
quite good.
Oh,
well, here we go.
From
Spain
Madrid.
this might be our number 2 team so far. With I'm going to take credit. I knew this was going to be a fast one, and I don't think I'm wrong. Oh, here we go.
Chiara's team. Their first
nice one. Nicely done. I don't think people even caught it, but there's a team finishing.
Well done.
Yep, they got the first one.
So I'm sure it has been mentioned, but each team does need a volunteer to note, to verify their puzzle's finished and make note of their first puzzle time. So they can't pack it up until they get the nod.
Yep. Oh, the it's taking them a while to get it put away. It's harder in those square boxes. You can't just like fold, and plop it in because, you know.
I saw a team do it in the first round.
Did you get it in that small square?
It was the perfect fold.
Really?
It just went fold, and I think one piece dropped away. I've never seen it done so quickly.
Yeah. Practicing. They probably practiced that. Vital seconds needed there to get the puzzle put away and get the other one out.
Oh, I just saw there's a piece behind him on the chair. I feel like running over and telling him.
We're not allowed to do that, Julia.
I'd say the teams do a lot of...
finish off camera. This is now we have another one that finished third.
I think the teams do a lot of discussing as they're sorting, because all you have to do is flip them over, so they do a lot of tactical discussions while they're doing that.
So this is going to be interesting because now here they originally chose that Canadian West Coast Tranquility puzzle, but now they've chosen a different one than the first place Misfits team. They picked the Panoramic, the Paris by Day, is that what it's called? And the Misfits chose the Burano Island one.
It's just called a day in Paris.
Did you guys notice what did the Italian/German team pick for their second one? Do you the Ectile? There it is.
Canadian.
They did pick the same two as the Misfits, just in different order. So now they're going to tackle that Canadian puzzle.
So your two picks?
Those were my two picks, I think. Yep.
Okay, if I'm ever in a team with you, don't let me pick the puzzle.
Yeah, I think I would have chosen these two. At first I was leaning away from the Burano one, but after you look at it a little more closely and see how brightly colored those buildings are, you realize, those are going to go together pretty quickly.
And each team so far has had that dark strip as their last section. Oh, look, there's a good
there's another one. No Limits team from Spain. That's the Eduardo and Gabrielle, Laura and Rafael. That's our team with the two juniors competing. Impressive. So they got that first one done in around 43 minutes.
They are doing a fantastic job. Oh, they're still getting those pieces off the table.
And they're doing the Burano one. And they just completed.
Gosh, these boys will be ones to watch for years to come.
Yeah, exactly. And interestingly, same two puzzles as the people in first and second place. Here's somebody working on the Burano one. So we've had, I think, 4 finishers now. It's not updated on the results yet, but I'm sure it'll be up there soon.
So they've done their sky first.
Yeah, they're almost, I think they're done with it. They've just got pieces on top, so it's overlapping a bit there. Oh, this is nice. Now we can see 3 teams. That panorama puzzle. Look at how much is left of that flat orange on the side, Dion.
Flat orange.
You were going to pick the 1950s and this one. Dion, you're never going to live this down.
Oh, and do you know what? Of the individual ones on the first day, I said I would have picked the first one with the flowers at the bottom.
Your instincts are all wrong, Dion.
We were just discussing how that is a skill of puzzling, and perhaps that's an area I need to work on.
You're letting your heart outweigh your head, Dion. You're just an emotional, I love the art on that one.
But interestingly, we haven't seen anyone yet tackle the 1950s one.
No, actually,
which I said would be my favourite one, so that just goes to show. Obviously, nobody thinks it's a very easy one.
I think the 1951 would be difficult. It would be difficult. Yeah. It's such a jumble, and...
Oh, there's our Aussie girls.
Yeah, I think it would be a tough one.
Well, there you go. I'm not a speed puzzler for sure.
Adele, the lady in the closest on. Oh, they've just switched now.
Yeah.
Adele with the. Oh no, they've both got watches on.
They've got those leaves done already, though. So
Adele is a very exciting puzzler. She is the maturest puzzler in our team, and last year she got the fastest time of all the Australians.
Nice.
And she is an outstanding little puzzler. She puzzles with her entire body.
Really?
When she finishes, she shakes. She's a ball of emotion. More often than not, her beautiful husband Dave is there to embrace, almost catch her.
Yeah.
She gives it everything she's got.
Sorry, is this Miranda you're talking about?
No, Adele from the Australian team. She's a fantastic puzzler.
I know what you're talking about. I've seen her when she finishes, and she's just sort of bursting at the seams.
Yeah, she has really, she's given everything she's got to get that puzzle done, and I find her a really exciting puzzler.
Right.
They've got
already
their
got
border.
the edge about done. They haven't got it all in place yet. Looks like they're moving pieces out of the frame to kind of make room for just getting things worked on. But yeah, you can tell. And now they've got 2 puzzle boards they're using. I mean, it is a challenge. A lot of those pieces are stacked up. You don't have room on a 1,000-piece puzzle to get it all on that piece of white type board. And you don't really want to put it on the tablecloth because it's hard to pick up and move them. You want a smooth surface where you can kind of shove them around a little bit.
And if they're on the tablecloth, there is a risk of them sneaking underneath that
and getting
white,
lost a bit and getting underneath the
white
typeboard.
sheet, or the white card.
Plastic,
When I was out just now, I was having a look. I wanted to see how Wjpc were doing and which puzzle they were doing. Of course, this is Vicky and Jeanette and what's she called?
Juby.
Juby.
Yep.
Jubilee. No, but her Jigsaw Juby.
Jigsaw Juby
and Donna Louise. They're working on the Paris panorama.
Oh, they are.
We haven't seen them yet.
And we haven't seen anybody finish that yet either.
They're just in front of me, and Wjpc are actually they're using their boards to sort by shape.
Yeah.
So there's 2 team members dedicated to shape sorting. There's a lot of discussions. Oh, they're bringing out another sorting tray now. I'd say they're changing up their taking another approach to it.
I'm feeling incredibly validated right now about this was a poor choice to do this panoramic puzzle because everybody is going to have a giant chunk of orange, flat orange, no gradation, no variation.
You nailed it,
both
Val.
sides of that puzzle, and those are going to be the last bits to go in, and they're going to be frustrating. I see one of the other American teams had chosen that, and they're still working away as well.
This team here from Germany, they're doing a fantastic job. It's only 48 minutes. They are doing a wonderful job. They'll get a good time. Oh, dear me. It looks frightening, doesn't it?
Again, it looks like it's an international team, even though they're choosing to represent Germany here because there's Dos Piezas and Zwei Tyler. So 2 Germans and 2 Spanish, it looks like.
Fabulous. That is another wonderful thing about the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championships. You can come together with other teams. You don't have to all be from the same country. It's exciting. Sure, we put one flag on your team table, but it's a lovely way to meet people. It's a lovely way to connect, and you learn things from the other people, and it's good fun having a multicultural team. Just yesterday, I paired up with Anne from Japan. Anne from Japan. Her partner couldn't attend, so I was quite excited to partake in the pairs. And we had fun doing it. So it's nice to turn up and be matched up with people from around the world.
How do you handle it in Australia in terms of, if you're doing a regional championship, does the person have to be from that region? Or do people come from all over and just do it anyway?
Anybody can compete from anywhere in Australia. At our nationals, we even have people travelling over from New Zealand this year. However, for the state competitions, you do have to reside in that state to be able to win first, second or third place.
So are you just sort of almost like an exhibition if you're participating in?
You'll be recognised, you'll be acknowledged, you get your time, but you are not the first, second or third fastest puzzler from that state.
I know we struggle with that a little bit with the U.S. Championships. We just hosted our first one in 2022, and you were there, which of course we loved that you came, but we were sort of like, well, what do we do if Diarne wins?
Don't worry, there's no threat of that. But yes, it is something you need to...
It's difficult because we want people to come from all over. We would love to see that. But you kind of, if they're a U.S. champion, you want them to be from there. So.
Yes, and you need to make that decision before the race starts because you just don't know how it's going to go.
And I think, we would welcome people from other countries to participate, but I think that's probably going to be the rule going forward.
If it's the USA Championships, someone from the USA needs to be your
Well, because
champion.
Presumably they come here, and then you're like, and this is the U.S. champ, you know, and
Yeah.
and it's. Yeah, I don't know that it's, obviously you don't need to qualify to be at Worlds. You don't need to be a champion from your country. Anybody can sign up to come to the World Jigsaw Puzzle Competition. But yeah, there's something kind of special if you're Yvonne Foyt, who's here today. She's coming with that little
USA's
honorific of,
champion.
I'm the US champion right
And
now.
our Katrina from Australia, our very first national champion from Australia, she's here, and she has the entire squad behind her.
Yeah, right.
She's brought her family over. Her daughter is over here. She's actually going to celebrate her 21st while they're over here on holidays together.
So we can see here we've got, looking at the leaderboard, 5 teams so far that have finished first puzzle and on to the second. And there's somebody, the Czech team there are going to be doing the 1950s as their second choice.
Oh, interesting.
And the Super Nanas team who've completed the West Canadian one, moving on to the Paris
Day in
panorama.
Paris.
The Day in Paris panorama.
I'm going to make a prediction right now and say 1 and 2 are going to remain in those spots. They've chosen the same puzzles, and I think the 2 easiest puzzles, and I mean, there's a chance, obviously, Ictile could come in and finish, faster than the Misfits.
Yeah.
But I think those 2 teams are going to still be vying for first and second.
Looking good.
Because looking at third and on down, they've made some. Well, fourth, I guess, is picked the same. But they're quite a few minutes back, from the Misfits.
Now, something, I don't know if you've discussed this yet, but something
Putting me on
that
the
is
spot.
worth discussing. There's room for an upset, as in...
That's true.
Accidents happen.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
Accidents happen. Last year, a team's table leg collapsed, and the puzzle slid down the table to the floor. Now, that is your worst nightmare.
Yes.
And I think that's from 4 people leaning on the table and moving the table. And tables do get moved around a lot with teams, but 4 people puzzling at the same time comes with its hazards.
Yes.
And one of them is the sturdiness of your table.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I know that's one of the things they've mentioned in announcements and kind of telling people is be careful. I've seen competitions, and not like this with this small of a table, but I've been at competitions. The St. Paul Winter Carnival uses big round tables, which really puts teams off because they come in and they're like, wait, we're at a round table and it's 6 feet across. It's this huge table. People will literally get up on the table and be sitting on the table and going. And those are some sturdy tables, but you can't do anything like that here.
You have 2 people sitting on one side of that table, and that table is
it's
flipping.
Gonna go, yeah. Oh, here we go. Another team, the German.
And the Tyler. This is the Spanish and German
finishing
team.
in under an hour.
And the Puzzleroos from Australia just finished as well, so they're on to their second puzzle.
Oh, that's great.
There we go. Well done. Now, when you've got 4 people rotating around a table, which they do quite often, they change places, you only need your genes to catch the corner of that white card, and you can actually flip your entire puzzle off the table. So
that's a good
I
point.
don't wish it on anybody.
Is that why the Australians wear shorts?
Well, to be honest, I think what you
They're
wear,
very sleek outfits.
I think what you wear at a puzzle race is crucial. You really shouldn't wear anything baggy. You shouldn't wear long sleeves. If you've got a bracelet that hangs down, you've really got to think about what you wear in a puzzle race.
Okay, so this is the Hungary team from Mercedes, that's going to come close to finishing, but we know these are some fast puzzlers here. We've seen Mercedes compete, and I mean,
this will be the first Paris panorama that we see.
Maybe to finish the
so
Paris
their next
panorama.
puzzle choice will be crucial.
Yeah. But they still had a lot to go when it was all that same color.
What did you think of the Australians' shorts and tracksuits?
Love it. Everybody's been commenting. Everybody who comes on here, they see the Australians and they go, oh, we got to get outfits like those. They're amazing. I love that they kind of blend together and match. It's
Didn't
so
they do a good
cool.
job?
You guys look like you're like an Olympic team with designer level outfits.
Do you know when we're in those outfits, we feel like an Olympic team?
I do like teams that, coordinate make the shirts and stuff, it makes them so identifiable in the arena when there's this many teams going at once, 80 teams. You know, it's just easy to pick people out.
Like Janie and the Amazons in front of us on the bottom screen.
Yep.
A simple t-shirt done as a team just looks fantastic. It's fun.
Yeah.
Do you know what? The Misfits are looking good, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing well.
Fast little puzzlers
And
they are.
we haven't seen Ectile for a while, so I'm not quite sure where they're at right now. But look at that. Oh, you guys, look at that. Those two big blocks of orange.
Yeah, I think the World Pieces who are in front of us, the mixed team are also struggling with the orange. Not a lot of progress has been made since we last checked in on them.
I wonder how much of their selection just came down to they saw it in the last one and how many teams did it and how quickly it went, and they thought, yeah, let's grab that one, and then didn't really notice that it's different from the other one and it has a lot less variation in the sky bit.
So is that a disadvantage of going in the second group?
Yeah,
perhaps.
maybe. You know, you're
you're influenced by the first one.
It could be.
And the influence doesn't necessarily go in your favor.
Yeah, definitely this is the harder of those two panoramic puzzles. Oh, there we see Craven for Raven. They're getting close with the Burano Island. Their first completion maybe almost done. Ooh, this is interesting. We've got two teams here on the screen that are pretty close
so
on
that's
that one.
Team Skagerrak.
They're almost
from
identical.
Norway.
Oh, actually the one down the bottom had more left on the right hand side. Here they go, about to finish the sky. All 8 hands working on the sky.
I saw one team where they got to the end and everybody kind of took one hand away and then they just had 4 hands going. I thought that
there's
was
a piece
actually quite
missing.
smart. Oh,
There's a
one.
10-second rule for that piece.
Oh,
Oh,
it was
it's in the bag!
We've seen that a lot here. Oh, that was great. Glad they got that one out of the way.
Still
on
under
to the
an
next
hour.
one.
We
Yep.
did that under the hour.
Good job. Under an hour.
That's
I
an
love that we
impressive
actually
time.
saw it come out of the bag.
Oh my goodness.
Come on,
You have to
Norwegians.
check your bag.
You can do that orange. You know you can.
Oh, I'm
More
really
orange.
eager to see what our finish time is going to be for the Ectile and the Misfits teams.
So yes, with lots of the comments here are referring to this as orange hell. Who's going to be first out of the orange hell? It's looking very close, isn't it, between the Norwegian team and Yanni and the Amazons from Hungary.
Look at them just ripping at that. Oh, which one did they pick? Oh, they picked the Canadian one. Yeah, they picked the Canadian one.
Larry had a tool he just whipped out of his pocket then
That's
to
allowed
open the
this
plastic.
year. Yeah, that's allowed this year to
Check
have
the
something
bag.
that
Does
you
that
can
make
use.
a difference though? Do you think it just stops pieces getting stuck, or it's just quicker to get the pieces
No, it's just
out
quicker
of
to
the
get.
bag?
Oh no, it's
Oh,
about
no, it's
getting
to
the
open the
plastic
box.
on
Oh,
the
so the
outside.
box,
Yeah, the plastic on the outside. They're allowed to use a kind of dull instrument tool to open the cellophane. Some people have developed other techniques. I know one of the things I've seen is you kind of put it against your body and then you make claws with your hands and you just kind of drag them across the front and it somewhere usually
Press it
rips.
against your chest
Yep.
and pull
Just
outwards.
pull outward and
and
drag, yep.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah.
Are you talking about getting the cellophane?
Yeah, getting
Off
the
the
cellophane out.
outside,
Yep.
yeah. So you just put the puzzle to your chest and put
'Cause,
your palms
yeah.
to the box and pull.
Yep. It'll break
There's
it.
just a weakness in the plastic that will come away.
Yep.
If it, well done.
Yeah, well done. They got
They're
the
waiting
Burano
for
one. They're like, are we good?
Waiting for
Good.
permission
Yep,
to
they're good.
continue.
Again, we're just under the hour.
Yep.
It's one of those techniques that I think if you don't get it the first time,
You think it's not
just
gonna work.
try something.
Just do it
Yeah,
again.
no, I think
really?
because you've.
I
if you-
usually can get it if I kind of make claws out of my hands and I really pull with my finger strength too. It usually will come eventually. You know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I find if you're going to get it, you get it the first time. But if I have to try it more than once, I find I've done something to the
and it won't
the
rip as
plastic and it
easy.
just doesn't do it.
Really?
So if I don't get it the first time, I actually just go back to my original stick my nails
Yeah,
in and
stick
rip
your
it.
nails in the seam. Yeah.
But it's a fantastic technique when it works. It is
Yeah.
the fastest way
Yeah.
to get the wrapping off a box.
There you go, people. We've even thought of how do you get the cellophane off the fastest.
We'll do a demonstration when we're on camera next.
Yeah, you could. That would be a good idea. But yeah, I mean, if you're a strong competitor, you're thinking of these things. You're like, how are we going to get the plastic off quickly? And what's going to work the best?
every bit. I mean, if you miss a place because of a second or two, you're going to start looking for techniques that shave off a second or two.
Yep. And I have had that happen. I've come in a lower place by just 1 or 2 seconds. It does happen. We saw that the other day. I think we had a tie in one of the pairs divisions yesterday. So it's not unheard of.
That's Karen Cavett there, holding the tray above. So that's actually allowing her teammates to also see the loose pieces and the puzzle underneath. So there's a lot of consideration for your teammates.
Yep. And I called it. I said, Karen likes to do sky, I believe. And look where she's sitting on the top side of the puzzle, just plugging in those blue pieces.
You seeing our...
Yeah, Julia just ran out there to do some checking.
Julia getting a sticky beak at the teams.
I felt terrible actually.
Tell us what you found.
No, I got slightly in the way of EB. I was like, oh no, I'm so sorry. She
No, you're all
from
right.
one side of the puzzle to the other. But no, I was just curious to see how people were doing with the Paris panorama. I'm just, Oh, we've got here, look, Delia from the Netherlands who did so well.
Yeah.
So she is table 12.
Just
living on the edge.
Had their edge so far away from the bottom of that puzzle.
I'm guessing it's just so that they can kind of work off of it and then they'll smush it together later.
Look.
Yeah. At this point I would maybe put that in though, because it's maybe close enough to the top that it would give you more to work from.
I would too.
So Mercedes team doing very well there.
Yeah. I would say
they've actually done most of the orange hell.
No, they've got a lot on this lowers. If you look on, onto the end of the puzzle there's a lot left on that one end.
And it looks like they've sorted by shape. They haven't put them in lines, but they've put them in groups of shape.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only way to navigate your way through orange hell.
I can't wait to talk to teams and hear them all say, why did we pick that one?
Yeah.
Because that, I think, is going to be a refrain from everybody who picked that orange.
Because you really called it, Val, with the teams that are doing well so far are the ones that had Burano and the...
Thanks, ladies.
You little
I've been
puzzle
doing this a while,
Puzzle expert. Oh, there we go. Germany are done. Well done.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Spain, sorry.
Somebody to your left there, my lovely husband, is asking you something. You are, but we'll turn you off. There we go.
Spanish team just finished. Very admirable time. Oh my gosh, though. Okay, wait a second. They do need to get that other puzzle put away. Oh, he's putting it away now, but... Technically you're supposed to have the one put away before you really dump the other one out and start puzzling with it, but again, this is a qualifying division. Somebody maybe already gave them the thumbs up to get started, and I mean, he's still doing that, so he's not working on the puzzle that's on the table, but in the rules it says you should have one completely destroyed and disposed of in the box before you start working on the other one. You can be opening, I think people a lot of times are opening the box and getting it out, but again, this is qualifying, and if they're finished with one at this point, an hour in, it's safe to say they're going to move on. That's not really going to make a big difference. I think you can be a little bit more relaxed on things at this point. A lot of these teams are moving on. There's 80 teams participating. 50 of them will be in the final.
They're going by shape, so I reckon that.
So just to remind this questioner, this is the qualifying teams group. This isn't the semi-final. So the people that go through from this round will be going straight into the finals of the teams, which is tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And then later today we have at 4:30 to 6 o'clock the finals for the individual participants, and then at 7 o'clock the finals for the pairs. 180 individuals and 90 pairs in the finals this afternoon.
So we just had a bit of controversy because the Spain team was kind of already opening and dumping out the other one, and they had their pile of pieces on the side, and I was saying, and people are commenting in the rules, I think, in the final that would maybe be a little bit more consequential, but we're in the qualifying division. See here again, they're kind of rushing to get the puzzle away. In the rules it says, you're supposed to have one completely put away before you start assembling or working on the other one. But I don't think they've saved themselves any time if teams are doing that, because it's usually so chaotic. They're not really getting much accomplished anyway. But yeah,
what's that?
I don't know.
That was the Italian team who finished their first puzzle.
Oh, good.
And
good for
they
them.
are so excited.
This is the Italian team in the boiler suit.
Shameless?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're giggling and laughing.
Yeah.
They're having so much fun.
They are. Bit rowdy group.
They're good fun. I love it.
Love it.
Oh, they're nearly done. Doing a great job there.
Yeah, look at that. This is the Israeli team. The swimmers. I do think it's fun. I feel like the first day people are a little more like, oh, it's like a library in here. And then by the fourth day, people are, you know, they know each other. There's
Everyone's
camaraderie.
friends.
Everybody's friends. And, you know, it's a little rowdier crowd, a little more cheering happening. I love that about it. It gets a little more boisterous as the weekend goes on.
There's a lot of support. Like a team will finish, and it's not just their countrymen who support them.
Everybody.
Half the room is cheering for them. It's lovely.
I think it would be fun as a spectator to just be going around, because you meet moms and brothers and sisters and family members and friends and spouses, and
my husband Alan is making friends all over the place. He's
look at that.
Well done.
Israeli's got theirs done.
He's
First
having
one,
a great time mixing with everybody.
They've picked the popular two, what we think are probably the two fastest puzzles. They've done the Canadian one onto the Burano Island. Oh yeah, Al, I feel like everybody knows Al. He's here, he's hanging out
taking selfies with everybody.
I do think it's hilarious too when people come along for the ride, so to speak, and they don't puzzle, but they come and I think they probably think, well, I'll maybe watch a little bit and then I'll go enjoy Spain, you know, the town
I'll go do
and the
something
food and do other
else.
things. And then they get here and they're like, well, I don't want to miss anything. So they end up sitting here all day anyway, watching.
For those who are doubting it, a jigsaw puzzle competition is so much fun, especially the World Championships. It's exciting, it's fun, it's colourful. There's characters from all over, all different ages. It's a really, really good atmosphere.
Oh yeah, lots of people in the comments going on about the rule thing.
There are no rules apparently about putting the plastic away.
Again,
but I think it is just you have to have your first puzzle completed and verify that it's finished before you start the next one.
I think that's the main thing, is that it gets verified.
Yeah.
To be honest, if you're too hasty with emptying your next puzzle out, you risk mixing up some pieces.
Yes, exactly. Mixing, yes.
Yeah.
And so,
or you might pack away some of your
the other
second
pieces.
puzzle.
Exactly. I think you're right. And again, I mean, I know, you know, people get upset and they get, you know, really caught up in like the nitty gritty of the, but you know, we're in the qualifier. Those types of things aren't going to make a difference. We're not talking about every team like competing and being within a few seconds of each other. You know, especially with this division, we're seeing a bigger gap between teams, so it's not as big of an issue.
Oh, that's that lovely lady who did really well.
Yeah, that's Delia.
Delia.
And her
she
daughter,
was fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, a mother and daughter team.
Yeah.
I love that.
I love that Kristen's competing with her whole family. I didn't know that, so I was glad to learn that in the last
There's
round.
a mother, a brother, and a
sister-in-law. Yeah.
I love. Oh, that's fantastic. That's nice to hear. I didn't know that.
It makes me wonder though, when they're getting together for holidays and they puzzle at home, like how serious of a puzzling situation is that? Do other members of the family, are they allowed, or is it just like, oh no, we'll just go do a puzzle in another room or something?
Or other family members come to join in and go, oh, don't worry, I'll go make everyone a cup of tea.
I puzzle with my mom a lot, and you know, she's always, ugh, you're so fast. I just, you know, and then I'm like, well, Mom, you know, she's actually not bad in her own right. But yeah, if we puzzle with like, you know, other family members, I get a lot of teasing, like, well, I don't want to puzzle with you. You know, I like puzzling with anybody. It doesn't matter to me how fast people are.
Somebody here saying any team that finishes the orange hell puzzle should be given a special cheer.
Oh, they'll get cheered, don't you worry.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on here with the video, because that can't be what. Maybe shows me. I just have to refresh it, I think. There we go. It's just my feed.
How many teams qualify from each group? It's 50. 50 teams from this group, Group B, that started at 12:30, and 50 teams from the first group this morning at 9 o'clock. Will be going through to the finals on Sunday morning, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Nobody's finished the Paris Panorama yet, that's correct.
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, we got the results right next to us here. Sorry, I'm just grabbing a charger. It's under the table.
I think the Misfits have it. I really do think that they're going to come in first. They are just
Listen to me,
outstanding.
I'm picking up your accent. Yeah.
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 Yeah, nah.
Yeah, no, I think they have this round handily, but we haven't seen Kiara in a while. And we know they picked the same puzzles just in a... Oh, yeah, thank you, Diarn. I was just going to say, yeah, I think Misfits definitely have the handle on this, but we haven't seen Kiara's team. They picked the same 2 puzzles, but did them in a different order, so I would expect they'll maintain their second spot.
Isn't it great when you look at the room like that and you can spot the teams by their matching outfits?
Yeah. I think Julia just is like taking a quick glance at where that team is at.
So in the bottom right corner you can see World Pieces. They are still going through their sorted orange pieces from hell.
Yep. Oh, that puzzle. That's going to figure into some people's nightmares later, I think.
When you sort by shape, do you put them in lines like that or in groups?
I do put them in lines. I like having them in lines because if you want to do the sort of methodical approach of just you see a spot in the puzzle that you know has 2 pieces, you can just kind of go down the line trying them.
When you're trying every single piece in that one spot. Okay,
and then
that makes sense.
That way you're not just grabbing randomly and putting back and then grabbing. And so I even pick the first one, try it, put it back where it was, work my way down the line.
Oh, that was so. We've just seen off camera that that was Team 8. Is that Craven for Ravens?
Oh yeah.
No, Trigonometry.
Did they
just finished Orange Hell.
Ah, they just.
But we didn't have a big.
They just finished Paris by day, technically, everybody.
And
it's earning its a nickname.
This team just finished as well.
Oh, which one?
That's the one
I
I'm
can't
talking
see
about.
it's behind. Oh, that's the one she's talking
Trigonometry.
about. Trigonometry.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So that's the Becca, Suzanne, Doug, and Hannah team from
and
the
I think
United
they're moving
States.
on now to the Burano.
Okay, I'm going to update. Oh, it looks like, so we've had 14 groups, maybe 15 now that hasn't been added yet, that have finished their first 1,000 piece puzzle. Somebody did finish, well, it looked like, did the Israelis do the 50s puzzle?
As their second one, I think. No one's finished the 50s puzzle.
I thought I just saw
no
somebody.
one's done the 50 puzzle.
I was going to say, I thought somebody did that one and finished it, but I can't tell.
Oh, I don't know where that was from.
Okay, there it is, trigonometry.
Oh, I think that's the world record puzzle.
Ah, okay.
Someone has just finished the world record puzzle.
You're kidding me.
Oh, I wonder what time it is. Oh, there's a big crowd around them. There's cameras out.
Yeah. I think it's maybe the Teresa table.
I guess.
The check. There was a few checks.
I guess we're definitely having a record today because it's the first time it's been done.
Right.
And then that will be the record to beat from there on.
Right. So
because the puzzle has been labelled as a world record puzzle.
Yeah.
So that is a puzzle to do if you want to break the world record.
Right. Yeah.
So we are going to have someone from today or from this event
Yes,
in the
exactly.
world records.
Oh, there we go. The Netherlands team.
Whoa, that's an
that's
interesting.
Oh, we saw this earlier.
Really?
Wow. We saw
He's
this
like one of those people
earlier.
that can pull the tablecloth away.
Yeah, we saw this earlier.
Well done,
and
Willem.
they verified and they did the same thing, and I didn't know if that was allowed. I think we're gonna,
think that is going to be questioned. I really do.
I think they're going to have to clarify that before the final for sure.
So I have a feeling that's not in the rules because that is not something we had thought about.
No.
That close up there, that was the Misfits.
Nobody has said anything because they did that in the previous round.
That just blew my mind. Seeing that, I had no idea what they were doing.
Because you're still going to have a ridge. Oh, the Misfits are finishing. Oh my gosh, you guys, look at this.
1 hour 15.
Yes. There it is. That's fantastic. Congratulations to the Misfits. That's the first team to finish both 1,000-piece puzzles in that division.
And there was such a girly celebration.
Yeah, and that is nearly 5 minutes faster than the group this morning, which was Theresa's team with a time of 1 hour 20 and 9 seconds. So this was 1 hour 15 minutes and 48 seconds to do.
And the next team have just come.
So
They're about to finish their first one.
Yeah, so that's finishing 2 puzzles, each in under 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Girls,
those are really
that
good
is
times.
amazing.
Really, really well done.
They've got to be happy.
Congratulations. Yeah, they got to be happy,
Gotta be
especially
happy
when they
with
go look at that final time and see that they did the 2 in a faster time than the Czech team.
Yeah.
That's a very controlled piece release there from the bag.
Really checking that box. Oh, there's another group now getting that one put away. But when you're talking about the Netherlands team putting the poster over, I don't think that's a good idea for multiple reasons, but because now you have that kind of ridge under there.
But if it's the same size, they probably won't. There's so much.
It'll work, but if it's a different size puzzle, you're going to have. Oh yeah, if it's the same size, maybe. But if it's a different size, I wouldn't want that. You're going to have that slight. You're going to feel it. That plastic is not that thick. I would think you'd still feel that, like the ridge of the puzzle underneath.
I think you're going to find next year that's in the rules that can't be done.
Well,
I don't think
like I said, I think there's going to have to be clarification before the final, so that teams know whether or not they can do it. This team's excited about getting one done, it looks like. So we've seen one team finish the panoramic Paris by Day puzzle. Just looking now to see in the results, how many have picked that one to be their second puzzle?
So the Dos Piezas and Zwei Tyler, they picked that as their second puzzle.
So the
Neustadt finished that, choosing that as their second puzzle.
The 50s puzzle was the least favourite.
Yeah, I would say that's a definite.
For speed, that is. Not necessarily for leisure puzzling, but for speed, it was the least favourite.
The puzzling Dutchmen have chosen the Paris Panorama as their second
See if we
puzzle.
can see the Ectile, like Chiara's group.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, you know, I know they like a little while to. Karen usually does some stuff before if they come over here, that's a problem, but I usually give her that.
So Karen and Sarah and Evie and Michaela looking very relieved, very pleased. I wonder if they know yet that they are 5 minutes faster than Alejandro's team.
I think they know. I think going into this, they knew, the last team got done an hour 20, we want to beat that.
Yeah.
I think they're aware. They're all pretty serious about competitive speed puzzling. Oh, there they are. Oh, good. I'm glad we're getting to see them. So they have a little ways to go, but right now, you know, they're in the number 2 spot based on the first puzzle completion.
Oh, that was a good lift of those pieces. Showing the quality of Ravensburger puzzles.
I'm seeing a few now. We said earlier, you know, not many people have picked the 1950s puzzle, but now I'm seeing that if you go in the results and see who's done the first one, we're seeing more that have selected that as their second one. So here, the Ukraine team, you can see it's on deck. That's the one they're doing next.
Well done.
Yeah.
They had their puzzle sideways.
Yeah.
Going across the table.
Yeah.
It only
Oh look, there's an
just
interesting
fit.
cellophane. Oh no.
Oh, no, she did. Oh, here she
She's doing
goes.
the technique.
There it is.
You
There
saw
it is.
There it was.
So that was another technique we saw with a hand on the top and then sort of twisting.
Oh, and that didn't work, so then she
didn't work. But then she moved.
So she went to pulling it from her chest. Now you had to be quick to see that, anyone watching.
So
you did see the technique of opening
So this
when
is
you pull it from the
Mercedes' team
side.
and the
Oh, good. They're
Hungarian team.
finally getting
Just coming
close to the end
finishing
on
your
that.
Intel.
Watch the relief on their faces when that's done. It looks like a team from Brazil has just finished.
I love that, you know, this factor, this, you know, choosing the puzzle from the 4, it gives all the puzzlers something to talk about. The minute they get done, they can all be like, "Oh, which ones did you choose, and how did it go?" And then they all
I told them not to pick that one. I told them it was going to be too hard.
Yeah,
but I was outvoted.
Usually the team, you can kind of come to a quick decision on that, but I do remember last year our team having a little bit of debate, and you know, it all worked out. We finished both, and we were very pleased with how we did, but you know, we weren't 100% sure which were going to be the fastest for us.
So they've still got 3 puzzle boards in use.
Mm-hmm.
See, they're keeping their puzzle boards far away from their puzzle. I think at this stage a lot of puzzlers will actually lift their puzzle board towards the puzzle, like this team are doing.
Yeah, cover up the sections that are done, maybe. But boy, just looking at that, I'm so glad I'm not doing that. It's nice to see so much organization happening.
Oh, they've done
here we
it.
go. One of them's
Well
finished
done.
that. Giving a look to the camera, that's the Hungarian team. I don't want to say finally because it's only an hour and 20 and they made it through
fantastic.
that difficult puzzle. I bet they're going to be excited to fly through this one.
Oh, this will be a relief.
Yeah, it will be. This Burano, puzzle.
Check that bag.
There's a question, will there be any finals today? Yes, there will be this
Most
afternoon.
certainly.
Yeah,
Yes.
we've got the individual finals at 4:30 for 90 minutes to do the 500-piece puzzle, and then at 7 o'clock the pairs finals to do a 1,000-piece puzzle in 2 hours.
Today's a very big day with finals. Today is such an exciting puzzle day.
It's kind of the pinnacle day. I mean,
Yes.
tomorrow's lovely because you get, you know, the final kind of teams final, and it's a nice wrap up.
Now,
But-
team 4
Yeah.
here in the top right. This is the team with Gabrielle, who's only 14,
And his
and they
brother.
did their first puzzle in 43 minutes and 3 seconds. So
Which is
they
fantastic.
are doing quite well actually now on the West Coast Canadian, whatever it's called, West Coast Tranquility. It's called.
Yes, West Coast Tranquility.
So yeah, with the finals today, we find the world's fastest puzzler
for 2023.
Yeah, how exciting is that?
Who do you think it's going to be, Dion? For the individual, who do you think
I actually think it's going to be Alejandro.
Do you?
I really do. That
Okay.
he is just the most exceptional puzzler I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And he knows he's got competition.
Yes.
But do you know what? You won't see anyone more happier for someone else to win than Alejandro. He's such a good sport. He's so encouraging and supporting of other puzzlers. He's a beautiful man. He's a really, really beautiful man. And he would be the happiest person in the
he
room
would be
for
thrilled
whoever
for
wins.
someone if they won,
But I
yeah.
think it might be him.
Yeah.
I think so too. I think, I mean, we've already seen he's had the fastest times. We get excited when anybody even gets close, you know, and but he's had fast time. He's consistently at the top. And then I also think, you know, there's something to the adrenaline, and you're in the final, and it really matters, and you're going to pour everything into it. You know, I've talked to individuals who they don't necessarily hold back, but they're not quite at that. They may have a little in reserve, so to speak, that they're saving for the final.
Yeah.
So if that's the case at all with Alejandro, then yeah, I think he's definitely.
I am going to
got a
go
chance
out, though, and say I think there's going to be a surprise on the podium this year.
Oh yeah, I think so.
A
I think so,
surprise
too.
or two.
In terms of second and third place?
And if Alejandro doesn't win, first place will be a surprise. I just.
Oh, it could be Kristen or, you know, Kathy.
I think there's going to be a surprise, someone new on the podium.
Oh, there we go. It's Kiara's team. They just finished both puzzles, so I think now that makes them officially the number 2 team in this division because they have finished both puzzles now at this point.
I mean, I won't deny. I hope it's an Australian on the podium.
Yes, of course.
You'll see me over here in tears if it is.
24.
But look at that, you know, I mean, a very, very good time for the you know, German team there, the Echtile, but still 9 minutes after the Misfits. That's a really impressive jump because they weren't much further behind them after they did the first puzzle.
And that team coming up, I think it's going to be Sin Límites, the Spanish team with
yeah,
Gabrielle.
maybe for third
It's going to
place.
be third because they are finishing the West Coast
puzzle.
Canadian one.
Yep.
Our Aussies chose the 50s puzzle.
Well, let's see how that goes. So we have one there in 20th place, or no, sorry, 18th. The British team, the UK team, Team GB. They did the 1950s one. So there are some people that chose that first and have completed it, but it took them a little while.
Oh yeah, Denmark did it 1 hour and 19.
And now we're seeing more that did the Paris by Day and got that one done. Got way more that have kind of completed their first.
Look at the countries these people are from. Look how far everyone's travelled for this event. Isn't that just such commitment?
Yeah. Look, this is Sin Límites. Looking like they're
yeah,
just
you're
about
right.
to
They're
finish.
just so close. Over and ever. Third place team here. Hey, they don't have any one section, just little bits and bobs, but it's stones.
Scattered.
Yeah. But like you said, it's a lot of the rocks. There's a lot of rocks in that puzzle.
Great. 1:27.02. So they are our third finishers. Sin Límites from Madrid. Rafael Gomez, Laura de Arque, Eduardo, and brother Gabriel Moreno Tursu.
With Mel.
Okay.
She said, Jeff.
Yeah. All right, we have some breaking news, everyone.
Fantastic. A world record.
Yes,
A
we've
world
just
record.
found out that the world record has been set by a team. They finished the puzzle in 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 4 seconds. This is the 2,000-piece Guinness Book of World Records puzzle, and oh my goodness, I see Kelly Walter from America is in that group.
And Melissa from Australia is in that group.
Ana Luciana
Got
from
Sophie
Spain.
from France.
Yeah, Charlie, just run it down for us. Here, you can
So
jump on and
here
tell us
we are.
who's
We've
in
got
the
Sophie
photo.
from France. We've got Soraya and Anna from Spain, and then we've got Kelly, and then is that Charlotte as well, and then you've got Teresa and Marketa from the Czech Republic as well. So really
so how many were
multinational.
there total on the team?
So there were eight in all. Eight in all, yes. And we've got a couple of other teams who aren't going to be so lucky.
Yeah.
But
How
they're
many
still
teams
doing
are
it.
there all together,
There were
Dave?
3 teams we put together.
There they are on the screen.
There they are. Oh,
screen.
you're seeing them now. So I cannot believe that 8 people finished that in 1 hour and
Hold up the
24 minutes. That is
certificate. There
so
it is.
impressive. Look at that.
It's like a Where's Wally,
Oh,
isn't
that's
it?
It is. Oh, I'm
There's
so happy
everything.
for
There are lots of little details, and indeed,
this wonderful international team you put
Craig,
together.
the editor-in-chief, is in the picture. So he's got lots of little details of different world records, and they've got gyms, and they had a lot of fun. They told him what a great fun it was to do it, and they've been such good sports to find time in their puzzling schedule to do more puzzles.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
fantastic.
And that's the puzzle. The artist is Rod Hunt, if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
Very
I've got the puzzle here.
Well done,
The
team.
2000 panorama,
Wow.
and it's a vertical panorama.
That
Not
is
a horizontal
amazing. I just
panorama.
can't believe
Well
they
done.
did that so quickly. That's fabulous.
And they all find themselves in the World Record book.
Yes.
Guinness Book of World Records.
How exciting, yeah. Well, now I am a little jealous that I was just over here sitting behind a table that whole time, but you know, I'm so happy for them. And I mean, you had some really good puzzlers there, really solid group.
Yes.
That is so, I just can't believe they did that quickly.
That's crazy.
That's fantastic.
Now you see, the Guinness Book of World Records was actually started in the UK by 2 brothers called Norris and Ross McWhirter, and I used to love watching this program as a kid, where you would see regularly puzzle, records being broken. And it was co-presented by a wonderful entertainer called Roy Castle, who I think broke the world record on screen for the fastest number of taps from his shoes. So there we go. And certainly talking to Craig yesterday, it's just how people are just so passionate to be wanting to set a world record for the most bizarre things.
Yes. He has seen some amazing things in his tenure there at Guinness for sure.
That 50s puzzle is coming along nicely for the Czech Republic team.
Yeah, I'm glad we're finally kind of getting to watch somebody work on that, because it's been kind of a mystery how that one would go together and if it would be a good puzzle for a team.
And it looks like they've left all the black and white scenes till last.
I didn't even comment on that earlier, that puzzle, that collage, has a few black and white bits, which if anybody knows, you know, as someone who speed puzzles, you often get puzzles as presents and gifts. And people have given me black and white puzzles and been like, here you go. And I'm just like, thanks, and nah, I'm never going to put that together.
It's a good education on shading.
Is. I'm someone who I'm a bit like, I enjoy lots of different puzzles, but I don't like something that's so challenging that when I sit down I get like 2 or 3 pieces together and then I'm kind of, exhausted already. I like things that are a little easier.
I don't know about you, but I get asked a lot what makes a good puzzle, and I think it's really important that the puzzle you're doing, you keep going at a pleasurable pace. So you don't have to be throwing pieces in rapidly, but as long as it keeps moving, it's usually quite enjoyable.
But, everybody has different preferences. The number of people I know who all they do is really difficult puzzles, and that's part of it for them.
Feeling at the end, that feeling of satisfaction.
There is no better feeling than when you get a really difficult puzzle done that you've worked on for a long time. That is a wonderful kind of
sense
feeling.
Of achievement.
Yes. A little less sense of achievement on a 500 piece that's like all, super easy, and then you're just quickly putting it together. You're like, oh, that was fun.
But if you're someone who's going through something in life where you could do with just a little pick-me-up, a little good on you moment, do a puzzle, finish it, and give that to yourself.
Yes.
It's just a little hit of happiness, and you can give that to yourself by completing a puzzle. It's a nice feeling to finish one.
We've talked about the benefits of puzzling, and that, it can be just a little boost and a break that you give yourself, and it's good for your brain. And You've caught us talking about what we're doing. Behind the scenes moment. Yes, no, I think we're going to try to bring the Misfits over at some point and talk to them. We were just discussing that. So
while we have the camera, let me
Yeah.
show you what we're talking about with the opening. You hold it against your chest and you go like this.
Yeah.
And it usually comes off about here, and you pull it around the edges. So it really is as simple as just doing that and pulling it to the side.
So you heard that here first from the Vice President of the World Jigsaw Puzzle Federation. This is the top tip in terms of opening the box.
When it works, it's the fastest way you'll get a wrapper off a box.
And those seconds, as we know, make all the difference.
Yeah, they do. It's kind of like interesting right now, because we talked about this the last phase too. We have a lot of folks who are now finishing the first one, and then you hear cheers, but then you don't know, is it they finished both or one, or it can be a little confusing on the floor. And we miss a lot of finishes because you have twice as many finishes happening because you've got 2 puzzles and 80 teams. And
have we seen anyone? Oh yes, I was just about to say, have we seen anyone yet?
We were just talking about that. This is a group that we're finally getting to kind of see how this comes together. And we're noticing the black and white bits are the bits that are left at the end.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Black and white are a little harder.
But with the celebrations we're hearing, and we don't know if it's their first or second puzzle, to some teams completing that one puzzle is just as exciting, just as rewarding as finishing both.
You finished and then you go, oh, right, I've got to do another one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you're in the zone. You're just going.
Yeah, just know you got to keep
I think
going.
you hold on to that buzz of finishing your first one for a little while. That's a really good feeling.
Yeah.
A really, really good feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you're back to business.
Yeah.
Back to business. So the panorama puzzle only just fits on that piece of white card.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, Mike's going to come by at around 3:30 with you.
We're not going to hear the end of that orange hell from the puzzlers from this event.
Getting to see that. I do wonder if we should be calling it that. I mean, I don't want,
Yeah,
because
okay,
it's a
we
lovely
picked-
puzzle.
it's
We don't want to be
beautiful.
disparaging the Paris by Day. It's a quite. I mean, I would love to do that puzzle, not in competition, but at home. I think it would be a lovely puzzle to complete.
You're
I love
right,
the air
it's a beautiful
balloons.
puzzle.
It is beautiful. I don't want the artists to end up hearing this and be like, oh no, what have I done? They're all really lovely.
For anyone wanting to, work on their training for shape sorting, Paris by Day is your puzzle.
All right.
Well done. I think that's the first 50s puzzle completed. Is that the first 50s puzzle?
No, I think
There
we've
was
seen
one
a few
other.
in the results. Yeah, the Ukrainian team. Well, no, not the Ukrainians. I think the Israeli team did the 50s puzzle. So we've seen a few. So if you can hold down the fort briefly, Dion, I'm going to go see if I can grab the Misfits and we get them on here.
Fabulous. Go get that amazing team. If only we could all get the secrets of the Misfits of how to puzzle. So this team are now at the stage where you just try every piece in every place. They will all eventually go in. One piece at a time. And Trigonometry onto their second puzzle there. I think they'll be happy with that choice of puzzle, the Italian. I think that might be one of the fastest puzzles here, the Italian image. It's that last minute scramble of hands. And right down to the end. Go, girls. Fabulous. And last one's in. Well done. Now on to their second puzzle. The next puzzle will be a relief for them. And I'm just checking on world pieces in front of me. They are closing in on their orange section through their shape sorting.
All right.
Now I'm going to love you and leave you to make room for.
Well, they're not
Misfits.
quite ready yet, so if you'll keep me company for a few more minutes.
Val.
I think they're all kind of,
Can I take this
their
moment
socials.
actually to just congratulate Val on such a fantastic job this weekend at the World Championships.
Thanks, Dion.
Val has been here morning till night, every single day, holding down the fort, keeping you all updated on what's happening at the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championships. So Val, thank you so much on behalf of everyone for the amazing job you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been a blast and I love it. And, it's kind of funny that I've had so many people be, but wait, you're not competing? You came all the way to Spain and you're not competing? Because I competed last year, but I love this. This is just as much fun to me to just watch everybody and see their progress. And like I said earlier, I feel like a proud mom because I'm one of the co-founders of the USA Jigsaw, and we've seen so many USA people do well here and rise up through the ranks. Oh, yay, the Aussie team!
Oh,
and in the 1950s, and they finished it.
1
Look at
hour,
that.
39 minutes. Go team, go
Fantastic.
team. Jessica, Heidi, Hannah, and Adele. Well done,
You're a
team.
proud mom as
I'm
well.
a proud mummy right now.
Yeah,
1
no,
hour,
it's really
39.
rewarding.
That is fantastic.
No. Oh, thanks. In the comments, everybody being so lovely. All these thank you, thank you, thank you. No, and we appreciate all of you who are watching and commenting. It's so nice. A lot of times when we're sitting here what are we going to say?
The puzzlers have given us loads to
they
talk
do
about.
give us loads, but
Yeah.
you guys help with that as well, with your comments and your questions. It helps to keep things
Definitely.
going.
And what Val lacks in competitiveness today, competing, she's made up in the shoes that she wears each day. Valerie has turned up to the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championships in the most spectacular puzzle-themed shoes. I hope you all get to see them at some stage on Facebook, or I hope they show up somewhere because they're worth noting.
If the camera comes back to me, I'll show them nice shoes very quickly.
How are you going to do that? I'm very curious, but we'll make it work.
Well, and it's been a challenge. You know, this is such a huge competition, and there's so many people, and there's a lot of new people, and, you know, keeping track of it all is a challenge, and I try my best. I know I'm probably, you know, murdering people's names here and there, you know, with all these different languages and things, but yeah, it's really a pleasure, and it's just so fun to see everybody.
You're doing a great job. Did you see that fabulous tattoo?
No.
That was a fantastic tattoo.
On the Austrian
there it
team
is.
here. Oh, lovely.
Gorgeous puzzle tattoo.
I don't have any tattoos myself, but people have asked me, if you were to get one, what would you get? And I've said, well, it's probably puzzle related.
Really? The best puzzle tattoo I've seen is it was on a man's arm, and it was like a portion of a puzzle section done, and each piece was a country of a flag where he had travelled to. So it was a record of all his travel in puzzle pieces.
That's
and
a
it looked
great
fantastic.
idea.
Okay, so the Spanish team are closing in on that. Oh
Yep.
no, there's a couple of sections, but the main one's in the middle
Oh, and I
there.
was just going to check who was on the 31. That's one of the Spanish teams. You got Maria, Raquel, Maria, and Laura from Madrid. Puzzles 2. I've got the shoe on the table, everybody, so if they come back to me on camera, I'll hold it up for you.
It's
I'm
so
not going to
beautiful.
kick my leg in the air.
That's what I was saying before. I thought, I don't know how you're going to do this.
It's
but
going to be tough.
This shoe is so beautiful.
This table is rather, large, but yeah. If it comes back to me, we'll get them on camera for you. Oh,
there's our Italian team. Oh, they're really stumped on that orange, aren't they? Just keep going, girls, one piece at a time.
I do like seeing in the comments people really, a lot of people agreeing with us. Oh, like not a lot of people doing the 1950s one. Oh, I think they're ready. I think.
All right, this is my moment to make way for the Misfits. I will catch up later. Enjoy the Misfits, our puzzle champions.
All right, they're going to come and join us for a bit. So, sorry, our table's a bit of a mess. We have 4 puzzles in front of us. All right, let me get these on. So we are joined by Sarah Schuler and Karen Puzzles.
Yay!
Where are Evie and Michaela? Have they taken a break? Have they left already?
Yeah,
okay.
they went back to the rooms to take a rest before individual finals, literally in like 2 hours or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
A lot of puzzling back to back today.
I know, I hesitated to even ask you guys if you wanted to be on the stream, and I won't keep you super long because I imagine you do want a little downtime before you're back at it in the finals.
Yeah, well, it's a little warm and stuffy in this dome, so I think I'm just going to sit outside, like go on my phone for a bit, just decompress.
Yeah. Well, tell us, are you happy with how you did? I would hope so.
Of course.
Yeah, that was.
I think one just finished.
Oh yeah.
I think that's the fastest we've ever puzzled.
Is it?
I mean, we haven't done that. We only did 2 puzzles together as a full team during our practice the other day.
Yeah.
So there's really not much to compare it to, but
yeah, 35 minutes. That's got to be a record, right? I mean, that's incredibly fast.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty fast.
Yeah,
It was
I think you were
speedy.
just over 35, and I remember I was like, they're going to make it under 35. And then you were like, that last piece, you tried, I think, like 4 different ways before it finally went in, and it was like 35, 2 or something.
I ruined it for us.
It's okay.
I'm going to get cut off the team before the next round now. They're going to replace me.
No, that was an incredible time. Like, you must have been so pleased, and then...
Oh, honestly, we didn't look at the clock very much.
You
Like, I
didn't?
glanced up maybe twice through the whole thing. Once at 9 minutes.
Yeah, and then you said we were at 9 minutes, and that's the only time I knew.
No, and then when we switched, I was like, when we were starting to sort the second one. I was like, oh, we're at 30 something or whatever.
Oh, maybe that's the one I heard. I only heard one time that you told us.
Yeah, because there's not a big clock right in front of us. I had to look up at the screen for the little clock in the corner.
Yeah. So, how much of your success do you attribute to the choice of the puzzles that you made?
I mean, we are fast, but I do think we picked the correct two.
Yeah. Oh, there's us.
Oh, hey. Hey, everyone.
Hey, you're back. Okay, everybody's been asking to see the shoes. There's the shoes, everybody. There they are. There's the shoes.
They're so cute.
Incredible.
They do come in 2 different styles.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they come in a cross strap, like just like a
nice.
sandal.
Okay, yeah, they're very sparkly. So I'm getting lots of comments on the shoes. I didn't want to, overshadow you, Division B champions, but yes. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna brag a little bit here. When we looked at the 4, I said my choices would have been this one first, the Canadian, which is the one that you did first. Did you imagine that was going to be your fastest puzzle out of the 4? Or did you want to just pick? Yeah.
Was it our fastest?
It was.
Okay.
I
Oh yeah,
think
that makes
so,
sense.
yeah.
The math in the head.
Yeah.
Well, so that one, the one with all the grid lines, we had looked at that one and sort of made a strategy during one of our practice sessions. We didn't actually solve it, but we had looked at it and sort of figured out how we would tackle it. So it was surprising to see the exact same one show up.
Yeah. That was awesome, because I bought that one for us to practice, and then I got sick and couldn't go to the regionals, and so we, in our little video chat that we did, we went over the strategy for that, and I don't know if we did the same strategy that we talked about, but
we'll have to go back and look at the footage.
Yeah, but we did good.
Was the second puzzle choice difficult with choosing the Burano one over the 50s or the panoramic?
Yeah, I really don't like photography puzzles, and I was worried about the sky because I don't like sky, but then Karen
I love
loves
sky.
I was just gonna say, I said on the video, I was like, well, Karen loves sky, but they're gonna want to do that one, and then I said, and she's gonna work it, and I was right.
Well, it was a very nice gradient, so there wasn't there weren't that many pieces that were all the exact same color. So I could pull out all the darkest ones, and then once I got those in, pull out the next darkest ones, and just keep going.
I think every sky in a puzzle needs to be an exact gradient like that. We can't have just all light blue with some clouds.
Right.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at all these people doing this orange one.
I know. I was just going to say, are you surprised by how many people picked the panoramic?
I'm not surprised because it looks, if you just look at it, it looks like it's going to be fun and exciting. It reminds me a lot of the San Diego puzzle from USA Nationals.
Well, I think part of the problem, they saw a lot of people doing the Berlin one, but here's the thing. The Berlin one, since it's blue, you can tell the difference between the colors a lot more quickly, and there was a lot more stuff going on.
There was. It was a busier sky kind of background with the blue than this one, where you can see on both sides of the puzzle you have a big chunk of just flat orange, yellowish orange. Yeah.
And that's like my least favorite color to puzzle. I think that's how I ended last night, was with the orangey fish.
What's funny is it's become known, and I don't want to say this too often because, it's a lovely puzzle, but people are calling it the orange hell puzzle because we have seen just so many teams struggling with these exact 2 chunks here.
I'm seeing these comments asking our team to try that one.
Yes, people have said, I hope Karen does a video where she does the orange hell puzzle.
Maybe you can do that one, Karen, and I'll do, I'm taking home the other, the collage puzzle, which, did anyone choose that?
Which from the first division, you mean?
No, this collage.
Oh, the 50s
Like literally collage.
Yes, some teams have chosen that and finished it. So it, but I don't think very many teams chose it. We're not seeing a ton
that one looks really fun to me. It's definitely a Sarah type of puzzle. There's too much black and white for it to be a fast one for me, but
that's what's happening is they get down to the end and then they have all the black and white pieces left. I mean, but I don't think it's terrible, but it's more the jumble of it.
I immediately vetoed that one.
Really?
I don't even think you saw the front of the box before you vetoed that one.
Yeah, so that was the first one out for you, and then the panoramic was like the next closest, like, let's not do this one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty easy choice, actually. Like, once we could see the front of the boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think we debated a little bit between the Paris and photo, and then we were like, no way.
I will say, it's behind. Oh, there it is. I was like,
It's
it's
hard
on
to
camera.
tell.
Yeah, I will say, when I first saw this Burano one, I thought, at first glance, that doesn't look like a super easy puzzle.
No.
But then when you realize, oh, those buildings are pretty brightly colored. They're all kind of different colors. One's in sun on the one side, you know. And then seeing you guys put together, it was just like, bam, you know, like things are going in so quickly.
Honestly, I truly have no idea what's going on the bottom of this puzzle.
Yeah, you came down at the end and you're like, I don't know what's going on.
All I saw was sky. I never even looked at what they were doing.
Yeah. Oh, there's okay, good job, good job. Under 2 hours, that's really good.
That's so
and they
impressive.
did that one, and that's really impressive with that one, because that one was taking a lot of teams a long time. So that's great. So one
Michaela
of the
took
Spanish
that one
teams
home.
there, yeah. So that's the Super Niñas, Soledad, Demelza, Jacqueline, and Christina. So congrats to them on getting that one done.
Gosh, I love their polos
Yes.
so much.
Love the polos. So did you watch the first division?
A little bit. We watched to see which puzzles were the options, and Karen got a screenshot on her phone.
Yeah.
So we're zooming in to this screenshot to try to guess which one we would pick. And then when I got over here, I was like, whoa, I would totally pick a different one because...
Yeah, once we could see the full boxes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching the live stream on my phone this morning.
Oh, you were? Okay.
When I was still in the hotel room before I came over here.
Ah.
Until a few people won.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got over here pretty early, so...
Oh, well, and here we were during the first division and just marveling because we had 3 teams finish right around the 36-minute mark, and we were like, that's unheard of. And then you guys came in at 35. So how does it feel? You beat, you know, I know it's different puzzles, but, I mean, these are people going at top speed with
my
puzzles
gosh,
they feel
the
strong
hand.
at. Yeah.
That's
and like
so
the,
me.
You know, the Czech girls, really
Oh,
strong
gosh,
team.
so
and
fast.
you guys, you did a 1,000-piece puzzle a minute faster. So how do you feel going into the team final now tomorrow? Yay! It's Craven for Raven. Just
I
finished.
love their team name.
Yeah,
They
love
crack
it.
me up.
They've
Love
been
the
competing
shirts.
for so long, since the
Yeah.
80s.
Yes, it's incredible.
Yeah, Larry gave me some really good information about the 80s puzzle contests
Oh,
that I shared in
really?
a video a while
love
back.
that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. But yeah, so how are you feeling now going in tomorrow? Are you cautiously optimistic? What do you feel like?
Well, I'm excited that it's just the one event, so it's like a half day.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I think we did really well today. I don't think that we tired ourselves out with this. I think we're really energized when we get to be a team together, especially because we haven't really puzzled together, so it's still like new and fresh and fun.
And I feel like after what happened last year, where basically no one finished, I think they're going to give us somewhat easier puzzles tomorrow, because I think they do want people to finish.
I think so too. I think that's a good bet. One of the big things that's been coming up a lot, we haven't seen any fur yet.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the tabby
And
cats to come out.
Very few photos as well, a lot of illustrations.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually was surprised. I felt this was, I think, our first collage puzzle, this Canadian one today, where it was like a clear collage. You know, I guess the 50s one could be considered collage as well.
Yeah, that is collage,
But where you have the clear borders
like a grid
between
collage.
a grid design, We hadn't seen that yet, so that was kind of fun to see today.
Yeah. Maybe if we're lucky, it'll be like one of the animal collage ones that have like, I mean, I guess those are
like the
kind of
little dogs
difficult. Have
or
you done one of those, like the 99 animals or the 99 colors, all those
That'd
ones?
be interesting if we saw one of those.
Yeah, a lot of those are photography and grids. Ooh, they're about to finish.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh no,
It's
there
just
it
such
is.
a mad
They got it,
dash
they got
to
it.
find it.
Oh,
amazing.
Yeah, awesome. Ah, they're right over here in front of us. Congrats.
Number 1 on the t-shirts, though.
Team, that was Bricktal. I don't know how you pronounce that. From Austria, Julia, Anna, Olivia, and Nampun. I don't know how you pronounce that. Sorry if I'm ruining your name. I apologize in advance. But yeah, this is great. A lot of people in the comments. Oh, somebody's asking, Karen, is your sister competing today?
She is. She's competing right now.
She is?
Yeah, they finished their first puzzle, and I walked over there, and they were starting to sort their second puzzle, which is the orange one.
Oh,
so I wish them luck.
Were you just like, oh, you've chosen poorly?
I didn't want to distract them, so I just waved, and I was like, bye guys, have fun.
Well, here's wishing them the best of luck getting that done. We know it's been a challenging puzzle for people, but it's not impossible. Lots of people have been completing it and getting it done, so they could still do it. So here's hoping that they get done in the 3 hours. I think that's probably the main goal for a lot of the people here is I really just want to get both done.
And that's such a feat. Like an hour and a half per puzzle is cruising.
Yes, that is. It's really good. I mean, the first time I did 1,000 piece in a competition was that puzzle twist at St. Paul Winter Carnival, and it was 1,000 piece, and we won the competition.
Mall of America one?
Yeah, it was like a St. Paul skyline or something, and it was all these St. Paul landmarks, and our team won the competition, and we finished in 90 minutes, and we thought that was really something.
That is something.
And then you come here, though, and people are done in 35, and you're like, wait a second. So, but yes,
but we have to think
puzzle
twist.
They're harder.
It's not the same puzzle on the front of the box as what you get.
I talked about that this morning earlier, and people were like, I've never heard of this.
Oh my
I
gosh,
check
they're
it out.
amazing.
They're such fun puzzles, but when I told Diarn and Julie about it and that we've used it in competitions, they were like, what? People allow that?
The biggest competition in the world is still the St. Paul Winter Carnival contest, and they use those exclusively.
Yep.
So you got to come to Minnesota and end of January, brave the weather.
Yeah.
Karen, are you coming back this year?
You know, we were talking about it yesterday. We might be forming a team, so you might want to get that extra jacket ready for me.
Yes, Karen had to borrow my coat last year. She brought her California winter jacket, and I'm like, no, you need the Minnesota parka.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing.
I do have extra jackets for those that need it.
Okay, good. That's a very kind offer of yours, Sarah.
Only 2 though, so maybe just 1 left.
I will say we've had, and now we've got probably a few results still coming in, but we've had at least 50 teams finish their first puzzle.
Oh,
so
amazing.
now it'll be watching to
look
see
what they
how
finished.
many. Yep, and we're just under the 2-hour mark, so it'll be fun to see if we get 50 that finish. I think in the first division, if I go look back at that, we had almost exactly 50 teams that finished 2 puzzles in the time period. I'll just refresh.
Did everyone who qualified finish both puzzles?
They still haven't put the cues on there yet, and there is the 25 country kind of requirement there. So I think we're still waiting on that.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Another American team just finishing.
Ooh.
So let's see here. Oh, actually, no, we had, there's where the piece count starts. So we had 53 teams finish both puzzles in the first division.
Amazing.
Yep.
That's
Last
really good.
One finished at 2:59.32.
Especially the people that picked the pink one, the brunch.
Yeah, right.
Oof.
And there were quite a few that picked the Dame brunch
Because it
puzzle.
looks fun.
It does look fun.
It looks fun is the key word, look.
Yep, looks fun.
I think once you get more experience, maybe with speed competitions, you learn what to look for speed. Like, you don't want a lot of the same texture over and over. If there is one big chunk of color, it has to be a gradient. You just have to see like where there are big areas where you might get stuck.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Experience counts for something. So that's what I'm
That's something that we did a lot leading up to this. We had an Instagram group chat, and so someone would just send 4 Ravensburger puzzles, and then we would debate which 2 we would choose.
That is a great idea. Yeah,
it was really fun because it would be literally at the most random times. Like, you'd wake up at like 3 in the morning because, like, you know, we have different time zones, and someone would have done it while you were sleeping.
And you're like, well, I want to know now.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like not going to go back to sleep until I find out.
No, I like need to know.
That's hilarious. Yeah, well, this is so fun.
Oh, people liked our celebration when we did the 4 5.
Yes, that was great. And you did it like multiple times.
Oh yeah,
it was like a high 20
Well,
exactly.
we didn't know for sure if we had won or not because you hear cheers when people finish their first puzzle.
Right.
And there was a huge cheer right before we finished our second.
Yeah.
So we didn't know if that was a first or a secend puzzle.
I was like, did someone else finish?
Well, you have some clue in that if they're, if you're in the first row or not, that sort of, you would guess that the really fast folks are going to be towards the front. But yeah, you don't
never know.
You're right, you don't know. There could be a dark horse team that's never done this, and they come in and they just blow everybody away.
I mean, there have been people like Kelly at USA Nationals. No one knew.
Right.
Andrea Peng started showing up on the speedpuzzling.com contests, and my group was like, who's Andrea P?
Did you guys know that while you were puzzling, the world record was set?
Yeah.
Yes. So 8 people came together and they finished that 2,000-piece puzzle in 1 hour and 24 minutes.
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
And also now we need to get a puzzle together and do it. It looked
tough.
Rough.
It looked tough.
It looked very busy.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'm not going to volunteer right now.
No, and when it was spread out on the table back there, we were showing it on the feed, and it just looked awful. It just looked like a big mess. So the fact that they were able to get that organized and together in in under an hour and a half.
And by awful, we mean for speed puzzling. It's a beautiful puzzle at Ravensburger, who sponsored this entire event.
Yes. Someone said, can you ask them about the strategy of tucking the first completed puzzle under the boards?
Oh, yes. You guys didn't see that. I think that's a lot of people. There's been a lot of controversy in the comments because one of the teams, when they finished the first one, they just slid the plastic out from under it and then put it over the top.
I think we need an official ruling from Alfonso if we're allowed to do that.
Also, this morning I saw someone take a photo of the box on their phone and then zoom in, and I was in the U.S. No, it's not on the rules website. I looked through it.
On the rules
it is in the U.S. and I think almost every single contest we do not allow like magnifying glasses.
Yeah, you're right.
All of those things. So that was interesting.
And stuff like that comes up. You think you've thought of everything and then something happens. But I think
it probably takes the same amount of time to break up the puzzle as it does.
And that's the thing, when we were watching that, we were like, well, maybe that's a slight advantage, but we're at a team competition where everybody's minutes apart generally.
But now you're puzzling on top of another puzzle?
And that's the thing. I don't actually think that's the greatest because you've got the ridge, unless it's the exact same size as
what if you were doing the panoramic under there?
Right. And then you've got that ridge in there.
And then,
I don't know that it's a great strategy either. I think we will have to talk to the organizers before the final to get a kind of
someone did it last year as well. We saw it on the live stream, but it was someone who was pretty far down, so it didn't really affect the rankings.
Well, and that's something else. They weren't in contention for the top 6 or something like that, and that can play into it as well.
So
how strict
if it was against the rules, would they get disqualified then?
I don't think so because of it's a pretty minor infraction. I wouldn't think that would negate all of the progress that they did, but I don't know.
Similar to how
ask about that.
When you lose a piece, it's like a 10-second penalty. Maybe that you get like a 20-second, 10-second penalty. Especially if it's like right on top of another person, maybe they would just swap those two.
Exactly. That could be a solution there. So we'll have to get that clarified because people, of course, in the comments were immediately referring to the rules. Like, that's not in there and you can't do that. But
we're puzzlers. We like rules.
Yes.
We like boundaries.
Order. Yes, exactly. We like order. So we'll talk about it.
I love being able to read the comments live because I usually just go at the end.
I mentioned Zacco because didn't Zacco make your guys' puzzle boards?
Custom made them. I sent him, I'm like, can you make these in A2 size? And he's like, what does that even mean? And then I had to send him the measurements.
People were like, wow, fancy.
And they're double-sided. I don't know if everyone saw that on the stream. They're dark brown on one side and light on the other. And so I think I have 4 that are A3 size, so a little, or A2 size. I don't remember whatever one is bigger. At my house that were too big to bring here.
Oh no!
I just didn't. We didn't think that they would be compatible with the table. But I think that they'll make really good puzzle boards for like doing a wooden puzzle on. And since I have 4 of them and already have puzzle boards, I will probably be giving some of those away. So
nice.
That'll be fun.
Yeah. No, it's been fun to see what people are using. 4 boards. Did you guys practice with those?
We used them. The one puzzle that we practiced, the 1,000 piece one.
The Swedish
I love the big
team.
celebration.
The practice puzzle we did.
Oh, another one.
Yeah, that might have been Italy because they often make a big noise when they finish.
The practice puzzle we did was on kind of a small table, so we needed to use the boards just to contain everything. So I think that's why we were faster here. We can just fully spread out.
Oh, it was a U.S. team.
Yeah, there's a U.S. team. That's Maddie. Oh, I can't see their numbers, so I can look them up quick.
From Texas, I want to say.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Wait, are those the people with the same names as us?
No, that was they were in the first round. The Texas Misfits.
Yeah,
no, that's Peace Out. That's Maddie, Agnes, Amy, and Matthew.
I love it.
Yeah. So they just finished their first one. Okay, you guys, you got about an hour to get the second one done, so good luck. Oh, no, it wasn't the Italy's making the big noise because they're behind there and they're still going. They're so recognizable in the cold suits. Yeah, and the jumpsuits.
I know, we need to get some better branded merchandise, like full on.
Owning it with their shorts.
We have
outfits.
cute shirts, but we need to get the full
outfits. If we can get custom puzzle boards made, we should be able to get custom outfits from a designer somewhere.
If you're in the comments and you're a fashion designer, you can hold Karen and offer to get them outfitted next year.
Seriously. Well, we've just really been asking for a lot of sponsorship. Sponsored my mom to come.
Yeah, here we are constantly going on. Oh wow, they're coaching from the side. I don't know
love
what was happening there.
I can't wait until all my friends' kids grow up and I bring them here and they're my little team that I make because I'll be too old to puzzle fast. My eyesight will be going, my fingers, my back will be
done for.
Totally done. I immediately started rolling out my back after this. I went over in the corner and grabbed my little portable roller and I made sure to not do it in the middle of the floor so it wouldn't be on the live stream.
Congrats to this team getting started on their next one.
And having amazing puzzle bandanas.
Wait, there's Katie in the background. Look, there's my
there
sister.
She is. Yeah, her back.
Oh, let's see. We want to see
her
Katie.
elbow. Oh my god. Oh, the puzzle pin. That is
that's a nice one.
Sparkly.
Love it. We keep going back to this team, and they are still working on that orange bit. I hope that for their sake they can get done. I'm sure they will. They don't have that much left.
Oh, someone asked for the puzzle board company. It's Zakco, Z-A-K-C-O.
Yep.
So they are awesome.
Oh, there's some questions, it looks like, about who advances. So it'll be, they want at least one participant, top participant from 25 different countries, and then the top 25 after that. So it'll be 50 teams advancing, and there's 80 participating right now. So what I would suggest is if you want to know who's going to be competing in the next final round tomorrow, that you go to that results page and just keep refreshing, and they will put on there a big Q next to the folks that are moving on. I think it's safe to say if you look at the top 50 teams, you'll probably have a good idea of who's going on, because there should be 25 countries hopefully represented in the top 50.
Yeah, for sure.
But it takes a little bit of doing behind the scenes to get that piece of it figured out before they make that official.
Yeah. Oh, they're asking how long we get at the beginning to choose the puzzles.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we got a decent amount of time, like
5-10 minutes?
I think more than 5 minutes. It's probably like 10, because we got to do it while they were announcing things. So it's plenty of time to make an informed decision.
Yep.
And we can also sort of see them from the sidelines before we even get onto the floor.
I do know, I took some pictures this morning of everybody leaning over the edges of the railings to get a good look at the puzzles. And everybody's pointing at them and trying to decide which two they're going to do. But yeah, you get it. If you count that time and then the time that you get once you get in there, it's probably like 10 minutes to kind of review.
At the beginning, when they were setting out the puzzles, I looked around and all of a sudden there was a pile of puzzles behind me. I was like, oh my god, I'm not supposed to see these. I'm not supposed to see these. And then I was like, wait. These are the ones we get to see.
You get to see these in advance.
I was very scared. I was cheating, and I was like, I'm gonna get disqualified. Karen's not gonna be able to make a video. I'm gonna get kicked off of the American team.
They don't put these in bags like the other ones where you don't get it until the timer goes. These just get set out on the table so you can see them in advance. We talked about a little bit earlier about how when Alfonso proposed this idea, I was on a group thread, a group text with Alfonso and Diarn and some of the other, association folks from around the world, and he said, what do you guys think of this? And all of us, to a person, were like, that's a terrible idea. Why would you do that? You're going to have different times. Nobody can know whether they actually compared or not, because what if they did different puzzles?
Yeah.
And now we're here and I'm like, oh, it was actually a really cool idea.
Yeah. Well, I like that it's a choice in the first round, but then the second round, when we do the finals, it's going to be chosen for us, and the order is also chosen, correct?
No, I do think you get to decide on the order.
Yeah. Well, at least last year we could.
Yeah, which is crucial, because last year the Czech team,
the number of pieces.
They did the 1,500 piecer first, which was horrible. And but to their credit, they completed it and they got going on the 1,000, but then they didn't finish the 1,000, and that's what put them down into fourth instead of above Jigsaw Junkies in third.
Definitely something to think about, and I think it differs between teams. Do you want to choose the hard one first, or do you want to choose the easy one first? Because easy, you're getting it done, like you get like high adrenaline and happy, getting it done quickly. You have a little bit of a lead, but then you're kind of going to have a little bit more of a slog at the end there. But if you do the hard one first, it's when you have the most energy.
Right.
And then you get to just breeze through the easy one. I think they're very similar.
What are you going to do?
I would go easy first.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
I think that would be my suggestion, because if it does come down to piece count, if you don't get them done in 3 hours because they're challenging puzzles or what have you, at least if you've gotten the easy one done first, those pieces are completed.
Another USA
Yeah,
team.
nice.
Oh, the
Clara and
Clems
Andrea, yeah.
From Minnesota.
Nice.
Don't you know?
That's the Anything's Puzzleable with Elizabeth Walters, Jessica Derby, and Andrea and Clara Peng. But yeah.
They apparently live right by me. I've never met them in real life.
Really? Yeah, no, I think, Karen, I think you're onto the right track. Do the easy one first tomorrow. You've got that piece count under your belt then, so then if you struggle at all with the second one, you're going to have a higher piece count in the end.
Oh, Karen, someone says, are you going to save your energy for tomorrow for the best chance of winning, or are you going to still go all in on the pairs and individual?
Well, it's the pairs and individual finals. I
Yeah,
think you
of
have
course
to go
we're
all
gonna
in.
go all in.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no saving anything in
No.
reserve for the pairs and individual finals tonight. I think people are going to be leaving it all on the floor, so to speak.
Yeah, it's very funny with our team. Like Michaela and Evie decided to go back to the hotel or wherever they're staying, and I'm like, if I leave this space, I am going to have just a
Fall
downturn
asleep.
of energy.
Really?
But I think I'm maybe the only extroverted person on our team.
I don't know.
Or like in general, I
I
guess.
mean, it's a spectrum.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely the most, for sure. Like, this is giving me so much energy to
Having
be in
known
this
you
world.
for a long time, I would say yes, you're
Yeah.
very much an extrovert.
Yeah.
I
love
get
it.
energy from it too.
Oh my
Like
gosh,
to me,
seriously.
it's like this is energizing to just get to watch all of this. And
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, we're all puzzle nerds, so you found us at our most comfortable and content here with all of our fellow
Donna
puzzlers around.
Louise here is just doing a little dance. I'm
She's
so
doing
sad
a
they can't
dance.
see that on the live stream. She just did a little dance around the table.
I just saw the Israeli team is getting
Oh,
close to
look at
done on
this.
theirs. This team's getting close to
Wow.
done.
Look at all those sky pieces
On
on
the
the sky.
sky.
Oh.
Ah, they need a Zacco board.
So this is the team from Hungary, Mercedes. They did the panoramic first, the hard one first, and I mean, some really good puzzlers on that team, but they picked a tough one with that panoramic for the first one out.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Taking a
introverts
rest.
and extroverts, I'm gonna get some fresh air.
I was just gonna say, if you
relax
need
for a
to
little.
take a break, go for
Do
it.
you want me to stay or go?
You're welcome to stay, Sarah, but Karen,
around
thanks
for
so
a
much for
little.
joining
Yeah,
us.
thanks for having me.
Yes, and you guys will all get to see more of Karen yet today. She's got 2 more contests to
God.
go.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck.
See you then.
Yes.
I'll stick
Yeah,
around
if
for
you
a
wanna
little.
stick around,
This is
Sarah,
really
that would
giving
be
me
great.
energy. I love. Oh, here comes
Good deal.
the scores.
Well, and usually Julie is here from the UK, and we have a bit more,
Where is she?
participation from multiple countries here on the panel, but it's 2 Americans for now. She's taking a bit of a break. Like we mentioned earlier, she's also here with the documentary crew, so
Oh my
she's doing a
gosh.
little bit in the behind the scenes with them. They've got a lot of logistics they're figuring out with all the camera equipment, and they have a few people here in their crew.
Yeah.
So I believe they were all kind of regrouping right
And
now.
there they go.
And there they
Amazing.
are. Oh, the Hungarian team
Oh, they
just
look
finished. They look so relieved.
relieved.
Good job. Oh, that was
amazing.
tough. They had
That is a tough one.
I'm glad they chose this one as their second one, because this one
Did they choose
is an
what is it,
easier one.
orange hell?
They did the orange
Are we allowed
puzzle.
to say that?
I've been.
I think it's an okay.
I mean, it's okay. It's all in fun, right? Because we all can agree that even though it is a difficult puzzle, it's beautiful, and we all would like to complete it. But yeah, congratulations to the Hungarian team. That's just wonderful.
I love reading all of the names. Craven for Ravens is still, I
It is
think,
good.
that's just a top tier name. It cracks me up. And they have the little
Yeah.
ravens on their shirts.
I know. Well, shout out to Ravensburger. I think most of the people here are fans of the brand, and do you
Someone
see
else took I completed Orange Hell at Worlds, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Like, after we got off the live stream last night, my parents texted me, they're like, you need to make that Alejandro t-shirt. I think next year I'm gonna have one that says, I'm ready to get second place behind Alejandro.
Well, speaking of that, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I, don't want to just stray away from what we're watching here in the team competition too much. I think now we've had about 16 teams that have finished both puzzles, so congratulations to all those folks. But any predictions for individuals and pairs?
I'm hoping Michaela and I do really well. I know we have a good high up goal.
Yeah.
And for individuals, I think I may have peaked yesterday, but there's still, I don't know, it could be a really busy puzzle that I can really do fast. My mom is so embarrassing in the comments. That is very true. I would talk and talk in the back seat of the car, and then when I would stop talking, I would be asleep. Classic.
Yep. Well, yeah, we were talking about it earlier. It's like how much of a chance do you think Alejandro has at still retaining the world title? I mean, he's had some close.
He's fast.
He
but
is.
I really think it depends on the puzzle, because I think that each of us that have come in very close behind him or have had a really high, a really fast time in the other divisions, we all have different strengths. So I think that it's just, you know, depending on what puzzle it is.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be great. Yeah, I think, I mean, it always comes down to that, right? What puzzle is it going to be, and is it really playing into that person's wheelhouse? That makes a huge difference. But we have seen, you know, people coming closer than last year, for sure, to Alejandro. You know, people, like he was 8 minutes ahead of the next closest. I think Kristen, in her second place finish last year, was still, you know, fairly far behind him. But he's had, you know, Kathy from Germany, who came in within 12 seconds. You were less than a minute or so, I think, behind him. Or
I think it was like 2.5.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was
like
more
that.
like 2 minutes. Sorry.
A little over 2.
Conflating.
No, it's
it was around 2
Thank
minutes.
you.
But I mean, even being 2 minutes up Alejandro is really something to be happy about. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. I think it could be a bit closer than we've seen, you know, than last year. But I do still kind of feel like Alejandro's the favorite. But we were also talking about earlier about how if someone beats Alejandro, nobody will be happier for them than Alejandro. He's the nicest guy.
He is so
feel like
sweet.
if anybody beats him, he's going to be thrilled.
I feel like that's kind of how puzzling is. Like, in a lot of sports and different competitions, like, you can really dislike your opposing team or opposing just opponents and everything. But in here, I always say it's like the Great British Bake Off. Like, we all just are so supportive of each other, and there really is not a whole lot of drama.
No.
I mean, my pair and I back in Minnesota, sometimes we like trash talk each other during the puzzle, like when we're doing even on a pair, but like we're so happy for each other. Like she got first place in the Minnesota competition, the
Minnesota
championship. So I am not the champion in Minnesota, but I'm the champion of the U.S. Well, not the champion of the U.S. either, the fastest ranked.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, those are great points. I do think like you're kind of competing against your own personal best and wanting to do better for your own, you know, what you've done in the past. So I think that's a really common refrain amongst everybody. Like the most excited they get is when they get a new personal record and they feel like, oh, I did better than I thought I was going to do. It's not about, oh, did I beat so and so? It's really not much of that mentality.
Last night, the individual semifinal was finally one that I had done before, and I mean, I would rather probably do one that I haven't done, but when I know that everyone else has already done it, then it's nice to have that. I did the exact same way that I had done it before, so I don't think there's any like advantage that way. But I improved by 8 minutes and 13 seconds, and I'm pretty sure it's just because Alejandro hadn't finished yet.
Yes. Adrenaline, and you're in this atmosphere where you just it really pumps you up.
Yeah, it really does. Being in here, just you feel that energy.
Yeah, here you can just see this line of puzzles. It gets kind of crazy up on the table here,
this one.
but yeah, I it's so funny because I debated a little bit when looking at these of whether the 50s one would have been a good one. I want to do it. I mean, I want to do all four of them.
You could do it as a pair.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I do. It's a very cute puzzle. Not a lot of people chose that. This is where you guys, if you want the stats, this is when you go to Karen Puzzle's channel in, I don't know how long it's going to take her, a couple weeks, and she does these great breakdown videos of worlds in terms of, you know, looking at stats like how difficult was each puzzle if you go by how long it took them to complete, because you'll see in the results that they list the times for both the puzzles that were chosen, so you can actually do some computing there and figure out what the average completion time was for the 4 different puzzles, and then get a sense of what were the 2 best to choose in terms of how fast they were. So yeah, definitely, you know, it's going to take her a while. She's going to have hours and hours of footage
Oh my
to get
gosh,
through.
yeah.
But she does such a diligent job.
Oh my gosh, so good. And
So
Katie, I think,
good.
helps out with those stats and making all those
Yes.
charts.
Yes.
I remember watching the St. Paul Winter Carnival recap video because I had to watch it immediately as
Yeah.
it came out that morning. I
Yep.
made pancakes and sat on the couch and watched it. And just the charts that are in there, the stats, it's so
great.
Perfect. Ooh, what's Sarah's favorite
I mean-
puzzle from the entire competition so far?
Ooh, that's a good question. And I don't have them all under the
Yeah,
table
I'm, like,
anymore
trying to
hold
think.
up. Oh,
Did
I
you have
some.
them all under there?
I did. I have the division, well, I do have a lot of them under the table right now, just not the
Yeah.
ones from the Division A here today.
that's okay.
But
I think,
yeah.
well, my favorite one that I didn't get to do was actually in the last team, the A team.
Oh.
I really liked that super busy, like, river walk scene.
I did too. That was my choice. I said,
yeah.
do the riverside, whatever it was, and I chose that one and, what was the other one I was thinking
The
that would
beach
be
one?
good? Yes, the beach
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I thought those two would probably be
yay!
the Israeli team.
Israeli team.
Ah, that's awesome. We were talking about them earlier.
Amazing.
Diarn got to.
Oh, they're so happy.
Diarn partied with the Israelis last
Oh.
night. She said she went dancing and it was fantastic.
Oh, we're about to finish.
Yep. Oh,
They're so
good.
close.
Oh, good.
Just when you get down to those few
Yes.
pieces, sometimes it's hard when you have 4 people in
Yeah.
there.
Diarn was giving you guys a shout out because she noticed that a few of your team members kind of backed off
Oh,
when you got
Evie
done
was
to-
just like, I'm gonna
Yep.
just, she said
Yep.
it in such a funny little way. She was like,
Did
I'm
you?
just gonna like stand back
no
here.
out back over here. Oh, a bunch of 2 teams finishing
Oh my
right
gosh,
at the same
right
time.
at the same time.
Yeah,
I love that.
And there it is, one of the teams that chose the 50s
and they're
puzzle.
finishing up with the black and the white.
Yep.
Favorite puzzle that I did get to do?
Yeah.
It's a tie, I think, between the Canadian like outdoors one that we just did, just because it's such a
I love
peaceful
that one.
puzzle.
Yeah.
And it
Well,
was
it's
a little bit
literally-
difficult.
Did you know
Is
the
it-
name
that's
of
what
it
it
is
say?
West Coast Tranquility?
Oh
is
yeah,
the name
Tranquility
of it.
for sure. And
Yeah.
then the other one, the one that I did last night.
Oh yeah, the circle of colors with
oceans.
the ocean. Yep.
I think I was just so grateful it wasn't gonna be any like the pizza one or the
Yeah, yep.
cake.
Yeah.
I was
there's
really
a cake one.
hoping for the donuts.
I know you were. You said to us right before, you were
know.
like, I hope I open that and that's the circle of colors donut puzzle.
But you know, I think that was a good second choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a fun looking puzzle.
I love a donut puzzle. I just cannot. I don't care what brand it is or what it looks like or what
Yeah.
piece size.
It's just if it's
I'm gonna do
donuts,
it.
you're in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those puzzles, they are such
I know.
different ones.
They're all so pretty. You know,
Yeah.
the organizers, just shout out again to Alfonso and the Ravensburger folks that help organize this, Alicia. They've done such a good job because
gosh,
all the
amazing.
puzzles have been like, oh yeah, I want to do that. I mean, it's been a good showcase for Ravensburger Puzzle for sure because they've chosen some really fun ones to do.
Who can I send cash to buy the unreleased puzzles? That's funny.
Well, they're going to be selling them after the here in the Dome. They're going to be selling them, I think. But I would think that there'll be ones that'll be available pretty soon.
It's not a
in the coming
custom.
weeks. No, it's
Okay,
not
it's just
custom.
unreleased.
It's just ones that are on the schedule to be released soon.
Oh, have I done anything nice in Spain? I have. We came early, went to Madrid, spent some time there for a few days. It was amazing. I texted my mom that I was going to move here and to send my dogs over. I'm not coming home. I need to learn Spanish first, so I am going to come home. They're so close.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Love it.
But yeah, so that was But the funny thing is, I didn't come to do the vacation part in Madrid. I came to get used to the time change.
Oh wow.
So that I wouldn't be absolutely exhausted. I have
Not
like
a
the
bad
worst
idea.
insomnia, and so I slept. Alyssa and I slept for 12 hours the first night.
Good, that's
we missed
good.
our museum time.
Yep.
But we still made it to the
Good.
Prado. I had to see the Bosch painting in the Garden of
Oh,
Earthly
yeah.
Delights, a classic puzzle.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, if that
Somebody
was in
here
here
yesterday was wearing
the
a shirt.
shirt.
They had
the
the shirt.
I cheered for
Yes.
them so loud when they finished
Yes.
because
That's so
that
funny.
painting.
We literally talked about that on the live stream yesterday.
Oh, they're going so
Yeah,
fast.
they're going fast and they're getting those black and white
I
pieces
have like
in.
chills watching it. I get so excited when people can just slam it in at the end. That's my favorite part of a puzzle.
It is fun.
Favorite part for sure. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I do
The
think
Turkish
it's a good...
team in Group A completed the pink puzzle in 31 minutes?
No.
That doesn't sound right. Someone
I don't
double
think
check
so.
that.
Yeah, no.
You can
it-
click on the puzzles.
Yeah.
Fun fact, you can click on the actual puzzle
Yep.
image If you're on a phone, you might need to turn it landscape mode, but you can click on the puzzle and it'll pull up all of the top times.
Yep.
It's
not. I don't know if it's currently working on the. Oh, this is from.
Not,
this is the other division. Yeah. No. I mean, having watched the pink one in the last division, I know that that's not accurate. But just go to that results page and you'll be able to see. The pink one was the most challenging one in the last division. And it took people.
Oh, amazing!
Oh, nice.
Ooh, a team
Another
is
one
this?
getting done. I know I can't see. Oh, 45. Team 45.
Spain.
From Spain. That's Piezas a la Brasa, Santiago, Alicia, Angel, and Virginia.
Amazing.
Nice. Oh, they're so
and
happy.
here they are on to the next.
Oh, good.
And they are doing the photography one.
Oh.
With the
no.
houses. Oh, they have a good. They did the greens first.
Yeah.
This Spanish team.
It's funny because Dion called it. She said, "I bet that leafy green stuff's going to be at the end," and that was for you guys. But these guys have already had it done. So yeah.
Amazing. So quick. I love seeing how everyone attacks it differently.
Mm-hmm. There's still a lot, happening because we haven't had all that many finish both puzzles at this point.
I think a lot of people picked that orange one. And
yeah.
Oh, look at they're in similar chunks not done on these two puzzles. Two Spanish teams on the Canada puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a UK team up in the top.
Yeah.
And they have that sky just
That's
almost
done already, yeah.
That muddy part on the bottom, that was, Michaela took that on, thank goodness.
I was just going to say, that ended up being the last bit for a lot of the folks that were doing the Burano, Italy puzzle, is the canal, the actual watery part. So the sky definitely wasn't as challenging as it kind of looks. On the box is a little deceiving. I feel like it looks like it could be a little difficult with some flat color, but I think when you actually do it, there's enough of a shade or gradient change that it's not as bad. But let's just see now. I've just refreshed to kind of see.
What is there to do in between the competitions? You can do puzzle chess in the back. We have two little shops back there where you can get some merchandise. And then, of course, finding chocolate croissants is my favorite thing. I love that. But yeah, it's mostly just everyone hanging out and getting to know each other here. I have been friends with some of these people on the internet from around the world for years and years, and now I'm getting to meet them and hang out with them, and it's just so amazing. I have so many countries to go visit now that I need to go puzzle in. So lots of just meeting each other and hanging out.
Wouldn't it be great if you could just travel around and go to puzzle competitions?
That is a dream. I mean, I already work in jigsaw puzzles full time, so maybe that's the next.
Yes, you've made your dream come true in a way, Sarah. You've made a full-time job out of jigsaw puzzling. So those of you who don't know, she does like social media.
76 is really close.
Oh yeah, there they go.
Oh, amazing.
Nice.
Good job. Who is that?
Good job.
Did
That's
we
the
talk about
Spanish
them?
team. Yep, let's pull up the
76.
roster. I was just looking to see, okay, how many teams
ZZ Pink
have thus far completed.
Oh, two Rosas. Vanessa and a Veronica.
Nice.
I love that.
So we're at the almost 2.5 hour mark, and we've got only 20 teams officially entered as having, now we have 21, but that have officially completed 2 puzzles.
Oh, they just look so relieved too.
I think this round is going to prove to be a bit tougher, and I think it's the fault of that Paris by Day puzzle really threw a lot of people for a loop with taking a lot longer than they expected.
Yeah, I feel like overall orange is just such a harder color to do. The oranges and yellows for a lot of people are the difficult ones.
Well, it is somewhat harder on your eyes.
There was an orange team that only had 3 people, or maybe the 4th person was moving around.
No, I think you're right. There's only 3 people sitting there right now, so maybe they had a last minute drop out.
Here's some cheering.
Yep. Oh yeah, right in the middle of the group.
Oh, the back of their shirts with the head. that has puzzle pieces coming off of it.
That's great.
It's adorable. I love that. Oh yeah, the puzzle
team
chest.
finished at 20th. Yeah, so there was a Polish team that currently they're in the 20th spot with 2 puzzles completed.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're at the
I think that's such an impressive time with that yellow puzzle.
It is, because they did the yellow one, and then they followed that up with the calm tranquility, West Coast tranquility puzzle.
Puzzle chess. Someone was asking about why it's called puzzle chess. It's not because it's similar to chess. You're using a chess clock. So really we should just call it, I don't know.
I don't know either what to call it. But I mean, puzzle chess has just become the name for it now.
Put
I
a
don't think
suggestion.
it's going to stick.
Someone asked how our team decided to split the Misfits into pairs. Michaela and I have been puzzling together for a long time.
Yeah.
She was the one that got me on Puzzle Instagram. I've been competing, I think, longer than her technically, but
you've been competing since you were like in grade school, Sarah.
But Michaela was at a competition once, and she beat me in an individual sprint, and I was like, who is this girl beating me? Because I need to find her and become best friends with her, and the rest is history. Here we are, like, I don't know, probably like 6 years later, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, like some people, and I mean, when you think about it, it's kind of incredible that you and Michaela have been puzzling together for so long, and you're both at that level of competition, that you're both that good.
Yeah.
You know, because a lot of the folks here, they're puzzling with somebody because they've already know that they're both fast, and so they go, let's join forces, but you just were friends, and then you both happen to be good at puzzles, so that's something.
And same with my home team. It just happens to work that we live within a 40-minute radius of each other.
It is kind of crazy sometimes how that works. So somebody was asking, how is World Pieces doing with their second puzzle?
I don't know which team they are.
I believe World Pieces is the Donna Louise at table number 7. It's Jeanette. They're right in front of us. So yeah, if you can peek over.
Yes, let me
peek.
See. I will be the runner.
Yeah, because they did that difficult orange puzzle at the beginning, and then they're on to the second puzzle. So they finished the first one in 1 hour and 58 minutes and 9 seconds, and now they're doing the second one. Oh, you do?
They are working on the photography of the canal with the colorful houses.
Okay. And how is it coming?
They are not doing the border first.
Really?
So it looks as though they have chosen to do the colorful houses first, which makes sense.
Yep.
And so they've just been working on those. They have their puzzle boards out, and they are putting.
Do you think they've got 28 minutes to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes to give them some positive vibes.
Yeah, right. And I do think that puzzle goes together much more quickly.
Oh, who's working? Oh, Bulgaria is working on the what is this one called? Oh, just the 50s. Oh, that's cheeky. Just checking out the puzzle. I didn't get to look at it because immediately everyone was like, no, and I was like, oh, okay.
Well, what's hilarious is even if you've worked a puzzle, half the time you don't even know what's in the design.
Yeah.
Especially when you're part of a team, because you might kind of be in one corner the whole time plugging away, and then you get done and you're like, oh wait, I didn't know there was a cat on here somewhere or something, you know?
Someone was saying there was fur in a puzzle, and I was like, what are you talking about? There was 4 pieces of cat in the pairs puzzle yesterday.
I know which one you're talking about, yeah.
Oh, they're so close, and it looks like they have shape sorted. I cannot say that. That is my tongue twister.
Shape sorted. There's been a lot of shape sorting today.
Thank you.
Ches or Chesel.
Oh, what did you see?
Somebody came up with a new idea for puzzle chess. You call it Ches or Chesel, but that's leaning more into the chess part.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not really like chess other than the clock aspect. But I appreciate somebody giving us a Jigsaw nerd, giving us an option there.
Oh, that would be helpful. I think next year, that's a good idea. I was having this issue too, Debbie, with the knowing which round they're on, which puzzle they're on. And having some sort of like putting a flag
system,
that would be cool. Or just like adding
adding
a post-it or something. That would be. I like that idea. We'll keep that.
You can tell if you go onto the website, obviously.
Yeah,
so
but
if you're spectating, it's easier. But when you're in the middle
you
of
have
competition,
to have
it's hard.
Multi-screen setup then.
Yeah.
How hard is it to puzzle upside down? For me, it's very hard. I am not good at puzzling upside down usually.
It doesn't really matter too much to me unless it's like words. I would say if it's words, then no, I don't want to be upside down. But Anything else, it doesn't really bother me, but that's a personal preference thing.
Puzzle duels. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Oh, Bulgaria's so close.
I think that was an idea that Allie had too, of calling it puzzle duels.
Oh my gosh, one left.
Yeah, there we go.
Quick.
Team 22 from Bulgaria. Alica Vesela, Evelina, and Maria. Congratulations.
So happy.
Well, and they picked a
high
hard, I wonder
fives.
what the first one was that they did. I'm going to try to look it up here.
Yeah,
so we get
I'm
a
curious to know
sense.
too. They did great. Oh,
Yeah.
their t-shirts are adorable.
Oh, they just go by Team Bulgaria. Okay, that should be easy to look up. Team Bulgaria. What did
Oh,
they do
puzzle pong.
first?
That's funny.
Oh my god. Oh, Team Bulgaria. They were in 44th place after finishing their first puzzle. And
Oh, Ukraine. They finished. They have been so sweet. I met them.
Team Bulgaria. Oh yeah, they're
So
the
that's
best.
Team 33.
So yeah, Team Bulgaria did do the Paris by Day puzzle first. So
Wow,
congratulations.
And they finished that.
Yeah.
They picked the two that we did not pick.
I know they picked the two opposite puzzles, the two that we both probably think are the two hardest.
I would be very
and they
curious
did
to
'em.
see if my team could do it. The other two
Oof.
in a speedy way.
You know, some teams
Oh,
do make a point of practicing that kind of thing and really getting it down, and that's a great idea. If you've got the patience for it, getting good at doing those big open expanses of color is important. I think when you see somebody like a Kathy from Germany or Alejandro from Spain, they have a kind of what I call like almost a frantic style where they're picking up pieces and really trying them in multiple places, and their hands are moving like so fast. That's where that comes in handy, I feel like, because they can literally pick up a piece and try it in a bunch of places when it's like this blank, expansive color, and I think that works well for them. I think what happens to me as a competitor when I hit that space is I immediately just go, and I slow down, and they don't. They just keep really putting stuff in and trying, and I think that's a good
have that
style.
endurance.
Yep. I think that's a good way of doing it. Just being almost methodical, picking up a piece and trying it in multiple places until it goes in.
If you're on the website and you can't see the puzzles, if you're on your phone, you might just need to turn it landscape mode, so you can see it
exactly. That's
wider.
what I'm having to do too, and it's kind of frustrating because even in landscape mode, I'm not seeing the whole expanse of the sheet because it's kind of condensed there. But
Someone's asking about world pieces, and if you tell me what number they are, I will go look for them.
Well, that was the Donna Louise team. We just weighed in on them a little bit ago.
They were doing the border, and they did not complete the border. They started in on the inside.
We have a lot of fans from that group because all of them are social media YouTubers.
Oh, yes, they are.
And that's how they came together.
Oh, I love that. What a cute little story.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. There's some results up here. I love seeing all the different teams.
Yeah, this is great. I wonder if we're going to get 50 finishers out of this group.
Oh, I hope
that
so.
Complete both, that complete two puzzles. It might come down to piece count for determining who moves on to the next round. So how that works for people who aren't familiar with that or don't know what I'm talking about is basically if they haven't completed two puzzles, then they call time at the hour and a half or at the 3 hour mark, and it's hands off the puzzle, and then they just count how many pieces are left. But if you have 3 or more pieces together, that goes towards the count of the puzzle. So count how many pieces are left, and then the number of puzzle pieces completed then is what determines, the rankings and who will move on to the next division. So you don't have to have completed both puzzles to move on. It just comes down to how many pieces you got together.
I think it's, I had never seen people have to stack the pieces, but it made sense. Little stacks of 10 to count. So you aren't just counting like 1, 35, and just
they
messing
put
up.
them in stacks of 10, and then they just count the stacks, and that does make it go a lot more quickly. Ideally, you want as many as possible to get to finish, though, because
it's fun.
It's more, you get a good feeling when
It
you
just
know,
feels,
okay, we did it.
and it feels so good to finish when you're done. And
exactly. Yep.
Oh yeah, that Spain team, they're getting really close to the end there. The UK team. Oh yeah, because she was very good in the individual round.
Yep. So that's the... Oh, sorry. I had my microphone off for a while.
Yeah.
Faux pas, Val. I'm getting sloppy here.
Well, hopefully you could hear through my mic.
Hopefully. But yeah, no, Delia's team doing well. I think they can still finish that. They've got 20 minutes, and they've got a good sized chunk of that done. Oh my gosh, are they only 3 people?
It looks as though.
It does look like they only have 3 people. That's another thing we should clarify. The teams, you can have 3 or 4. Obviously, 4 is gonna,
better.
4 is better. You're going to get a little faster if you have 8 hands working away or 4 people working away versus 3 people. But you can do it. You know what's crazy is when, I don't even know how this works. Maybe Karen can figure this out for us statistically, but you know, sometimes the pairs times and the individual times are close, and sometimes the 4-person and the pairs times are close.
That's very true.
And it's like, what is going on there?
Yeah, I think it just depends on how your puzzle team works together, because there's some times where you bump into each other with your hands and the pieces fly.
Yep.
And so sometimes 4 people can get in the way of each other in certain puzzles, like when there's not a lot of different sections to work on together. Oh my gosh, they're so close. Look at the UK team.
I love watching it when it's the last
Team
few.
55.
You feel a sense of accomplishment even though you're just watching.
Stephen, Renata, Peter, and Victoria.
Yeah, from the UK.
From London.
But yeah, no, when I think about it and I'm like, okay, so like you and Alejandro and Kathy, you know, you guys are getting a pair done by yourself in that 36,
beautiful,
37, you know, under 40 minutes.
Yeah.
But in some pairs competitions, people are, the winners are getting things done in 30, 35, you know, the same kind of times. So that it does just kind of make my mind hurt or my brain hurt when I try to think like, wait, you would think it would be just cut in half, right? If it takes 40 minutes or so for a pair, then it should only take 20 minutes for an individual, but that's not possible. I don't think we're ever going to see somebody complete a 500-piece puzzle in 20 minutes because, you know, I just can't imagine that. But yeah, it's a brain teaser. I know I've seen some people say, you know, I like to puzzle by myself. I don't know that I would want to puzzle with another person and kind of, you know, because there's some give and take that has to happen there, and that's your choice. You can come here and just do one of the divisions if you want. You don't have to do all of them. And some people do choose one or the other, or, you know, don't do teams. Get a lot of teams that actually form after they've already signed up.
Oh,
and they're just like, okay, well, I'm signing up for it, and hopefully I'll meet people there, and then they recruit.
Some people just filled in today that I saw,
so
that was fun.
You end up with a lot of family members and friends of people that came here to support someone, and then they get recruited to be on a team, and they end up participating.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's another thing about this. Not everybody here is like, oh, I'm going to win, or expecting to do well necessarily. They're just here for the fun of it.
Oh, that's really good shape sorting on that.
Yeah.
From Germany.
Yeah, look at that. Very organized. I love it. I do find something pleasing when I see people doing things in a certain way, and I'm like, oh, I like that.
And Russia up there.
Oh, yeah. I love their shirts. We've commented on this many times. They're really nice. Oh man, I just feel sorry for anybody who's got that orange stuff left, and as we wind down after so long.
So long, yeah. A prize for the best t-shirt. I love that.
Yes,
I agree.
You're right. They should have a prize for that.
My winner is still the A team from Canada, EH.
Oh yeah, you're right. Those are adorable. No, that's true. We should have some audience favorite awards or something.
Maybe I'll take some video later of some t-shirts and put it
Yeah,
up.
that's a great idea. So we've got about 15 minutes left in this round. A lot of action happening today. So depending on what time zone you're in, hopefully you can join us again later. We're going to have the individual final. It's kind of bizarre to me because usually the individual final is kind of the ultimate, the final thing that happens at the competition because it's sort of, I don't know. I find it really exciting to see who is the fastest in the world, presumably, or at least here in the Dome. But we're doing the final individual tonight at, or not tonight, it's 4:30 p.m. here to 6. And there will be 180 participants in that round. And then following that at 7 o'clock, we'll have an hour break. And then from 7 to 9 will be the final pairs competition. Oh,
here
close
comes
to done. Okay, this is team
Spanish
79.
team 79.
I was just going to say, I'm going to see if they were listed here earlier. What's their name? That Wjpc? Wjpc.
Oh,
let me see.
Oh. There it is. Beautiful.
They're like,
wonderful.
Go in already. Okay, so they were in 36th place earlier. Okay. And I'm going to see what their first puzzle was, because this is interesting to me when we see, okay, what did they tackle first? Oh, they did the Burano Island one.
Okay.
So they chose the same two that you did, but they did them in opposite order.
Was anyone from France in this round, and did they pick the Paris puzzle?
That's a really good question.
And
did they get tired of those?
Yeah, the round before.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone in Germany pick the German puzzle?
Here, see if you can find
I think that's interesting.
Name.
Yeah, France team.
I literally, when I see a tower, I think, well, yeah, that's probably Eiffel Tower, but I'm kind of, wishing I could take it back. But this morning,
we do 41, team 41.
Somebody said, oh, where is that? Is that Paris? And I said, oh, I think it's Seattle.
Now.
Well, I'm tired.
Okay,
folks.
we have
Give me
two,
a break.
42 and 52.
I thought it was a space needle. It kind of looks like a space
needle. It's an artistic version of.
Yeah, no, I know. Julia got it right. She was like, I think it's Paris. And I was like, what about Seattle? Sorry, I may be a little American focused. That's my bias coming through there.
So team number 41 and 52.
Okay.
But I don't know if you can
Yeah, so it's
look
the
up where they are now.
Legalos and La Piece Mancante. I don't know.
Yeah.
I will see if I can recognize those names in the list here.
And one of those teams is actually, it says Paris as their city.
Ah, cool.
Oh, we also have another one.
I'm butchering the French too, so I apologize right now. It's terrible.
Multicolores.
I tell you, that's one thing I'm missing Julia right now.
We have the Netherlands up here, Germany, and the team from Russia. I love it.
Julia speaks French, so she is great at pronouncing things. Okay, so this team is French.
Yes.
But that's a different one. Let me see if, there's one of
they
the
did
French
pick
teams.
They
did pick the French, the Eiffel Tower, Paris
first.
by day. And there was another French team I just saw. And let's see if they also picked
this
that
is a
one.
team we haven't seen on the live stream yet. We come in peace from Slovakia.
Oh, they did the Paris by day one first too.
Oh, and there's our
there's the world pieces, you guys. There they are.
Oh, they did finish the border now. I love that.
Now they got 13 minutes to get the rest of it in. I don't know if
I think
it's
they
gonna
may
happen.
have the cutest T-shirts just
Yes.
because those little
And the
animals.
little animals.
And each of them is assigned one of them.
Yeah.
I love it.
We haven't had Juby on here yet, and I know she has a following up there. We got to get her to come and
for
sit
sure.
with us.
Yeah, we don't need me on here anymore.
I know, it's kind of funny because, we talked prior to coming here, Sarah and I are friends, so we talked and I was like, hopefully, maybe sometime over the course of the weekend we'll get you on the live stream, and then here you are, you've been on like 3
Alfonso
times
keeps
now.
calling me over.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you sitting in on this because, and I think, just to let people know out there, I would love to bring on more people and have lots of people joining us.
I have been looking to see if anyone comes up to the side here.
But what's happening is today is a big day for all these competitors, and I think you've got a lot of people trying to preserve their energy for this evening and later today when they have finals coming up, and just wanting time to decompress and come into it fresh. That's why we let Karen go, because we just wanted to give her time to just, chill,
relax.
Just to chill.
This is my relaxed time.
I know.
I'm feeling so energized.
I know. I don't feel. I mean, I enjoy doing the live stream, so I don't find this stressful or exhausting particularly. But I will say, doing a puzzle and competition is exhausting.
Yeah, it can be.
It can be. I would say at the end of a day like today,
Oh, the
everybody's going to
sky.
sleep very well. Oh,
The
they hadn't even done the
sky.
sky yet. Look at that.
Oh,
Okay,
that puzzle pile just
I know,
terrifies
but do you think
me.
they could do it? They've got 10 minutes. Maybe, because it does come together fairly easily, doesn't it?
Someone said it could be Vegas with the Eiffel Tower, and that cracked me up. I mean, you're not wrong.
No, you're not wrong.
But that was, in fact, Paris puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Russian team, they're down to all those
There's somebody with the
orange.
vote of confidence. World Pieces can finish, I think. I think so, too. I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, just team finals tomorrow. I wish they could spread it out more, but I think that we just got to pack up and people want to take the
that is
second
the
train
thing.
home on Sunday
Exactly.
night.
And that is one of the challenges of being in this, you know, Valladolid is a big city. It's like 300,000 people here, but most people are flying out of Madrid, and so they need to get back there, and it's, you know, there's only a limited number of trains. I couldn't believe it. We were looking and train tickets were selling out like
Portugal.
a month in advance.
Did they finish? They're
Yeah,
on the second
okay,
one now.
so now they're going to start the second
that,
one.
Yeah, that Paris one.
Yep.
But they'll get pretty far. Well,
Yeah,
10
I mean,
minutes
they
in.
got
I mean,
10 minutes.
flip the
Go
pieces
for
over
it.
and just start.
Right.
This is where I would just say, we don't need to do the border. Let's
Right,
just try to put
exactly.
together, you know, I see these 3 speckled pieces
Yep.
put together.
Yep.
I see these, you know, especially when I don't think we've had enough teams or the right amount of teams
no,
yet.
Right. We haven't even had 50 that have completed both puzzles at this point, so every little bit counts. So it's going to come down to piece count eventually to determine who moves on to the final. So yeah, you don't want to get complacent. If you're finishing that first one just now, you still want to get that next one started and get as much together as possible.
Yeah.
So good not on them, because when you're at this mark, when you've been puzzling for 2 hours and 50 minutes, the energy is waning.
Slovakia, I think, is going to get finished.
Oh, good.
They have 9 minutes left, and just that
Yeah,
green and
yep.
some of the speckles.
I think you're right.
Those speckled stones definitely were difficult. So at the beginning, I kept seeing the speckles, and it made me want to work on them. But I put them to the side on a puzzle tray, so I couldn't see them. Oh, here's all the rankings again.
Yeah,
Amazing. I love that the top 5 are all from different countries. I think that's wonderful.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
That is really good to see.
Oh,
So
the top 6
here-
are all from different countries.
Yeah, we've only, according to the current results board, we've only had 26 teams that have finished 2 puzzles.
So it's anyone's game right now.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, if you're still going, you know, just keep plugging away. Try to get as much together as possible. And it's really going to come down to piece count now to determine the final 50.
Wow, these times are so quick, and some of the times between are just, I mean, a couple of them are tying.
Yeah.
Must be stressful for the volunteers. 15
Yeah.
seconds between.
Yep.
It's so fun when they're close. I mean, it's stressful, but
Stressful for organizers and volunteers, but
yeah,
kind of fun for the
it's
audience.
definitely
and,
fun
yeah.
for everyone.
But yeah, there you can see there's only 26 that have finished both, you know, 2 of the 4 puzzles.
Yeah, you really have to practice the puzzle stamina. I mean,
yeah,
I don't do well in a 1,000-piece individual just because I like to stand for a competition. It makes pause
I was gonna
for
say,
this.
what happened?
Pause
Yep.
for this. Oh, they got done so much faster than I thought they would. Here they go. Oh, beautiful.
Nice. Oh, good
Beautiful
job,
Slovakia
Slovakia.
team. We come in
You
peace.
nearly
Amazing.
made it to the top 25, but you're 27th now.
Amazing. But they'll be going on, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Right, how many go on again?
50.
Remind us. 50.
50
Oh,
out of
wow,
this
50-50.
group. Yeah.
Oh, a beautiful
yay.
finish. Who is
Oh,
this team? I want to
nice.
see their...
Yes, me too. I want to see what
it
number are
is.
they. Oh, okay.
can't
I can't tell.
I'll
It's
zoom out someone.
They're wearing WJPC shirts, so I couldn't tell.
Yeah, that's
Does
hard.
somebody in the
Of the
comments
Russian
know
team.
who that was? Somebody said, "How is Impossible doing on the Paris puzzle?"
Is that
okay? Who's the
Katie?
Impossible team?
I want to say...
Is that Katie? Yeah, is that her group?
I think so. If you tell me what number the Danish team is, I will try to go get a look at them. We cannot
Yeah.
control the cameras, unfortunately.
So you're saying Improbable but not Impossible. That is Katie's team, 46. Not sure. We haven't seen them for a while, but we know from Karen that they finished their first puzzle and then they opened the Paris by Day puzzle for their second one.
Oh, the
And
Netherlands are really cooking with just
yeah,
3 people.
They're doing okay with 3 for sure. Puzzling Dutchman. I love their name.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Well, and they all have the orange nail polish, so we've all been commenting on that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see if we check back.
Watching this at my
soon.
wedding. Happy wedding
What?
day. Congratulations.
Watching at your wedding? Oh, I'm
Maybe
glad you have time.
someday I can get married at the World Jigsaw Puzzle Competition.
Oh, earlier
Denmark is
somebody said,
57.
hey, I'm single. So,
Oh,
you know,
well.
check those comments.
Okay, so
Sarah.
57, and who am I also checking on? 46. I'll be right back. Okay.
Sarah's going to make a run around and glance at some tables so she can report back to all of you. Ah, we just got the 5-minute warning from the organizers. You're going to maybe see some teams kicking it into high gear now with that 5-minute warning. Sometimes that can be a good motivator for you when you know, okay, we're so close, we could do this. The team at the bottom of the screen there, Team 57, let's see what their name is. Canasta Clubbing. This is a Danish team. Amina, Catherine, Hele, and Nini. And I think they can do this. I think in 5 minutes they can finish the Burano Italian puzzle there. They do not have much left, but it is dark stuff, so it could be a bit challenging, but I think they've got this. Oh, and here's Sarah's on her way back with the report.
Okay.
What do you have? What can you tell
Impossible
us?
has a lot of sky.
Oh.
And my other team, where were they from again?
The missing world pieces? The
No,
Don
it
Luis
was-
team? Oh, it was a
it
different
was,
one you were checking on.
Yeah, it was in the 50s.
Okay.
Was it?
We were just talking about that one on the live stream.
Oh yeah, they're getting there.
Yep. But yeah, so Katie's team, those of you wondering where Katie's at, sounds like they've got a lot of that Paris by Day Sky to go.
Denmark was very close.
Okay.
I think everybody's showing them right now.
Yeah.
57. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, they went to 57 so we could check them out. And I was just saying, I think they might be able to
I
finish.
think they can finish. It's still a good 4 minutes. Oh, 3 minutes.
Yeah. It's getting there. Do you think hearing the 5-minute announcement is helpful or harmful?
So,
well, it hasn't applied to you, I guess, because you haven't come down to the end. You've been, well, I mean,
But
honestly.
Watching earlier, Melinda from the U.S., I was watching her, and they said 5 minutes left, and I didn't think she was going to finish, and she kicked it into high gear and just got it finished. I think it really does.
I was just saying that. I think
it
that
motivates
happens.
you.
Yep. I think it does motivate you to just really pour it on in that last bit to try to get done. We've had that debate before as organizers. Is it helpful? Should we announce like, okay, everybody, we're half hour in, or, you know, but sometimes you get people that are like, no, please don't.
Someone's
You're gonna
Instagramming in the middle of their competition. I love it. I love it.
Well, you know.
Hey, it's important.
There's 3 at that table, and so maybe they're just kind of doing this for funsies.
Oh, it's the Ravensburger team.
Oh, it's the Ravensburger team. Okay,
That
well
makes sense.
they're not in contention. So if they
Yeah.
work for Ravensburger, they're not in competition. They're probably just joining in for fun. I love it.
Oh, I love the overhead shot of everyone.
Yeah.
I wish we could get Alfonso's drone on here because the overhead view is so cool.
It is cool.
Oh, they're so close. Come on.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Look at
Oh
all
gosh,
that,
I would
though.
not. I
They're
would not be able to
gonna
get that done in 2 minutes.
No, but it's still fun to see.
I would fall apart. I'd be crying at this point. Oh.
And look at the one guy.
And
He's
it's
just
all-
like, yep, I'm just gonna look at my phone now. Thank you very much.
Something you might not be able to see on the live stream of this puzzle is there's no texture to that.
No,
It is
it's
flat
flat
color.
Yeah.
All the pieces are the same color. They're different shapes, which is wonderful, but if this was a 2x2 where it has 2 outs and 2 ins,
Oh yeah.
you could just interchange.
Here they're gonna. Or are they gonna do it? They have less.
I think
than
they
a
can
minute.
do
They
it.
have less than 2
I
minutes.
think
They're
they
down
can
to
do it.
almost, I think you can too. But
Oh my
you guys
gosh.
just keep going. Oh come on. We're all gonna be
Someone
so
just
close.
finished.
Oh good.
Who was it?
It's it's the American team.
Oh.
It's the where are they at?
Oh my gosh. Oh.
It's the Peace Out. Madeline, Agnes, Amy, and Matthew.
Oh my gosh, there's so many people that are so close.
They just
finished. You just see that. It's like a dance. They
Yeah.
are just going
Yep.
in and out.
Oh come on. Oh come on, do it. You can do
goodness.
it. 40 seconds
Swerving
left.
around each other.
Well, we're going to end up getting cut off right at the. Oh, there they are, the other American
wonderful,
team.
yes.
They finished. Great job, you guys.
Oh my gosh, I want them to go back. We
I
only
know,
have
I
30
want them to go
seconds.
back to that other team.
Hurry.
So we're
so
we're going to get cut off at the 3-hour mark. Thank you so much for helping me out
gosh.
here, Sarah, and
Oh,
jumping in on the
here it
commentary.
is.
We
Yeah,
hope
thanks
to
for letting
see
me
people
pop
in
on
the
for the
next
last.
round. Yes, it was great. Thanks so much. And good luck
Oh my
this
gosh, oh my gosh.
afternoon. Are they going to do it?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Oh, God, look at them go. Oh, and there's another team almost
my gosh,
finishing at
yes.
the top there.
Amazing.
Yes, they did it.
Oh.
Oh. They did it. They did it. That counts.
From the moment that we met, you're worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.